right, I guess we're ready to go.
We're ready.
Ready? In case none of you have been on the walk from the beyond other side to here, they made it more interesting because there's all kinds of barriers and plastic things on the walls, and so you have to go up and around and over and through and in and out. And so if you have an experience, we should do it as a team building exercise.
It's
But
helpful
those
to
of us who are innately directionally challenged,
I'm good with directions, but it's still an issue. Anyway, we just want to welcome everyone here. And we're excited for this. Brenda and I have been talking about it quite a bit. And what I'd like to do as far as my hope for this retreat is that we ask ourselves, whether we're executive staff or whether we're city council, why do I do what I do? And hopefully by the end of this retreat, you'll have very clear clarity. Because a lot of times we don't really think of why we do what we do. We just do it, and it's just habits. And that can be for better or for worse. But anyway, I want everyone to ask themselves why I do what I do is one of the goals of coming out of here. And then another thing is, how can my personal efforts, because you're all executive staff, we're your city council, but how can my personal efforts make Orem the best city in the state to live? Because that's our goal. And if we're going to get there, it takes each of our efforts to make that happen. And I know Bren's all over that. He's a great leader. He's always focusing on that. But I just want, as we're gathered here at the start of 2025, to really try and figure that out. What your personal efforts can do to make a difference in the coming year. And then, so that's your personal efforts. But then all of you, as city council members, we represent 100,000 people that live in Orem. As executive staff, you each have staffs that you're over, and you lead, and your leadership determines how good that staff is. And so I just asked the question, what can I personally do to help and inspire the people that I lead to make Orem the best and build a better Orem? So, as I was thinking about it, those are my goals for us as a group over the next day and a half. And with that, I'll go into the agenda and how we plan on getting there. So, we'll start out with a review of Team Orem's major accomplishments, then and now, facilitated by executive staff. And that's always a really fun activity. And then we'll go into a city council roundtable, where every council member may share thoughts and ideas. And some of the things we're going to be talking about are what our re-emphasis, have a re-emphasis on the benefits of unified council, our Orem visioning and general plan update, the Heart of Downtown study update, the West Union Canal trial update, and short-term rentals update. Those are just a few of the projects we've got going on that we'll talk a little bit about. And then I've got some other things I'll go into when we start that part of the session that I want to ask the City Council specifically. And then we'll take a break. Are we going to attempt to follow this pretty close?
We've got a little bit catching up to do time-wise, so we can be flexible as well.
Okay, maybe we'll see where we're at going into that, and we'll set a time for the break. And then we'll have a presentation of the General Fund Sustainability by Laura Lewis and Brandon Nelson. And then we'll discuss the takeaways from Voice in the Vote. will be facilitated by Chris Sharkey. And then we'll have our boards and commission assignments, which we'll just go through and have a conversation about that. What's that? Okay, and then tomorrow we'll start at 9, and assuming we can make it from the other side over here, and we'll have a presentation of business leadership principles. I wrote a book, and I'm going to go from that. And I don't know if any of you had a chance to read any of it or look at it, but if you have time, that would be useful. And at 10, we're going to review and refine our 2025 areas of focus. 10:30, we'll take a break. 10:35, we'll have a presentation of departmental 2025 goals and major projects by executive staff. 12:30, we'll have lunch. 1 o'clock, we'll finalize our citywide goals associated with areas of focus, the council roundtable. Then that council roundtable will go through more of the same. The idea is that on the initial roundtable is we'll kind of be more brainstorming, talking about where we're at, and then hopefully on the next roundtable, the final roundtable, we'll be able to give some finality on where we want to go. And then we'll start to wrap up the meeting around 2:30, and we'll just see how long it goes or what we need. We won't take it past 3, but if we get done sooner, we'll leave early. But anyway, that's where we're at. And so with that, I'm not sure who's leading this. Is Pete leading this?
We will kind of facilitate it and keep the conversation going. But if I can maybe just preface a little bit on this, that maybe the why behind starting off with going over our major accomplishments. Yes, there is an aspect of this that is returning and reporting. There is an aspect of this that I guess, that we should feel, some satisfaction or sense of accomplishment. But the real why, I think, is to show you that we don't do nothing. It's not like we come and have just a fun, happy conversation and then set it all on a shelf and forget about it for a year. We take this information and we do things with it. We communicate it and publicize it again and again and again. We re-emphasize it. We build our budget around it. We build our tasks around it. We actually use this to drive the city forward and truly, genuinely to build and be a part of building a better Orem. So just want to, emphasize that this process shows that we do more, that we give the public more for the taxes and the trust that they offer to us. So with that, emphasis of the why. Pete, you want to start?
Yeah, let me just say one thing, Pete. And to what Brent's saying with all of this, because this has been a really bigger, newer push that we've put out there, but the essence of this is to build community. I mean, we're proud of what's happening in Orem. We want our residents to understand what's happening in Orem, and that they live in a great place. And unless we put the word out there of these different things, a lot of people never have any idea.
Yeah.
I mean, they might pick up on 1 or 2 or 3, but to see the whole package is what we're trying to put together now. So, and Pete does a phenomenal job at that. And I forgot to say one thing, which is Jan Gale's not going to be able to make it today. I spoke with her last night. I don't know if you already said that.
She's on Zoom.
She's on Zoom. But I spoke with her last night. She felt really bad that she couldn't come, but she's sick and got that flu that's run around. We just felt we would all rather have her at home unless we want her here. So, anyway.
Well, I appreciate you starting with that, Mayor, because we put together the 2024 Citizen Report, and it got sent out about a week ago. And one of the best things that happened from this was a lady who has been a little bit critical of the city in the past texted me and she said, I need a digital copy of this because I have to send it to my kids, letting them know why I won't be moving to New Jersey to join them. She's like, why would I move to New Jersey when Orem's got it going on like it does? And so that was a really fun exchange. But this year, for the accomplishments, awards, and wins in Family City USA, we're taking it from the areas of focus. In the past, we've reported department by department on the things that we've achieved, including the City Council. But in the spirit of Team Orem, we're just putting it all together under the areas of focus. So as we go through, if anybody around the table wants to emphasize something or chime in or give further context or clarification, please don't hesitate to do so. I did, I got some. But yeah, and if you want another one of these to hand out or to look at, there's a big stack over there. I chose the Orem Express as our kind of our title image this year because I feel like, as I'm putting this together each year, day to day, it's hard to know exactly, what we've done, where we've been, what we've accomplished. But when you look back over the entire year, it's incredible. Mayor and I were chatting a couple weeks ago. It was hard to believe that we could do any more than we did in 2023. Like that list of accomplishments for 2023 was extensive. I was like, oh, this is the peak. It's only going to be less than this. But in 2024, we went even further. It was a banner year for the city, and some huge, huge things got accomplished. As we go through it, any one of these things that's on this kind of first page could have been the number one biggest thing in any other year. But we had maybe 5 or 6 things that were just ginormous. So we want to get started, and one of the pushes that we do in our publicity and reaching out to the community is this idea of Orem gives you more. One of the cool things that fate has blessed us with is that you can rearrange the letters in Orem, and it spells more. And so this idea that Orem gives you more is kind of just built into who we are as employees and as council, and that just kind of helps drive our efforts. I was thinking about it, and there's just no shortage of inspiration here at the City of Orem. We've got building a better Orem, establishing a place where families can thrive, Family City USA, Orem gives you more. If you're lacking in inspiration to do a good job, there's you probably need to get that checked out. Because
Peter, what are our plans with this? I love this.
yeah, so we use this anytime we do something that's kind of your tax dollars at use. It falls under the Orem Gives You More campaign.
And it uses that logo?
Yeah, so like if we did a video, this would be the closing credit.
That's cool.
But yeah, we'll find lots of different ways to do it. It's cool to see it in animation, but we're trying to find a better way to do it when it's static and just like in print. But yeah, we love this, and it's I have to give credit to Kirk in our development services department. He's the one that put this all together. So
We could change our name to Orem.
Orem, yeah, that's right. Orem Gives You More. So we'll get started. The first area of focus is community focus and effective government. And if you open up your packet, there's about three or four pages here of achievements that fall under this category. And the one that I put as number 1 this year is getting the AAA credit rating, because it's just such a rare achievement for cities. There's only like 250-ish in the entire United States that reach this achievement. And so, Brandon, did you want to say anything about what it took to get there? Or?
Credit rating?
Yeah.
A trip to San Francisco.
Nice. Doesn't sound like hard work at all.
You had to apply? You had to go there in person?
As part of when we did our bond,
Yeah.
yeah, we went there. A sales tax bond that we recently did. And as part of that, not only were we trying to do our rating related to the bond itself, but obviously we try to sell those rating agencies on the city as a whole. And so, as part of that, Laura, we were not only asking them to give us a good rating for that specific bond, but as part of that, they looked at all of the other bonds that they rate us on. And they reviewed that and agreed that they needed to change all of those ratings to AAA as well. We already had AAA on our
Utilities.
Utility, all the enterprise fund, our water, sewer, all those. Our general fund, general obligation bonds, and these sales tax bonds. The general obligation bonds are AA plus. So
Is this the next step? AA plus? There's not a triple dog area in between?
Well, it's the highest we can go.
Okay.
So
So
now
this was
not
the next
all
step.
of them are. Yep.
Yeah.
Every bond in the city is rated AAA.
Well, and general obligation is a lot more tenuous as far as to get that rating, just because when you've got, your utility bonds and different things, they've got a guaranteed source of revenue.
Correct.
Whereas general obligation is coming from a lot of different sources, and so to get that rating is a lot harder.
Right.
And that is the
Our
highest
struggle
rating.
with general obligation bonds have been, obviously, we haven't done a lot of property tax increases. So that's part of the big reason why we got a AA+, was because they weren't sure what the response might be from citizens. If we were in a general obligation bond, they can force the issue of force a property tax increase in order to make the payment on those bonds. So there was this small little piece in there where we're not sure how people would react if it came to that, right? So our financial position was such a strong point that it overcame that small little bit of potential, maybe, right? And they were willing to raise it based on that history.
Brandon, is it helpful though to
Everybody turn off your phones.
I'll wait till you're done. Is it helpful in the rating for them to know that we have the best financial director in the nation?
We obviously do sell our staff to them as part of that bond rating when we go there. They look at, we have to list how long people have been there. We give indications of their backgrounds. So that does, a lot of that plays into what they go into considering when they consider a rating.
Do you know how many, you said, 1% to 2% of cities nationwide have AAA bond rating. Do you know, does anyone know what throughout the county or the state the numbers are?
At least the list that I had access to, Sandy is the only other one in our area that has it.
Sandy's the only other one.
A lot of counties have AAA ratings. Obviously, the state has a AAA rating.
Right, the state.
So can I just throw some things out there? Because when this happened back in August, I met with Brandon and kind of put together a social media post on my Facebook page and really learned a lot from Brandon. And there were a couple of things that really struck me that are often spun differently, right? And one of the key things he said that helps you attain a AAA bond rating is that you have a steady demographic level. Too many times right now it's there have been this messaging that Orem is in decline, and unfortunately for political reasons that was sent out there. But we know that Orem is strong. Orem is a great place to live, and this steady demographic level, meaning our 1% growth, is actually a huge factor here in portraying. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this sense of stability for to achieve this type of rating. So, he said low long-term liability. I'm just reading the things that Brandon helped me with and told me about, meaning low outstanding debt. So, yeah, we're great. We're along those lines. When we look at other governments right now, and wow, they're just suffering, right? Steady demographics, strong fiscal management. There's the shout out to Brandon, right? Consistently strong financial policies and reserves. Hats off to all y'all for doing that. And an ample level of budgetary flexibility. Those were kind of the key takeaways, I guess, Brandon, that you gave me at that point.
Every one of those is a question you ask me.
And I just really appreciate all that you guys do, because, Brandon's our financial guy, right? But it's every department here, all of you, that contribute to making that happen. And, of course, our residents, too, for being who they are. Anyway, that struck me when I heard about this, and I appreciate your taking the time to go over that with me.
It really is a big deal, too, as far as just on all levels. It shows, a city that's not in decline, a city that's just excelling and doing phenomenal. And that's how you get those top ratings. So.
Yeah, so that was an awesome achievement. Next on the list is the MGT study. The biggest study operationally that we've done, across all departments. Did you want to say anything about that, Carrie? How that turned out?
No, I think that we've covered it in a lot of our work sessions. We brought them in multiple times and discussed some of the changes. I would say the biggest takeaway from the MGT study is that we are a lean organization, and that's the way we want to run, is to be as fiscally responsible as we can for the residents. And then the other thing that I really liked about the MGT study is that they recommended that we start the innovation and strategy team. And I think that bringing that team on board has really made a lot of these other things possible.
Right. The thing that I'm impressed with about that study is just that we would dare do it, right? Because who knows what it's going to turn out. But because we went through some significant changes in our government structure, we wanted to make sure that we were run the best way possible. And Brent's doing a phenomenal job, but we wanted to make sure he had the information to continue to do a phenomenal job. And you can do everything anecdotally, or you can do it data-driven. And so that's another thing that I don't know what the numbers are, but I don't think there's very many cities that do this type of a study to figure out if they're operating effectively and efficiently. And so I think it's a great testimonial that we did the study and it came out as good as it did.
Maybe another thing that's kind of qualitative about that many of you may not have seen, but our staff responded extremely quickly and positively about the suggestions that were made. We're in response to the data that the MGT provided and analyzed. So it's not like there was like a hesitation or I guess a slow or hesitant attitude from our staff. It was like the subjects came up and we were already in the process of implementing by the time we could even come back and report to you as council in work session. So I just want to emphasize we really do have a lot of employees just with really great attitudes.
Not to say we didn't kick back on a couple of things.
Sure.
Shot forward and like, that isn't right.
Which is awesome, right? I mean, that's what it's about, is then taking that and using your experience. I love that.
The next one is record-setting attendance at city events. So this, I think, was one of the biggest leaps forward as far as any team, and the events were just off the charts this year. Just wanted to show, maybe we skip this, but in the sake of time, but we had just the lights on video.
This is our lights on.
Has everyone seen this? Did we get a chance to watch this video?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this is a great way to kick off the holiday season. A few years ago, we decided we couldn't have it over the city hall because we were building a new city building, and we decided to do something really big over the city center. We talked about it. Our thought was to try and have Orem be just like a Hallmark movie. This is going to be going on for the next month or so. We've got a farmer's market here. You can come down every Saturday, see the lights, hang out, get in the holiday spirit. From everybody to Orem, from our city council, our city employees, our upper city management, from everyone down here, we want to wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
I always laugh because I feel like as a city we do amazing things for the community, but it's the Christmas lights that we get the most gratitude on. Like I walk into church on Sunday. We live right across the street from City Center Park, and so my ward is right there, and it's like standing ovation. And I guess somebody you heard that like some bishop was like bearing testimony.
Yes.
Of the lights.
Yeah, I had a resident tell me that their bishop did their kind of Christmas message and gave the city a shout out about how we bring light.
Yeah.
So a fun thing about that, and you may have seen the post, but the entity that puts up all these lights, obviously we've done lights on for several years, but the entity who currently does it, they started last year, and they've been really great about extending the time that the lights are on the trees. So we just announced to the public that they're going to let us keep them on through to Valentine's Day.
Oh, fantastic. I noticed they're still on yesterday morning.
Well, the amazing thing about that, look, I mean, you know I'm not a Facebook person, but Brent keeps me filled in, or Dave Spencer, or different people tell me these things. But usually on a post, you know, you get 20, 30, 40 likes or whatever, and if it's something really amazing, you get a couple hundred likes, right?
Yeah.
And he did a post on This Light's On as far as extending the date, and with 4 days after, it had over 800 likes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's really a big deal. And what were our numbers, Pete, as far as?
So there were 7,500 people there, which is three times what it was last year. So yeah, huge growth.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah, to go from 2,500 to 7,500, and the 2,500 was a big jump up.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, so it's a game changer. And again, it's about building community.
Mm-hmm. Does a lot to bring the community together, especially at a dark time of year, you know. So yeah, we love that.
We changed the contractor on that 2 years ago. Happens to be Reed Price's son-in-law. I'm just saying.
Full disclosure.
So we were able to lean on him more than sure.
He was a young man he created a new business just like 5 years ago, 4 years ago. And I know him personally. His mother used to work in Orem as a firefighter, Angela Cole, so Kyle Cole. And he's done a phenomenal job. He's done more and asked for less. And so that's an example of more Orem.
Really? Yeah, 550,000 likes this year.
Yeah.
So question on the drone thing didn't work. Is it GPS or something?
Yes.
So when are we going to do that?
What's the latest?
We met with the contractor and essentially secured a free show at a future event for our troubles. So we'll be working with them and identifying the right event. We mentioned we don't, and I think Lights On probably qualifies for this now, we don't like to test features like that on major events like Orem Fest, and now Lights On being a 7,500. With you add on the other 3 days, we're over 15,000 people for the Lights On in the holiday market. So we'll find another event, make sure it goes well. This was the most reputable company. This is a company that does BYU football games and several other large municipalities. It was just an unfortunate day for them. So we feel very good about moving forward with them and their business, that they're going to make it right for us, and we'll get a good value on an upcoming show before we decide if we want to proceed again.
Awesome. The next one, it's crazy because Hillcrest Park and Center opening should be like number one, right? But just because so many awesome things happened in the year. You want to say anything about Hillcrest, Chris or Bryce? Just that whole project?
I think my biggest thought is Carrie did a great job visually back at a Babel in May or something, of pulling every single person that helped make Hillcrest happen. And I think that's something very cool about the community-focused government that y'all set up for us. That could have been just a parks project, and then rec afterwards comes in and does it, and other parts of the city are generally aware of it, maybe. And instead, I think it was a full tilt city effort. We ended up getting a really cool product and project out of it. And it's something that I think parks maintenance and rec use and all of these different departments are sort of in on at the beginning. So it's been very well received. I don't know if we'll go over the full parks numbers and attendance numbers as part of this retreat or not, but this one is up, obviously astronomically over the old Hillcrest use. The reservable pickleball courts, the adult basketball leagues that are happening because of it are incredible. And I think it is also, I would go as far as saying it is a delight to maintain because it was designed in a really maintenance-friendly way by the park staff. So it's been great, and the community loves it, and yeah.
Have we had any responses? I know it's still early in the game with the library drop-off pickup thing at Hillcrest.
Oh yeah, that's well used. I think we're looking at treating that as a pilot. I think the fitness center is next. So you'll be able to go and work out of the fitness center and have your book waiting for you there. The technology has hiccups, and so we've had to do some computer stuff, so we might go with a different vendor. But I think the resident response is they really enjoy the convenience of having their book waiting for them wherever they are.
Mayor and council also, I think at the beginning, we were asked, Public Works and others were asked to participate and put as much sweat equity into this as possible. And we saved a few $100,000 by doing all of the demolition work and a lot of the grading work and so forth. So, and we even had one of our, who was it, Kathleen Spear? I think she's the one who knocked down the the bathroom facility over there. So, I mean, she's never done that before, and I don't know anyone else in this room has. But, I mean, that's the kind of people we have in the city. She wanted to do it, and she paid money to do it, and she did it. So,
That's frustrations to take out.
we have video of this happening. It's fun. It was fun.
The next one is improve city relationships with our community partners. Brandon, did you want to talk to that?
Yeah, of course, people matter, and the city's relationships with a lot of other governmental agencies matter, and so we really went out of our way to make sure that we were proactively meeting with and working with everyone from CIRA to the state, UDOT, the school district, and UDU, and Community Action, and Sleepy Ridge, and sometimes some of these relationships, require agreements and documentation, and sometimes that can be sensitive. But I think we've been tackling it, one step at a time, and in constructive, positive ways where both sides of the partnership feels like it's a win-win rather than I win and you lose. So.
Yeah, and we were really trying to define the relationships. So, I mean, that they need to be defined, but the benefit of that is, obviously having things work well now, but then going into the future, the next 5 years, 10 years, how those relationships work.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's not just this flexible, ever-changing thing, it's a defined relationship.
So a couple of little examples on that. So whether it's trying to make sure that we can legally and fully use the Family City USA logo, and that's required good, productive, positive conversations with Adam and the CIRA board, or with UDOT continually following up on a number of road projects and participating in the ways that we need to, but also hopefully getting as much financial help from them as well. So just that will continue to be important, and again, like with all these things, the effort is genuine. We're in the people business. You hear me say, we're trying to get a social return on our investment often, and so continuing to build those relationships proactively will I think continue to yield that positive social return.
I think give kudos to Brandon and the relationship with Sarah, because I think in the past there was no relationship, and it's just ballooned. It's just amazing. So excellent job, and we just need to keep it moving, because that's our jewel of Orem, is the Sarah. So.
And that wall is beautiful.
Yeah, great project.
Driving by there at night with the
Yeah.
lights.
The wall and the lighting has been
So
a great team effort with
Just
Sarah.
elegant. It looks
Is the
fantastic.
new sign on yet?
It looks like
I
it's
saw this.
They were both under construction.
Yeah,
I know
so I
that.
don't know if it was.
Okay. It's installed now. I don't know if it's powered, but
Yeah,
that'd be pretty
it's
neat.
underway. They're both underway on 4th West East and State Street.
And even that crossing that you put in there, that was cute.
That's perfect. Well, and we're not done with it either, so it's going to be even better. So it's coming this year.
Good.
Yeah, that's great.
And I appreciate the kudos, but truly, the sum is greater than its parts. It's not like it's just take by the CIRA or just take by Orem. There's a good give and take, and that has a multiplicating factor, not just an addition result from it.
And I think too, another point would be, the American Legion and how the city helped the car show, with Bryce's help and everybody's help, and that, they pulled it off in 8 weeks, and it was amazing. So that's the kind of support and the kind of relationships I think we're building, and it's good business.
Absolutely.
So Brad, if I could maybe just give everyone here an update. This week, Adam Robertson and I finalized an agreement between the two of us for the Family City USA trademark. Adam's going to be taking it to the CIRA board for approval next week, and then hopefully we can get signatures and start moving forward with protections federally to protect the Family City USA trademark. What CIRA is giving us is exclusive permission and license to use the Family City USA mark in all of our branding. What we're giving to them is we're assisting them to get that federal protection as our legal department.
Awesome.
Is that it? The next item on the list is our grants. 4.2 million received in 2024 with another 3.1 pending. The mayor has been huge on grants, and because every dollar we get in grants is a dollar of the general fund, or tax money we don't have to spend. So that's been huge.
And compare that to prior years, what were the numbers? I know it's much bigger, I just don't know what the delta is.
I want to say, what was the number last year?
Last year, we actually did get, in 2023, we did get more, but we had the big water reuse project, and there was ARPA money.
Okay, go back 3 or 4 years, what were we getting?
I don't have the exact number, but it is
You'd have to go back
significant.
before COVID.
Yeah.
2019 and earlier, we were in the $1,500,000.
That's what I thought, it felt
Every now and
drastically
then,
different
we
than
get a
just
bigger
$3
grant.
Yeah, $2 or $3
$1 million or something, so even in our maximum, we were getting maybe 2.5 million in a given year.
Yeah, great, thank you.
We did applied for 17 last year, we applied for 24 this year. So we're just waiting on an extra 3 million to see if we get that.
Nice.
Yeah, because the money's out there.
Yeah.
It's just proactively going out exactly to get it.
Well, now we have a mechanism to do it, right? Yeah.
So also, we're going in February to DC to ask for more.
Yeah, and
We're
this
getting
is,
into it.
there's a little bit of a personal aspect of this that I probably just have to, again, give credit where it's due. Congressman John Curtis, well now Senator John Curtis has been really helpful to the city, and he's responded really well as we've tried to build that relationship, and to the point where he even called me directly and personally when he found out about my son's cancer diagnosis. So he's just been a real person that's been genuinely interested in helping the city. So yeah, we'll continue to build that relationship, but it's paying just wonderful dividends, and he's just been super kind.
That's great. Yeah, we made a real effort to make sure we're directly involved with all of our legislators that affect Milwaukee.
Nice.
The next one is the reorganized school district process and agreement. And to me, I was super proud of the city and city council for that 4-city meeting. I thought that was one of the coolest things. That was kind of a historic moment, getting all those cities together to talk through it. And the outcome was the outcome, but just the fact that Orem let out on that, I thought was really, really cool. The Arts Ambassador Program.
Well, can I say something about
yes,
that?
please do.
I am very excited about this. Having been involved in the schools for 25 years, I've seen issues, that were just sincerely tried to be solved, but just spread too thin, just difficult for that to happen. So I think our words of renewal, our words of unity, our words of this transformation. I am so excited for this to happen to our 4 cities that are involved in this reorganized district, and frankly for the other cities too. As I've met with city council members from these other cities, I think everyone understood that it was time, and that there were different needs, and there was gratitude for the past, but just such an excitement and exuberance for the future. And that's kind of the vibe that I'm really feeling. And, we're protecting our taxpayers. We're going to be able to have this renewal in our own community, and to really, if you can, I've just always been so connected with education, and if that's the foundation of a strong community, is the education of the people, the residents and the children, So can I just, shout out to everyone who positively is moving forward with this, and let's do it. Let's create the best school district ever. Not us, because it's not under our thing, but our community, our communities. So anyway, I'm just very excited about seeing this happen.
Yeah. That was a great opportunity there. The next one is Arts Ambassador Program, increased care tax awareness. We've never been, to go back to this improved city relationships, we've never been as tied in with the arts groups as we are now. And the Arts Council is kind of leading the way on that, as well as the Care Commission. And it's been great. We've made a lot of great relationships. And I think when the care tax goes up in 10 years, it's going to pass even more than it did this time around, just because the awareness is going to be there. The last one on this page is the first historical survey in over 10 years. Do you want to just say briefly what that is?
we go out and we hire a consultant, and they go and look at different properties and areas of the city in a defined area, and they research and acknowledge for us with the detail of the historic nature of certain structures and properties in the city. Now, once we have that history, we can really do a lot of fun things with that and really lead out in helping the community understand where we've been, where we're going. So there's just with that historical aspect of it is something that personally I get really excited about. I love the history and understanding the history that we have. So you haven't done one in a long time. When this gets done, I think we'll be able to come back and then work with our different commissions and boards and how do we integrate that into the community so that people have an appreciation for where Orem's been and where we are today.
Do you have a specific example of something?
That's part of our commission that I'm on right now. And they have different parts of the city they've mapped over time. And one of the needed areas that we haven't mapped in quite a while was the one selected. So what it does is it evaluates every property in that geographic location, how long it's been there, those that qualify for historic preservation, and then they can qualify for historic preservation grants. The grant, those that are giving the money away came and provided a presentation from the state and county. And they basically said, all you have to do is fill out a piece of paper to say what you want to do. They approve it, and it's automatic $2,000 to almost any employee, any resident in that area. So it's some really wonderful, powerful influences for not only preservation but regeneration in these neighborhoods. So it's a great project, and those heading it up under that part of the team has been really helpful.
I appreciate your representation on that, Chris. I think you just have that.
Well, I've
already.
lived here my whole life.
So
This is my baby.
It's older than some of these areas.
I didn't say that, he did. I just love that passion. I think that it's going to direct it in the right way.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, Chris, today I need to get with you because I have to show you something I'm pretty proud of with the former employment we have. We created an app that you can download from the Apple Store. That's a historic tour in different things. And so I'll show you that. It's those kind of creative things that you can do with history that people love and to keep that burning.
It just connects you to your community.
It really is a big deal.
You can hear those stories.
True.
Well, it builds community pride in those areas.
Right.
Instead of living in an area that might be a little downtrodden, all of a sudden you get a little historical background information, and it brings light.
Character and appreciation.
It's like, wow, I live in a pretty cool place, and I didn't even know that.
So
I'm thinking we could tie this to the historical markers like you suggested.
yes,
But things like the site of 16th North with the children that were buried at that location. With our Heritage Park that we're going to be building in the next year, we could combine it with that too.
Yes, exactly. A lot of great things that we can do.
truly.
The next one is a new record for Orem Fest fundraising, $80,000 this year. Thanks to Heather Cox, she really worked hard this year for that. Boards and commissions were streamlined and reorganized. We just finished up that process, and we're starting to see those new combined commissions come together. Youth Council was reimagined this last year with record participation. Being on the Youth Council is actually pretty dang cool now. I don't know if it was before like a cool thing, like the cool kids are doing it, but now it's amazing. Those kids are having a great time.
People used to think lawyers were stuffy and boring, so maybe with the younger group. That's why it's so creative now.
Was that just a rumor?
Because we know what you are.
It's going to take more than a rebrand.
Balanced budget with no new taxes. I mean, we have to do that every year by law, but some years are easier than others, right, Brandon?
For sure.
To get there. So that's always good. This one's from the communications. We hit.
Well, and just just put that in perspective.
Yeah.
Balanced budget with no new taxes.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. There's some big taxes coming into our county.
Right.
You know, 47% of the county level. Alpine School District last couple of years at 20% and 16%. And everyone says we have to raise taxes because of the inflation, blah, 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 blah. So taxes have been going up all around us. So to hold the line on no new taxes is a huge, huge deal in this environment.
Yeah.
And yet to feel like we're increasing services. I mean, I feel we are. So that's just.
More or another. More.
Yeah, more. We've literally got $100 million in capital projects. Yeah, I mean, if you include Hillcrest Park, that have happened and are happening over this little couple-year period with no new taxes. It's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Just from our team, we're super proud that this year we hit 2.1 million video views on all the videos we did in 2024. The year before we were at 900,000. We're like, we've achieved. Wow! But this year is 2.1 million, and most of those were like from lights on. But yeah.
Well, and your post about the lights on, the one last week. Seriously, my husband comes to me and says, let's take a mug of hot chocolate and dress up in our warm clothes and go walk around the lights.
There's so many people that leave the park.
I
drive by often, and there's always a dozen people walking in the park.
So keep
With or
that
without
up.
hot
It's
chocolate.
happening.
With or without car.
The one thing I haven't heard is happen, but on my checklist of things I want to accomplish is a proposal. I want someone to get engaged under the lights. But maybe it's happened, maybe it hasn't. But that's my
There was a pretty popular TikTok reel that but it went awry. So, and it was, they didn't say it was our park, but it was 100% our park.
Oh,
so.
yeah.
We'll wait for a successful proposal.
Yes.
So we just have to come up with the backdrop next year.
Exactly. We've got to do something so we can
Something very
essentially set the trap.
But this, so Peter's just kind of skipping past this 900,000 to, what did you say,
2.1 million.
2.1 million?
Yeah.
Okay, but Pete was given a mandate a couple of years ago to take our PR to the next level. And it's completely to the next level right now, as far as, because that, in my mind, is the core of building community. Because the more our messaging gets out, the more people are involved, the more it's our community. I'll text Pete at all hours of the day, and he's always responding. So Pete's on it, and he's definitely one that takes building a better Orem, being an exceptional employee to the next level.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
Well, and even your emphasis on our businesses, I mean, that's a financial win for our city, our budgets, everything, right? I mean, I found out about businesses I didn't know that were in Orem through your videos that you guys do. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's been really fun.
But I have a new mandate for you, Pete. That goal you have of a proposal and the lights on the park, do not say that to my dogs.
Okay, we'll find somebody else. We had a chance. Sydney from our events team got engaged.
Oh, congratulations.
And I told her, she totally screwed up. It should have happened in the park.
Provided to the homework channels.
This is the first year we did a citizens budget. So this is taking, the 200-page plus document of the budget and taking it down to maybe 15 pages. Really just digestible, makes it easy for someone who's just kind of casually interested to get the right information. We did our first city communication strategic plan. That's been really helpful in kind of aiming our communication efforts throughout the city. The Orem Community Foundation took another leap forward this year. The Gold Star Memorial fundraising is up to $54,000. We're starting to get momentum. Businesses, restaurants are getting involved with it. Chubby's did their thing. Texas Road has helped us out a bunch. So
Kathy Lewis said at our business, or somebody, Heather, I think, if we have over 3,000 businesses in Orem, if every business gave $100, we would be there. So break it down that simply.
Yeah, every little bit helps for sure. And we've had some good help from the businesses, and we'll just keep going. I think as the new city center gets built and they can kind of see the plaza come together, I think it'll pick up. This is what happened with the Altogether Playground, is until they could really visualize it, they didn't give. But once they could visualize it, it was no problem. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. One of the things you said to us in this room last year was you wanted more service opportunities, and I feel like we've made good progress on that. Tons of stuff through my hometown, the 9/11 National Day of Service, Kindness Week. Orem's birthday. That was a really fun project that we did last year. And then we've increased our community drives, food drives, clothing drives. Yes, Tom?
Can I talk about my hometown? My wife teaches piano on Thursday nights to my hometown kids. And we went to the recital for these kids. And they made a big deal there that you had signed all their certificates. And I watched these kids, and for many of them it was the first time anyone had ever applauded for them. And they got applause at the end of their recitals that were, you've all been to children's recital. This is not a Bravo Hall. But they got their applause, and these kids were as proud as a peacock. My wife got 3 kids. One kid was scared to death to come, and he came late, and everyone had broken off to get treats or whatever, and the crowd came back together, and he played his piece. And Kay told him, all the other kids had a mistake. So if you make a mistake, it's no problem. And he didn't make a mistake. She said, you're the only one, she probably lied, who didn't make a mistake. And he was just beaming. I mean, and these are little 10, 12-year-old kids who fall in love with their piano teacher, and I wasn't incredibly jealous. And their mothers came over. It was a delightful experience. Kay's brother is Bart Mangum, is somewhat of in charge of this group. And Renee, his wife, was saying it was so great that the mayor signed all the things. I said, yeah, I'm sure he was thrilled to do it. And you had a member of the city council here. She goes, really? Ooh! So, it was a great event, and I can't wait for the next one. I'll wear a badge or something, so much as I'll wear an orange shirt. I'll do something to do better. But I understand they're going to be in a second location. Is it another church, or is it the school maybe that's going to be able to?
They're working on that, right, and they reported on that last night.
Okay, sorry, I'm dated by 24 hours.
So we're still working on it.
Anyway, it's just such a sweet event, and Kay now has recruited other volunteers to help with this section, kind of a semester. I think in semesters now, I'm sorry, we're kind of in this semester. Just a sweet event, and I'm grateful for so many volunteers and the LDS Church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints support for this effort, and how the community has followed around it. It's wonderful. They teach computer classes. You were taking Spanish classes.
My wife volunteered me to take Spanish.
So, and he can already say uno and dos.
I can say que pesa nada. Nothing happened.
Anyway, I just think this is a great event, and those
Didn't
who are,
understand what you said.
Que pasa nada.
Okay.
anyway, it's a great event for our community, and the mix and mingle between people. And again, I think the biggest thing is some of these little kids are never in a place where they get applauded. So one of the kids who couldn't come came Thursday, and that was just last night, Thursday night, and they had them do their recital, and 25 local volunteers came to hear this kid.
Wow.
Kay thought maybe 2 or 3 people would come into the room because they had a family thing and couldn't do it that night. She said 25 adults came in and applauded this little 10-year-old effort. A lot of great people in our community who give of their time and energy and support to someone who needs that help. So just thought that insight of support of this might be interesting.
So,
Thanks for that. And that's, I mean, it really does say a lot for our community. I mean, I've talked to my hometown people several times, and they're saying what our community is doing is like taking my hometown to a new level, just because of the level of volunteerism and excitement, and people want to help and be involved. So it says a lot for all of them.
And just so you know, we're down to dotting the last I's and crossing the last T's in regards to an agreement with the school district for the use of shared elementary.
Excited.
And then, last one on this page, all parks now have free public Wi-Fi. That's a project we've been working on for a couple years, but that's done.
Wait a second. All public parks?
Yes. There's like a few that don't have it. Skate park, Springwater, there's maybe one other, but all the major ones.
How do they know that?
How do they know that it has it?
Yeah, when I go, is there a sign, free Wi-Fi?
In some parts, but that's probably, let me write that down. Because now that's done.
If it's our secret, that's a problem.
Yeah. I didn't know.
I didn't keep that. The mayor herself. City council member A didn't know either.
advertise it.
It's even for non-citizens.
Yeah, anyone can get it. Good, Chris, you need it.
36 consecutive years of excellence in financial reporting. I feel like at this point, Brandon, it's more pressure than
It is.
celebration. Yeah. Let's rip the streak.
I almost dread getting the letter from them now.
Yeah, it's just been so many years.
You don't want to be year 37.
Yeah. Oh, what did I do wrong?
And then make the credit rating just being back to AA plus. Great stats from the library. 3,600 participants in the summer reading program, and over 800 got completed it. Which is a record.
71% completed it, 800 people in the adult Orem Reads Challenge.
Okay, cool.
I'm really proud of the staff there, going back to the concept. They are doing more with less, 25% more foot traffic, much larger programs, and they're doing it all for about 10% less personnel. They've been really empowered by the MGT study, and I feel in a lot of ways they control their destiny, maybe compared to other libraries that are very dependent on a specific library tax or being mandated to make cuts because they have not been proactive. So staff at the library have been incredible to build these programs, take them to new heights, and to do it with less staff dollars than they have historically.
Awesome.
And kind of take credit to you, Bryce. You're reinventing the library. It is an experience place. It's not just a place you go read a book. It is a place that builds the individual in so many different ways. So, thank you.
There are some very fun stories. Wednesday night we had American Legion. They're meeting over there. We have a concert going on in the hall. We have 5 other things going on at the same time. So to have it just be a community hub and to maintain the core collections and do those other things that the library does. But the community has been very responsive to this idea of experiential spaces and sort of third spaces to be at after work. So yeah, very, very exciting.
Which is huge for me because I hate digital books. I love a book,
It'll touch it.
But, so you're just doing well in all of it. And then, Mayor, to your point of the capital project in the library that's going to be happening in the library too.
Well, I think Bryce probably ballooned when we took his title of leisure. He's coming to his own now.
He found out he has to work.
There you go.
Things do happen.
He's motivated because he's not a leisure guy.
But the culture too, just no more coasting. Just being in all the library meetings that I have the privilege of sitting in on, watching the amount of just this cultural shift. They take pride in what they do, but not only that, they're excited about the new and the trendy and the fun so it's really empowering them to truly in their own craft be the best and think outside the box. And you've created an atmosphere for them to really do what they may not have seen themselves doing, but you've expanded their vision and they're doing it. So powerful.
Which I spoke to someone whose daughter works at the library yesterday, and he was like, my daughter hates change. She hates change. But she is praising the changes that are happening.
I love hearing that. That's great news.
If I could add to that, Layton Construction currently is bidding out the library renovations, and the goal is to have that done in the summer with the entire project, so we're not tearing up the campus again.
Fantastic.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Thanks, Ryan.
And what's really awesome about all this is it's nice to make plans, to strategize, to say, let's consider this, let's consider that, let's try this, let's do that, and then do it. But to have our foot traffic up 25% shows it's working.
Yes.
So it's no longer theoretical. It's like Bryce and his team have made changes that have increased foot traffic 25%. So it's working.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
And just one more plug for the innovation team. We don't have that specific of data without Jenica and without the solutions, and so it is this like big cycle thing of we can do our jobs better, we can reinforce it, communicate it better because of the MGT study and some of these types of things. I have very good tools to use within the city, which is very neat for me.
That's awesome.
The one that we wanted to make sure got emphasized was the first volunteer appreciation dinner since 2017.
Yes.
Do you want to say anything about that, Brand?
Yeah, I mean, that concept of doing that was kind of re-emphasized at our last retreat, and Ryan, shares a book that's all about the power of gratitude and the difference that can make. And so I think we saw that, proof of that in action at that dinner. And again, another one of your goals for us was have more service going on. Well, in order to, again, make sure that that's a multiplying thing and has a further reach, well, we need the help of our volunteers to get more service done. So, yeah, and then it was just really nice to hear the positive feedback from all our volunteers, and they become more of our influencers and communicators and advocates out into the public as well. And then that's all part of building the relationships in the community and momentum for continuing to move forward.
And Brandon, a very good example of that is, I'm going to embarrass Gary, but the good work Gary and planning staff has been doing with the planning commission. Planning commission showed their gratitude and gave planning staff Christmas gifts at the last planning commission meeting. And I don't think I've ever seen that happen with any board and commission. And so just, I want to embarrass Gary, but he's done a fantastic job, with those relationships and
Which that's so awesome, because that's one of our goals, right, is to align the residents with the staff, with the city council. I just love hearing that.
Jeff and Dave, I'm not giving you.
We'll keep working on it, Dave.
That's supposed to be you. Just for presence.
It was a great year for Parks team. We estimate 1.9 million park visits in 2024, as well as some cool stuff down at Lakeside. Either of you want to talk about what's happening in the parks?
Well, I mean, this coming year, obviously we have Hillcrest, that's on board now, and then we're going to have some major improvements at Northridge. We're going to be building 4 pickleball courts. We already have the new playground in place up there. We do have some bidding challenges with some dollars, but we're going to make some pivots and changes in our budgeting process to still make those to be built on time and on budget. Windsor Park, we're going to have the sports court where we received a contribution from the Utah Jazz, albeit it wasn't, $500,000 or anything, but it was a nice contribution there. That was going towards that sport court over there. And then in subsequent years, we're also going to be expanding and then putting in pickleball at Windsor as well, at Lene's request. So,
There you go.
ad hoc in a council meeting, I'm making things happen around here. So,
What about Candyview?
yeah, Kennedy.
Your request didn't mean as much as Lynn.
I guess. Well, they have 3 tennis courts already painted, but the other 3 aren't. So why could we turn those into pickleball courts?
I think they do use those for tennis lessons, though, a lot.
Yeah, it's a coordination with the school district.
Yeah. How about the ones by Palisade Park? You have 2 in the school and 2 over in the park itself. They're both they're all 4 tennis courts, aren't they?
Yeah.
They have pickleball lines painted on the tennis
On
courts.
the 2 tennis courts.
In the
I
park.
can't like this.
The Cascade Park has
Either or.
Yes, both. Pickleball tennis.
It does. And the pure pickleball players won't touch that.
Yeah.
So they'll go to the other places to do it. We accommodate both at those locations where we can, and if there's a need to take over tennis with pickleball, we'll do that.
I don't see tennis lessons on the ones that are painted.
Those 6 specifically are on the school district's portion.
Yes,
We control the lower half, but I mean, as we learn the
Yeah.
new community partnerships,
Sure.
new school district, I think.
And I think that could be.
That seems low
I've
for
used
to have
those ones
bodies.
that are painted. So that'd be good for pickleball courts.
So we nice to have that cooperation in the coming years.
Seems like we need a tiger team type approach to determine where the ball court should be put in.
Look out for that.
Pete, if I could just make one more note on the lakeside, that bottom one, 50,000 non-Orem, that is much larger than non-Orem. That is the threshold for travel tourism. So it's 50 plus miles away. We doubled our not out of state, but more than 50 miles away. We went from 25 to 50,000 visitors last year. meaning they're likely staying in a hotel and eating our food. When the mayor and I met with the Tourism Tax Advisory Board 2 years ago, we sort of got guffawed by a commission member saying there's no way that this type of facility would support travel tourism. And so to double our numbers, and those are very real tax dollars, I think when we go to make our next request and go get more grant funding, I think we will be able to show very, very real data that says this is an economic driver for our city and for our hotels, in addition to another 400,000 local visits as well. So 8 to 1, this is still a local park, but we have quantifiable data that this is a tourism destination and supports our local economy as well.
What was that number again that you mentioned?
400,000 for local visits, 50,000 visits for those whose home is more than 50 miles away from the park.
50,000.
And that's up from 24,000.
That's the tournaments.
Yeah, right.
Which I've seen
All
the
tournaments.
travel trailers in the parking lot.
I already see, look at the city center bills when we do.
And then Hillcrest, aren't we also looking at making that more of a regional draw for tournaments?
Specifically for pickleball, we were approached by a national organization to start to use that. They love the proximity to the hotel property there at University Place, the restaurants, and then the way we're able to really seclude the park for just their event. So hasn't been booked yet, but
Awesome.
a couple of
Charge them 100,000 a time.
nice and easy.
Give them a free logo somewhere.
Lots of great data.
You don't charge for the court, you just charge for the logo. 100,000 for the logo, you can easily put free.
I'll just have to call you. It sounds like pickleball business developer. Just go back.
You know, if I might also add, I mean, in the last 5 years, we spent more money on parks and invested more in parks than we have probably in the previous 30 years. And I'm not kidding. It's noticeable. The level of commitment that we have to these parks is real.
That ties into Family City USA.
Yeah, totally.
The bunch of great stats from Rec this year. Highest Sarah passes, day passes, 40 plus facility and field rentals, which is a new record. Over 19,000 fitness center members. This one's super cool. The adult basketball program went from 36 teams last year to 56. Tons of new programs at Hillcrest that people are loving.
Okay, I want to jump back to
Yes.
PERK. I don't
Oh,
know
yeah,
if you
PERK.
guys have ever used PERK. I use that. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And there were times that I had heard a few years ago it was going to be discontinued because they couldn't find volunteers. It was run independently. So to have the city embrace that and to actually put it where it can be seen and used and recognized, that's your in-home opportunities for parents to teach children, to bring families together playing games. There's so many educational objects in there. I just love that we have supported that in our collections.
And the way they were creatively, the librarians, and showed us some of the things they've done to creatively make it available and help that keep ongoing, because they've had to cannibalize like 3 or 4 or 5 to create 2 or 3 new good ones. And it's just, they're just really working hard to make that continue.
Because that's the education of our community.
Now that'll be cool to track this year to see how the community responds. And then just last one on this page, the $5 senior meal program is really taken off at the senior center, and Gina's reporting the highest senior center attendance in 20 years. So thank you.
Well, they like the food.
They like the
Because
food.
they didn't like the food from the prison, so.
But they have 44 paying annual members, 4,400 annual members.
Wow.
Pay $20 to be a member of senior citizens.
That's good.
So, now if all 4,400 tried to show up for lunch, we're in big trouble. But they pay to be able to come and do the events there.
Yeah.
And as you know, they've had some weddings there. And anyway, some funerals, not on the same day typically, but.
It didn't make the list, so Gina would be mad at me, but they, the Orem Senior Friendship Center beat all the other senior centers in the area in sitting volleyball. So they got the title.
San Quinn and Salem are on note.
That's right.
We're defending the crown at 25.
And just a note that, for Paul, everybody knows Paul at the city?
Yeah.
You know Paul?
Oh, yes.
So I told him to go talk to Gina, and Gina's taking care of him, he's getting emails, and he's,
Oh, yeah.
now he's a member.
Oh, nice.
And so he, at least he's trying to get some friendship, so I just talked to him today, and he just, I think hopefully he'll open up and be good for him. So
That's awesome.
He's
That's
sitting
a
by
great
himself in
story.
the corner by the library.
Right.
Could be over there.
Yeah.
Good job.
So we're at time, Mayor. Do you want to go on, just, we can speed this up, but what do you want to do from this point, as far as the agenda? Because I guess we're supposed to be doing the roundtable now.
So, have you want to go through the rest of the?
If you want, I mean, you guys can read through this. I don't want to take away, we haven't gotten to any of our public safety wins for the year, we've spent all the time talking about this other stuff, but.
Maybe you can just do like a speed version.
Okay. Ryan, can you give us the speed version on this page?
On businesses?
Yeah.
Business is doing awesome, the mall's kicking trash, and there you go.
Okay.
I don't know what more to say.
How many of you signed up to do that, whatever that kind of walk-through place is called?
The dream walk.
So one highlight, there was an article this week by a website up in Idaho that said, go travel to Orem and go to Dreamwalk. It's worth the drive, it's worth the overnight stay for the 2-hour experience.
I saw that.
You do Google views, Google view their reviews are really high. It's passed the test of my son's girlfriend. Last night said I could go and spend another 3 hours there. So everything I hear is doing really well.
Yeah. So cool thing to ask.
So, I heard it was a $10 million investment.
Wow.
Into the mall there, so I mean, it was a real investment, and they're getting a really positive response.
And there's another phase of it too that is not open yet, that will come at some point. So.
And if I can just say, like, these numbers are real, like 2.4 million, and as I get to meet with you one-on-one, I'll share some more specifics, but we've been getting this data on how different retailers are doing in the city based on how many people visit.
So what does that mean? 2.4 million unique visitors. Is that people from outside of the world? 2.4, that's their visitors.
It means it's the amount of people that went into the store.
Okay. So they might have been from more, they might have been from outside.
Yes, but we tried to take out any double counting because it's taking cell phone data.
It's the number one
is visiting the
most visited shopping center in the state of Utah, according to Placer AI.
Wait, so
what's that?
So the 2.4 million people up where?
University Place boundary in Placer AI includes Costco, everything basically east to State Street.
So 2.4 million people went into the University Place area.
That geo-fence footprint.
Wow.
Yeah. And I mean, part of it, there's a Costco on site, so you get a lot of Costco traffic with that as well, but it had, according to the data they just ran, Jenica's team, it was number one out of the shopping centers.
And unique visitors means that's different people every time?
Yeah.
So if I go 5 times to Costco,
you count as one.
They can tell that by the geo data.
Probably your IP address or something like that.
We know where you are.
Just like
sorry. This Brandon's correct. This is Orem City, 2.4 million. These are the most popular places below it. Sorry, I misread that number. So that's
in these popular places then.
2.4 million unique visitors came to Orem City in 2020.
Oh, okay.
Orem City. Yeah, but what I said about University Place is correct.
Can I just comment on one thing that I don't see on here? Because I've had a number of people say this to me, and that is the renewal on State Street that the businesses are doing, the remodeling efforts. I think for a while we were stagnant for COVID or because of the State Street Master Plan or for whatever reason. But if you drive up and down, you're seeing, some of these voyeur and these people investing in remodeling their storefronts, their shopping mall fronts. It looks beautiful. The old Albertsons area with big blue.
Wingers,
yes.
Kolachi, Brusca's, is that how you say Gary? Brusca's? Kolachi?
Yeah.
If you haven't been there, their storefront's beautiful, and it was really kind of run down looking.
Yeah.
Well, and I believe the reason is because we've given stability to what State Street is and the businesses like it. Because from an investment standpoint, if you're certain that this is what you have to work with, then you're willing to put money into it. If you're uncertain, well, yeah. And so I think that's what we're saying.
We'll have to do some research and see if we can figure out the number of stores that are remodeled.
That'd be a great feature. Then just one final thing on this. The farmers market this year averaged 5,500 people a week. which is a huge leap forward on that.
You gotta go get your corn dog every day.
Exactly. I mean, I know you're there. Carrie, you want to
Yeah, I'll just quickly talk about the skilled and talented workforce. As you all know, we employ the best of the best here in Orem, and we train them up. We put a lot of time and effort into upskilling our employees, and with the hybrid step program that we put into place, all employees below division manager are now in the hybrid step program, which means they have to complete extra certifications and trainings to be able to advance and get pay increases. So I personally believe that we probably have the most skilled workforce in all cities. And we do a lot to make sure that our employees feel appreciated as well. Our peer-to-peer battle butt program has been really popular.
And Carrie, just to piggyback on that, we have firefighters that wouldn't have obtained certain certifications. They just wouldn't have put forth the effort if we didn't include it into the career ladder to obtain raises. And so, to Carrie's point of highly educated, including their degrees, associates and bachelor's degrees, it's amazing.
We have a new Master's of Public Administration recipient as well in Public Works as a result of this. Future leaders.
Yeah, we have the Battle Ambassador Scholarship Program. We gave scholarships to 9 employees, and Chelsea Lindsay was a recipient of that in years past, and she just received her master's.
Tyler started this week.
Oh, did he?
In his master's, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
He's scared to death, but we'll support him.
I just have to say again, I've been so impressed with our employees continuing to be motivated to progress and improve. And again, the fear is if you get distracted because you've got personal events in your family going on, is that going to mean that that people are going to go in a different direction? And I truly have seen the opposite of that. And I mean, going back to Pete's sort of symbology or analogy with the train, you get like a train, you get the wheels turning, and it builds momentum and gets up to speed. And so it really is satisfying to see that momentum continuing to push forward all across the organization.
I might just add, as an employee, being recognized, giving an opportunity for expanding my horizons, enjoying my work, and having opportunities to grow are powerful self-improvement empowerments that I'm not just coming for a paycheck. And so that's the difference, that synergy is being created. It's building upon itself. The best employees, the best opportunities for growth, for improvement, and then also increases in pay as I am better. It's just a positive, wonderful environment to be involved in. It's great to see what you're doing. Thank you.
And the synergy with the executive team, we aren't siloed into separate departments. We integrate and work hand in hand in many things that we do across the board. And that's something that's really unique with us as well. And it starts from the top down, right? If we are synergized, then all the employees below us will continue.
Okay, we'll flip over to safe and livable neighborhoods. We talked about My Hometown. That's been an amazing program for the city. We received the Healthy Utah Community designation this last year, which was a huge win for the city, and there's a lot more that comes with that. And you'll hear about that on Tuesday. Heather's got a presentation for you. Heard about Hillcrest Park. Next one, full staff of certified building inspectors. How big a deal is that?
It's huge. Yeah. That's really huge. As they go out and do inspections, be fully certified. Legally, we can't send somebody to do a certification for which they are not certified. It gives us more flexibility. And the unique thing about our people is they actually provide such value to, the weekend warrior. They come in, they have experience, they give them free advice on how to do things and how to do it right and to do it more cheaply. And so to have that level of competency and ability in the city makes it safer and makes it more convenient and friendly for the residents.
Awesome. Planted 300 new trees this year, which is a lot. Josh, school resource officers were awarded the National NASRO award.
Correct.
Anything you want to add to that?
I think there's 3 departments a year that get that award. And ours were, and the significance for that for us is they're actually, we don't have, most communities will have a detective in every school. We do not have the staffing for that. And so ours are hop, skipping, and jumping all the time. And
But still setting the gold standard.
That's still setting the gold standard.
Yeah.
So, Josh, could you explain? I don't understand what that is. NRSO?
NASRO is the National Association of School Resource Officers.
Okay, and you got an award that only 3 police departments got in the country? And what would be the criteria? Why did you guys win that?
They were actually nominated by Alpine School District, through Alpine School District for, Orem has always been the trendsetter district-wide as far as standards, implementing programs, creativity, testing systems, communication systems, computer systems, everything like that. We've always been at the forefront with them, and just, it's always gone really, really well. We have great interaction with, some of our secondary schools even qualify as Title I schools, and we implement our school resource program into those Title I programs that are there as well, and education and stuff like that. It's just everything, and our guys love it.
That's awesome.
I mean, we've got 2 people that have no other reason to still be on the job other than they like being school resource officers. They're eligible to retire, they can retire, and they're hooked on what they do.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's great. Part of this is a human factor, right, Josh? Like, it's not like it's just interaction with school administration or principals or teachers. This is our officers interacting and being part of the education process with the kids.
Correct. They actually teach. They teach classes, intervene in a lot of family type stuff. They're able to discover ways where, some of our other resources with mental health and community-oriented policing can help provide resources to some families. They have the kind of relationship of trust with their student bodies where there's been a lot of kids that have come in and made disclosures to them about abuse that's been going on for years, sexual abuse, all sorts of stuff like that, where they've gone into them. It's not us trying to hunt something down some other way. It's that level of confidence and association in regard. And I look at it very warmly. It's something I couldn't do. Just the thought of it, I don't mind the kids, but their parents would be want to check out. And so, yeah, they work with the faculty, they work with the kids, and then they work with parents. So,
that's awesome.
That
should get out there, Pete.
That's what I was going to say.
Did they have them for this?
Yeah, we did social media posts.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a big deal. But we can.
Should we do something in the city council? I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, a national.
I don't know, only 3 departments in the entire nation?
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Bring them in. The next one is the Tiger Traffic Team, which I think has been one of the biggest successes of 2024 and 23. But this year they just crushed it. 70 plus projects completed, and it's an amazing cross-departmental interdisciplinary team from all departments that work together to solve these kind of sticky, tricky pedestrian and traffic issues. So, way to go, Tiger Team.
Yeah, so police and fire and engineering and public works have all been involved, and we meet every 2 weeks, and we take every call, and everyone, even though we may not feel like they're really substantial or warranted for some issues or concerns, we address everyone, and we always communicate back. And it's an educational process that we've done as well. But we spent last year almost $500,000 on improvements for pedestrian and traffic safety.
And that goes back to what Terry's saying, which is by different departments working together like that.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen in a lot of governments, so that's impressive.
We have a great, group of people that are involved.
They're very dedicated, very responsive too. I received an email from a citizen down in Southwest Orem by UVU that the cul-de-sac that they lived on was a deep cul-de-sac, and people were parking right up to the corner. So people going this way as far as they could go, and people going this way. So they couldn't get out of their cul-de-sac in the morning because it just wasn't safe. Both ways, they couldn't see as they pulled out into the street. And so they got a hold of it, and they went down, took a look at it, and said, what can we do? They red curved it. And everywhere I go, whenever I run into this person, he just is so grateful because now he can get out of this cul-de-sac without going, okay, well, here we go, all things work out okay. But anyway, just a super responsive, quick action.
And you can't beat the name either, Tiger Team. It's just fun to say.
Hey, Tiger by the tail.
They resolved 70 different issues.
And I don't think we've ever put that many pedestrian crossings in a year, ever. Maybe
That's
10
as
years.
many as we've done in the last 10 years, probably.
Is one of them that we fixed by those people who made the passionate comments to us who lost sister, friend,
On
whatever.
1200.
On 1200.
Yeah, she texted me and said you've done something on the road.
What's there?
What did we do?
On 12 South.
12 South.
12 South.
Where that
Yeah.
woman was
Where the
killed.
woman was killed.
You put in a sign, she told
Like
me.
Ken Garver, and then
Yeah.
that whole thing down there.
Okay. I'm not sure what we did there.
Well, thank you for doing this.
She texted a thank you to me.
This is the same person we've been talking to?
I think we replaced the street
We
light.
got a street light
Then
fixed.
we repainted the crosswalk that goes by the light.
Yes.
There was a signage, we put in a different.
There's just, yeah, relatively minor improvements, but anyway, I think the Tiger Team in part is created because of the name.
Because of me.
You.
Because I bug you all the time.
Yes.
Could the minutes please show that?
And Dave. And Dave. Sorry. I don't want to just, not acknowledge Dave too. But
Advocate.
Advocate.
Much nicer.
12 West, for example, as you know, took a while, but we got it done. And it was it's a $150,000 project, and it wasn't on our radar. And I don't know how many children are using it. I
The
hope
12
they're doing
West?
it. Pardon?
The 12 West.
Yeah, 12 West, for Bonneville. So
Yeah,
that's the poster child of Tiger Team, I think, right there.
yeah, that one was huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Just so you know, also on 2000 North, as you go across the North Canal Trail, at night, boom, it lights up bright. If a pedestrian's there, they push the button, it lights up bright. You can see, you can't not miss it, right? So we have some newer technology, solar powered, battery operated technologies that are just better than we've ever had before. So we put in 6th West, we put in 12th West, we put on 4th East and 2nd North for the whole Sarah combining Cascade with Sharon as a result of Sharon going away.
Yeah, the Ballards there, everything you guys put up there to help
All
us.
in on 8th East, and we're putting a new signal in this spring. Gary, you know that?
I do now.
Well,
It's
and
engineering.
that 1010 East or 1000, where the bike, Dave helped with that one too. Where we put the little mini stop signs on the trail, where the
8th North and
8th North and
Oh, right,
1000
11th East.
Yeah, 11th East, we made some significant improvements there.
Yeah.
And so 1400 East and then 11th East,
That's right.
we've had pedestrian conflicts and people get hit. And so, yeah, and we're just doing the best we can to make it as safe as possible.
I'm going to stick on Simon for one more thing. We also have an interdisciplinary team looking at our city center campus right now to see safety improvements that can be made for all of our events, where we can have temporary crossings implemented, maybe a permanent crossing on Center Street, additional sidewalk connections.
So good.
So we've got planning, engineering, rec, fire, police, everybody's involved in this, and it's one big group getting together. I think we've right now, but
Well, actually, we've involved somebody's finance.
oh, we did. We saw a finance person. So
You're looking at fun.
yeah.
How long have we been for?
So look for some outcomes to come from that as well.
What's the team name going to be?
It's a tiger cub.
Tiger
It's not full.
It's a mix.
Paw Patrol.
I can't wait to get that.
But this is a great example of citizens' needs being aligned with city management. I mean, just this many projects in this short time that are the needs of the community are being addressed, so it's awesome.
I think the day will come that we're going to do a documentary about the Tiger Team on Netflix. Yeah. The Justice Court, they're super efficient. You can see the numbers there that they did in 2024. Fire prevention, they launched a bunch of new programs this year.
Yeah, this is all really truly because of the support
financially and from a personnel perspective. Orem's never had an emphasis on fire prevention. 2 inspectors that just barely scrape by. So by doubling the staff and then securing some funds, they've really been able to implement several programs that are allowing us to get into the community. They contact with the kids, family, providing to the seniors, and they're doing an amazing job.
And then just as bottom note, we passed our Orem safety inspection this year with a perfect score, which is huge for safety, both for employees and for the public. So that was huge. Second page, safe and livable neighborhoods. New domestic violence detective to help with those issues. The new fire cadet program.
Yeah,
they just graduated, right?
Yeah, the first semester, it's the first time. It's been a really collaborative effort with Alpine School District. This gets us all 3 high schools, juniors and seniors, that actually learn about what we do, actually do the training. We invested about $30,000 in turnout gear. The 10 to 12 students each semester are actually wearing. They're riding on calls with us semester long. They're obtaining credit. And it's actually getting us to know the kids and giving them a taste of this fire service, something they want to go in. So actually a recruiting tool for us early as they graduate from high school, give them an idea what they want to do. And first semester was super successful, and we're just this week starting our second semester. So it's an awesome program.
Looks like you had some multi-generational cadets.
Yeah,
like
Chief Williams' daughter.
Yeah,
she was one of the first ones that attended, and we'll see where it's all involving the 3 high schools. So it's really good.
Love it.
Can't wait until one of them joins the team. That'll be amazing.
There was a couple kids that really expressed some interest, so we'll watch them over the next year.
Yeah, that's so cool. New ambulances that you guys all checked out, a new fire training facility. You're going to hear more about that tomorrow. The expanded COP program, Josh. What are some of their efforts this year?
We were just asked to expand our impact in the community. One of the things we've done is, gosh, every week I track their calendar very closely. I mean, we're just in the next week we're going to a Spanish evangelical, Pentecostal church tomorrow. There's coffee with the cops, cookies with the kids at schools. We've been doing that like twice a week. School resource fairs, just a ton of stuff in the schools. Our reading program has exploded. We've got a lot of help with CDBG funding to help support that. The schools love that, where we're in all of our Taiwan schools every week at least twice, reading with kids, and just being able to have a bigger presence at events. We've got a bunch of community donations to turn one of our trucks into a goofy-looking monster truck. But it's that people love.
Yeah.
Pretty crap. So yeah, and the guy that drives it thinks he's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean he's only 5'6". Once he can get in. No, it's been fun. We've expanded our people, and they're busy.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. We got a big report yesterday from Sergeant Giles on what they're doing for my hometown and the neighborhood commission. It's fantastic. We want to talk about this sergeant-led crew debriefs, critical incidents, and then also the mental health.
So one of the things that we've been focusing on the last several years. This is actually year 4 of the program where we're really trying to focus on making our best selves, so we're serving the community as our best selves. Part of ourselves in the fire service is we typically get called to things that we have to go to. It's not people calling us because they want people come visit them and say hello. Sometimes those things can be somewhat graphic, disturbing, things that human beings aren't designed to see. And one of the things that there's been a lot of really good work done, academic work, psychological work done in the last several years, showing that for a group of people that are involved in what we consider a critical incident, and these can be anything from a suicide to a homicide to a bad traffic accident to significant child abuse, things like that that could best be described as disturbing. That they take time afterwards and just circle the wagons for a minute and talk about it. And that there's a lot of really cool empirical data and stuff showing that the ability to kind of hot wash right after the fact. It's almost like taking a shower if you're dirty, instead of just sitting there being dirty all day. As far as the long-term impacts of being exposed to traumatic incidents, it brings down the severity of that impact significantly. And pairing that with this is the 4th year that we've had a mandatory clinical assistance program. Each one of our officers sees a clinician twice a year, mandatory. And it's made a huge difference on interventions. I mean, I can highlight 4 or 5 people who are still with us, and frankly, one of them who's still alive because of this program. Wow. And it's been very significant for us, for me personally, and it's one of the things that when we're bringing in particular lateral recruits and stuff like that, they've been very impressed with the way that we're taking care of our people, and that emphasis. Unfortunately, the funding we have, that's going to be a conversation 2 years from now. It was all ARPA money, so we're going to need to have a conversation. But it's been well worth it. I mean, but for us and fire both, I think we're paying about $125 a year for full, the ability for them and their spouses, which has also been a big piece, to be able to talk to industry-informed clinicians, not just a traditional EAP one that's not really familiar with public safety. So,
and the fact that our first responders are using it is an indicator of their courage and willingness to not just sweep it under the rug, but address it in order to improve beyond it and overcome it.
Yeah, and honestly, so we have 100% compliance with the mandatory 2 a year, but we also have, I think it's 62 or 64, I can't remember, percent are opting in to use it voluntarily as well beyond that. So ongoing care. So.
And we really track that and push it. I CC'd you all on an email when we were notified by the company how many still were missing their annual or their biannual report, and so they're on top of that, and we get our guys through that because they need it.
And I can appreciate how, let's prepare for that 2-year mark in our budgeting. Because something like this, where our police and our fire just is critical, crucial that we plan for that and continue that.
Find other grant funds that might replace it.
Absolutely.
The next one is we completed the lead and copper service line inventory. You want to just give a quick?
Sure. Yeah. So the US EPA this is a mandate for water quality. There are adverse health conditions that can result from being exposed to lead in the water, and none of our lines have lead, but some of the service lines to the homes or in the homes themselves can and do have lead. And so part of this is to educate people on helping them to recognize what kind of lines they have in their homes and to encourage them to replace them. So most of this goes above and beyond what we do in the field in the form of in the street and installing lines up to the meter, but it includes what goes on between the meter and their last form of draw from water, so anti-faucet and so forth. They may have lead in the plumbing. So we have completed the survey. We're continuing to work with individuals who are willing to come forward and to work with them and identifying them and to come up with resources to replace any lines that we have that have lead.
Awesome. And then just a quick note on the drill this year. We had 45,000 residents check in, which is a record. So Keith is doing a great job managing that year over year. It's really starting to get some momentum.
You guys will see Heath is prepared. He'll be addressing you guys in our next council meeting just with an update with emergency management. We're very fortunate to have him and his expertise in this field.
When we switch over to the endpoint infrastructure, these are some of the major capital projects that were done last year. The cybersecurity is becoming a bigger thing in government. We're getting much more serious about that. But Orem is, what would you say, Carrie? Orem's kind of leading the way with Steve Cannon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
This asset management system for Steve.
Pete, just to say, on the cybersecurity, and I do want to try and blitz through the rest of this, but on the cybersecurity side, I've seen a lot just in my industry, and everything is going to the next level. And the data that's out there as far as, some of the stuff I saw was that we took all the ransom and all the money behind the table that goes across, from cybersecurity attacks. Currently, it's off the charts.
Yeah.
And so cities have a huge vulnerable situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's really good that we're leading the way because that's where private's going to. And I shouldn't say this because I want to fill budget, but as far as our computer costs and IT costs have kind of 150% in the last couple of years just because we have preventing against all this stuff here.
That's crazy, the world that we're stepping into with all this. Asset management system is going to be huge for preventing and maintaining our facilities and utilities. We talked about the park improvements, finished the AMI project this year. That was a multi-year project. That was awesome. The water readers, 1,600 units is moving along. New boiler in the children's wing. The federal railroad thing with the blaring of the horns. Orem, I feel like we jumped right on our portion. That was the strangest, weirdest thing.
It was very strange.
I'm still shaking my head. Seriously.
I think when I've read into it, I think the Federal Railroad Administration has been frustrated with some local municipalities who have snubbed them and not responded to safety concerns. One of which was the one that held us up here was in the Salt Lake area, where Salt Lake City approved a site plan for an industrial site with an access that was clearly too close to the railroad, to the rail line. They did it, and they didn't fix it, and they haven't done it for years, and finally said, okay, we're doing this now.
So let's just punish everybody because the engineers don't know where they are when they're driving, so.
Good point. Touche. So our quiet zone area stretches from Salt Lake to Provo. Could we reduce it? We could go from Lehigh to Provo. That makes it more manageable. Every city was asked, "Do you want to do your own quiet zone?" None of the cities stepped forward back when the front runner went in. No one wanted to do it.
Really?
No. And so that ended up landing on where it is today. Can we adjust it? We can. Has it gone away? It has. Could it come back? If we don't comply, yes, it can. So we're going to comply, and we have.
I think, I was just proud the city just jumped right on it. As soon as we knew we needed to do something, we did it. Fire training, the 10 million water gallon tank is finished, that portion of that project, but a lot of progress we made this year. Fire training facility, which we'll hear more about.
When you say finished, is it filled?
Yeah, they did.
It's been filled and leak tested and so forth. It's being backfilled right now as we speak. And then the park aspect of it will continue as we then move to the next phase of the booster station and the well, which are under contract. We'll be under contract later this month.
When you say backfill, so it was filled, emptied, and then now it's being refilled? Is that what you mean by backfill?
No, water is in the tank.
Yeah.
We're backfilling around the physical structure of the tank. With
soil.
soil.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
Backfilling.
Yeah, sorry. Two different fills.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
The major utility master plans and impact fee studies, those are ongoing. They're working on those.
We're wrapping this up right now.
We launched Citizen Connect late last year. This was in response to some of the things that we talked about as a group, as far as being more responsive to citizens and their needs and requests. So that's going and that's working out well. And then the public safety building remodel, which you'll hear more about tomorrow. This next page, the accolades, this is just cool things, cool lists and awards we've been given over 2024. The one I love most of all, because it's purely an Orem award, is #1 livability score in all of Utah. This website Area Vibes looks at your parks and your safety and your entire quality of life, and then they rank all the cities in Utah, and we're right at the top. So I love that one. And you can read through this list. There's some really, really cool things. Some of them involve, Provo and a few other cities in the area. Some are strictly just Orem awards, like #2 fastest internet, #1 place for seniors. Some of these are, just purely ours, but there's also kind of a regional effect with what's happening in the valley. One that I really loved from this last year was on the second page, #6 best cultural experience for mid-sized cities. I don't think Orem gets enough credit for what we do in the arts and recreation, and so the fact that we're ranked #6 nationally of cities of our size for that kind of thing is awesome. And then we were the #12 most educated city this year, and top 5 most beautiful pickleball courts in Utah. And then you can just peruse, these are the top 25 social media posts from the city, the general city page. You can see what was number 1, a Hallmark movie, Lights On. That post went crazy, like, one of the biggest ones we ever had. And then you can kind of see what people
I
are
really like number 24.
Yes! I gotta give a shout out to number 24. Dave put aside his hard feelings towards cats.
I hate cats.
But he presented the award. We had this big March Madness style tournament.
And he thought it was funny, so I said, sure. The cat was so scared she couldn't even pick it up. So
Yeah.
it was a waste.
It was fun. Yeah, so we appreciate Dave did a good sport on that. A wonderful, wonderful year overall. And it all comes back to this idea that, Orem gives you more, and we will continue to do so. We did it in 24. We plan to do it again in 25 as a team working together. So yeah, thank you for everyone's contributions to this, and great year.
I hope it's okay that we've, kind of gone into our, and eaten into our roundtable time. I think that we have, because we have so much that we've accomplished and we're sharing with you and reporting back on, I actually think that's a bit of an indicator that I think we're listening and talking and communicating all throughout the year, not just waiting for the retreat to have a roundtable to then give some direction. So we will want to continue to keep that up.
Right. No, I appreciate that, Pete. That was a pretty extensive list of what's going on. Maybe we should.
Let's take a break.
Wait a second. We'll take a break, but truly 5-minute break, because we're...
I don't linger.
Yeah, right. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. My watch is around back at 3.
It's good time because then we do have more food if you're not.
3 o'clock?
eating
You got
up.
3 o'clock?
We have more food over there, so you can always grab some and go back to
We
your.
got a timer on the clock.
Okay.
There we go.
I know.
I think it's pretzels. Oh, was it mini corn dogs too? Oh, even better. I should know. I helped pick the food.
Sir had said that you wanted some extras of these.
Thank you.
So, okay, as you all know, we're running a bit behind, but I think it was time well spent because it kind of tied in through our city council roundtable. So we just see educating everyone on all the great things that are happening in Orem. And I think that sets a great foundation for where we need to go. And also, it's just always good to have an accounting of what's happening. So I'm fine taking that time from City Council Roundtable. With that in mind, I think what we'll do, because we are behind and we want to kind of try and get back on schedule. It's 3:08. I think we'll shoot for a half hour for this conversation. So probably put us roughly to
Do you want to take a minute, Bren?
3:40.
Yeah, just real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe just to put a little exclamation point on the accomplishments. As you know, sometimes change and moving things forward, sometimes something that people really enjoy or that people are really emotionally connected to is changed in ways that where you might be otherwise concerned. And but true to form, we try to make lemonade out of those things. And so we were able to get enough wood from the freedom tree that was taken down to provide not only a large wooden flag that'll go in our new city center, but also a smaller version of it for each one of you. So that's a really So before you go back to your room today, make sure and grab your wooden flag. And we also make sure, I know that plenty do have a copy of the mayor's book, but have that here as well for the discussion.
Thanks, Brent. Wow, that's so nice.
That's awesome. That's great. And that's
Very
from the
helpful.
Freedom Tree, right?
From the freedom tree.
So that is from the official tree.
Does it have a little plaque that says that on the back, or does it? We ought to have a little sticker we can put on the back if you don't mind.
We'll make one, yeah, we can do that, but we can get something to add to it.
So that when my kids are tempted to throw it away when I'm dead.
That would be a good idea.
That is
It's almost like putting a signature on a
Yeah.
card.
Yeah. I'll make sure to.
Okay. All right, well, as far as our roundtable discussion, we had a number of different things we were going to go over, but I think we'll just focus on one. As I was thinking about this last night, trying to get some of these different things together, it dawned on me that this is my fourth one of these meetings, and that's kind of amazing. And so I was thinking back on the different meetings that we had, and I remember the very first meeting that I had. It was right after, it was within days after I was elected. I kind of felt like that was strategic to throw me right into the pot. But anyway, that election was pretty monumental in that there seemed to be a big disconnect between the citizens of Orem and what they wanted and the city management itself. And some of the big controversies were the State Street Master Plan. And we had, in Orem, there had been literally thousands of apartments and rentals built in the previous few years before that, and the citizens were kind of rising up against that. And anyway, so a lot of what I felt I ran on was to align the city council with the citizens, make sure they're aligned, and then align those two entities with the city employees. And so that first meeting that we had was pretty over the top in terms of we had to do a lot of things really fast. We had a State Street Master Plan that was needed to be reversed, and we only had a matter of weeks to make it happen. And there were just all these different pressures on us. And so anyway, it was an interesting meeting, even down to just what I thought was a simple thing at the time, which was we voted 7-0 to approve a school district study, just to see if it was feasible, just a feasibility study, just to answer the question. But there were, going back, there was a number of things that were a big deal. And so that was the first year. And then the second year, when we had this meeting, we came into it with some major changes happening in Orem. And at that time, Brent wasn't the city manager. He was the interim city manager. And he was just trying to hold things together while we figured out what the next steps were. And so that was the context of the second meeting. And then last year, we had just had a fairly contentious election. And so we were trying to come together as a city council and figure things out and figure out where people stood and that sort of thing. And I felt like last year we really did come together in this meeting, and I felt like we learned to ask the hard questions, we learned to trust each other, we learned how we're going to succeed together. And so that takes me to this year, and so I just jotted down kind of 3 simple questions that I'd like each city council member to give their take on, if they'd be willing to. The first one is where was your mindset last year in terms of the city council and your part in it and just how it functioned? Where was your mindset last year? And the second question is where is your mindset today? As we're now coming into this meeting, and for me it's my fourth one, for some of you it's your second one. And then the third question, I can repeat this if you can't get it all, but the third question is, what do you think we can do to take the performance of the city, and specifically the city council, to the next level in this coming year? So what progress have we made, where are we at, and what can we do to take us to the next level over the next year? So anyway, I just think a conversation kind of centered around those things would be really useful, and to try and help the cause. I'm just thinking. I wrote the questions down. I haven't thought of the answers, but if you want me to, I can kind of answer these questions first to kind of help the cause. Keep the conversation going. Yeah, just so nobody feels like they're on the spot.
Mayor?
Yes.
Is Jen still with us? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I mean, she's at least on there. I can still see her.
Okay. All right, so where was my mindset last year? Like I say, we had just come through a pretty contentious election, and any kind of contentious election, I think negatively affects trust. And so my goal last year was to try and rebuild that trust. I felt pretty good about, I felt really, really good about where we were as a city. I thought the city had been making outstanding progress over the previous couple of years. And then my hope was that we could, as a city council, come together and basically be that city council that could make this happen. And so where's my mindset today? I think we made a ton of progress from where we were last year as a city council. I think our trust is improved significantly. It's not perfect, but it's definitely very, very improved. I think, Curtis from the chamber, he told me that he's been involved with a lot of city councils, he just worked with different groups, and he said he feels like our city council is one of the best in the entire county that they work with, in terms of just really quality people, all working together for almost free. And as far as where I think we can do to take the performance of the city council, the city, what do you think we can do to take the performance of the city council and the city to the next level? I would say my two takeaways on that would be probably the number one thing we can do better. I think we do a good job already, but I think we can always do better. Would be communication. To work really hard if we have any concerns, if we have any questions, if we have any reasons to, be upset, that we communicate directly with those people that we have a concern with. And the goal of that communication, I really believe that communication is solid and it's honest communication, that will build trust. And I think building trust amongst ourselves is also a key thing. So that's my take. And I just threw that out just to make it easy. So somebody else go next. Whoever roads like that.
Let me go? I'm sure, kind of on the edge here. So my mindset last year, I think my whole thing, having been the recipient of some of the meetings of the election that you're talking about, my whole mindset was hoping that we could come together and move forward. And, you know, we establish relationships and trust, just as you said. My mindset today, I feel like we've done a good job of that, and just as you said, we're not perfect. But I feel like we work really well together. I was reminded as you were talking about this, and maybe Chris is going to jump into this a little bit in his book presentation, The Boys in the Boat, but you know, one of the things that I pulled out of that was the concern and love of the other members in the boat. And so the fact that what they were trying to accomplish was not only motivated by their goals and aspirations or whatever, but it was also the concern of the entire council. And so I think that might be, I agree, the communication, I think we can improve in that regard. And I think, genuine concern is always something that we can work on. We've all been through hard times, and Renee and Ken are just in the middle of a gut-wrenching situation we're in, and I think those are opportunities to connect. And so maybe more opportunities to connect one-on-one or two-on-two or as a whole council, but just to continue to do what we can to build and strengthen those relationships, to enforce the strength of those connections.
Thanks, Jeff.
I guess I can go. Where was my mindset, I guess, in the past, or something was?
Yeah.
I thought the election was not a mandate by the citizens. It was very close. And the trust factor, Jeff, you and I had a conversation. And you said you don't trust me. You're not my friend anymore. It's me.
Well, I don't know that I said you weren't my friend. I just said I have a hard time trusting you because of what we can get
So
I still consider you a friend.
And so my thing is, hearsay, if you don't hear from me directly, it's not true. Because I never said that you were for high density or for BRT. The stronger together, 100% was, and that's what I was telling people. That group is 100% for high density because Cissy Rasmussen and Kathy Ambrose came to those meetings and said, don't do that, don't change the map to Stacey Master Plan, all that crap. So that's where I was coming from on my idea of that. So I just think that, you take social media out of the equation, the stronger together is nothing, right? But they sure caused a ruckus. And I think they lied, they're dishonest, the signs were wrong, 56% tax increase was garbage about the school district, right? We voted 7-0 to do a feasibility study. Came back in July, and we already had people on the council not for it. I'm like, we didn't even see the numbers. To me, that was amazing. That we voted 7-0, and all of a sudden, we're already going down a path, and it just, to me, it was bad. And that was very divisive, all in all. And I think not to say that we were 2 years ahead of our time, but I think we were. Right? Look at now, today. Other cities saw what we were talking about. We want to keep our money in our cities. Right? I'm not saying Alpine School is bad, but it was huge. We needed to bring it down and bring it back to Orem. Let's spend our money on our children in Orem and Vineyard, Linden, and PG. Where's my mindset today? I think we've made huge steps, leaps and bounds from where we were in the Jamie era, right? Jamie was an excellent city manager, but he had issues, right? And I think he was the major cause of those issues because of his management style, in my opinion. Jamie gone, Brennan, the city is, it's a breath of fresh air, in my opinion. People will say hi to you. People will talk to you. People are allowed to talk to me, right?
It's freaking amazing. That's what it is.
It is. To me, the transformation is, it's night and day. You flip the switch on, And look at Teresa. She had an opportunity and a career path to go a different direction. I doubt that would have happened. I doubt it would have happened, in my opinion. I've been on the council this is my 12th year with Tom. And the way it was then, the way it is now, I'd run forever because it's a great opportunity to serve the citizens. And it's a great city. And I work with great people. So, our core business is police, fire, water, roads, and sewer. Those are 5 things we have to give our citizens. It's not anything else, but we give tons more, right? If times get tough, we need to concentrate on those 5. And I think times are going to get tough down the road, right? International shipping, the economy's not good. So hopefully we don't have a fall off the cliff. But we might, so we'll see. I think what we can do next level in the future, I think communication is key. And I think we need to trust in the citizens and those citizens that serve on boards and committees. You might disagree with some of the people that are on the committees, but they're citizens and they have an opinion and they need to be heard. I heard from a person that some on the council, they don't care about the planning commission and their opinion because it's stacked. That is BS. Absolutely BS. They're citizens of Orem and deal with it, right? They've been put on there for a reason. To keep Orem family city USA and not freaking high density. So, I think that's about my 2 cents.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. I'd like to go next.
I can go, thanks. Those are helpful past, present, and future thoughts, and so as you asked the questions, my mind went out to the elephant in the room discussion we had last year. And so going into that meeting, last year my desire was to strive to figure out a way to build unity, because we had that, as you described, a challenge in the process, in the way of just the trust level is probably wasn't as high as it could be. And my desire for, as was mentioned last year, the increase of decorum in public meetings was a key personal thing that I was looking to last year in my perspective from my own view of watching historically. And then awareness of those in the city who are underserved or less represented. So describing, that's where I was last year. This year, I think I've come to a point where, as we've gone through this cycle now, I'm striving to listen with a desire to understand and work collaboratively together for common growth and build for a stronger Orem. So I think that's where I am today, and I'm hoping that that's where we'll continue to go with that listening mindset. The continuation of last year of kindness and polite respect for all points of view. Even I may have a differing point of view, but I respect and value someone else's point of view, so I think that's important for us to all continue to be aware of. And then finally, what can we do to make the performance of where we are to the next level and into this next future? And I think it will be to continue the collaboration, continue the opportunities to grow, understanding that there are differences of opinion. Dave just brought up a few. But not holding those against any one individual, but just saying, hey, well, you're entitled to your opinion and others are entitled to theirs. Be respectful and kind in the dialogue. And then continuing forward to build a better Orem. Because Orem is representative of 100,000 views, and I just want to make sure that we're there to move the city forward. So I'm grateful for the executive staff and all of the employees, as well as us as elected officials, and what we're striving to do. And I just say thank you for each of you, for the privilege of me being able to get to know each of you better, knowing that we've had difficult times personally within our own homes and families, and it's provided an opportunity for us to grow and have more empathy for those who go through hard things and try and help. So my desire to look in the future, we just be someone who helps, who's willing to try to make this a better place. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Chris. Tom, would you like to say something?
I'll go after Tom.
I'd like to go after Lynette.
I'm not letting you go after me.
Okay. I guess we're done.
Does Jen have anything she'd like to add?
Well, thanks, Jen.
She's listening, right?
She's I just don't know she's okay.
Can you do a check?
I just texted her.
So she took it up this year.
I can't talk very well, but I'll try to talk. And I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing, so forgive me if I say stuff that was repeated. But I think from where I was last year, I think last year for me, like it has been said, it was a pretty contentious election, and I didn't know what to expect. But I came committed to assume the best intent and to learning as much as I could from everyone there. And I think I've been able to do that throughout the year, and I've appreciated that opportunity. I think I have developed better relationships with members of the council, and I've learned a lot from everyone. And I think we are in a more trusting place now than we were going forward, I think it's funny when the mayor asked the question, I actually wrote down better communication. So I think we all must be on the same wavelength there. I think certainly better communication is would be awesome, and that includes even little things like, hey, what, we had this meeting, this is what happened, or so the other things like if we have an issue, we can talk to someone. And then also, I think just having it be okay to have different opinions, because I think we all come to this from different perspectives, and there's tons of validity to the way we get to where we are and what we think. So I have a little bit of concerns going forward into an election year, and I'm hoping that doesn't turn nasty like it did last time around, but I don't know, and I'm just hopeful that we can maintain positive communication throughout the year. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jen.
You guys want to flip a coin?
It's up to the mayor. You just decide. Your time, yeah, Will, if you sign, you can second on the second. I'll follow your counsel.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead, Tom?
First of all, I think that almost all elections are somewhat contentious. The winning side often feels it was a mandate, and the losing side often feels it isn't. And one side always feels that the other side has lied, and the other side feels the other side has lied. So I will discount some of that wherever it goes. David still seems to have pretty strong feelings on some of those. My mindset at the end of the election, following 2 years of feeling disenfranchised by the council, was, okay, maybe now I'll be on the majority. And I was grateful as we went into the meeting that there wasn't a feeling to say, okay, we're just going to flip and disenfranchise other people. Having felt disenfranchised, I didn't want to disenfranchise other elected officials. Real or imagined, I felt disenfranchised. You can discount that. But I think moving forward, I think a lot of good things have happened. And one thing I liked about our first 2 hours of talk is I didn't hear a lot of people saying, this is what I did. That is pretty significant. There isn't an I in team, but there is a me. And sometimes people, you could do a little fancy, more Orem type thing. And sometimes we're guilty of saying, look what I did, or instead of what we did. And when it's more than just the staff, it's more than just the elected officials, it's the citizens of Orem, it's the people who serve on our commissions. So I'm grateful for that. So my mindset, first of all, my mindset last year was really messed up given the fact that I had a grandchild born who had special needs. And so I really emotionally got disconnected here pretty darn quick last year. And fortunately, to my knowledge, no one's pregnant in our family. No one's driving recklessly. I hope I don't have any of those kind of things. So my guess is there'll be people who feel this next election is a mandate for some and not a mandate for others. It's close to some and a far away win on another. Look at our national politics, right? There's a couple million people, which is a lot of people, but there's still 70 plus million who don't agree with whoever the winner is, right? And the vast majority of Orem doesn't even vote. So they don't care what we're doing up here in Midway. They might care, but they don't. The future does not belong to the citizens. It belongs to citizens who vote. And that 28% or so that vote for city council members and mayor, thankful for that. So what do we do now to improve performance? Is continue to take a little sharpness out of our discussions. And to try to, first of all, city council has been much more, what was the word you were using, but more civil in the we see less public display in the audience. I'm grateful for that. And with rare exception, Mayor, you haven't let us go to midnight too often. Recent memory being somewhat different. So I think we can, when we do disagree, we need to disagree better still. That's still my concern, is that we disagree with a little less of an edge, a little less sharpness, and we move forward with just a true desire to say that next year, say, look what happened, what we did. And we is I mean, Brian quickly diverted attention away from him and put it to everyone else. And I think we ought to continue to do that. I think it's hard to read this article on humility that you gave us, Chris, and then spend 2 hours saying what a great job we did, but it was truly what we did and not. So I thought we passed the humility test. I think you remember, Brent, that we read a book, The Ideal Team Leader, some years ago. It talks about hungry, humble, and smart. And I know you interview along that line of hungry, humble, and smart, these soft skills. So I look for a continued ability to disagree with a little less edge.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
So I'm just in a mood where I'm just cutting to the chase. You know, had a hell of a year last 2 years, and I feel this is so important to our citizens that we just really need to figure this out. Coming into the meeting, what was your mindset last year? I think I made that clear. I didn't run in the election, and yet I was targeted by people who did. Why? Inexcusable, in my opinion, to put forth narratives that weren't true. Some of them were, oh, well, I won't go there, but I just feel like we want to give personal dignity. We want to have a unified community. We want to create this community of kindness. I really think that we just need to recognize what happened in the past and not do it. But it was really tough coming into that. Then with some other things that were going on. Where's the mindset today? I'm going to disagree wholeheartedly with we're there, we're collaborating. We're not. In public, it looks like it. But I was just in a meeting a month ago where it was mentioned that I have 4 votes. And if I want to kick the mayor off the committee, I will. To me, that's not collaboration. Where's the mindset today? Have people been reaching out to other members of the council? No. You're feeling, Tom, of being disenfranchised? I have felt this past year. I have not. I mean, I find, oh, there's 4 votes to move forward on this when I've called staff members. Well, I've been told there are 4 votes. And I'm like, oh, no one's talked to me about that. So to me, that's, I mean, I guess it feels good when you're on that side, right? You're finally, what did you say? You're fine. Please let me talk. I'm not really asking a question. When you say, you know, I feel much better about it now that I'm in the majority. And quite honestly, when I came into this, you know, I was new. There were 2 big issues that were dividing the council, but we were pretty united on other things. Unfortunately, those 2 big issues had a number of steps where we were continuing to be in our opinionated areas, which is fine. You know, that's kind of how it goes sometimes, and those issues were prolonged over that year. So when it looked like it was, in my opinion, it was kind of, that's kind of where we were. But I agree with Dave. I was pretty flabbergasted, you know, coming into our very first, my very first experience with the retreat, where we voted 7-0 on 3 issues that ended up being continually voted 4-3 into the future. And I was just kind of like, wow, this is how this is supposed to work? People just split based on political pressure, you know, or you just stick by your ideals and your morals of being open-minded. So I guess, you know, where's the mindset today? I don't feel like it's better. I'm feeling very disenfranchised. I could pull out emails that show that there is the back behind the scenes lack of collaboration. You know, maybe we want to look good for the public, but I'm just not that kind of a person. I like to feel genuine in what's happening, and feel like that's something we really need to work on, in my opinion. I agree with Dave on some of the things that he's saying. well, and maybe I'll go into that in our next roundtable. There's some issues I want to talk about some things happening in the city today that I think are fantastic, that have been continuations of things that started off in a contentious way, but I think have demonstrated themselves as being a great decision. At the time there was pushback, but now that we see that there's a great decision, and I'll just make a little note, and I'll probably identify some of those tomorrow when we have our roundtable. I have a problem when the last person speaking corrects someone before. If I can be specific, I think that doesn't have a place in our council meetings. I think if you want to make your comments before your vote for reasons that you're voting, to correct someone and to say, I mean, it's obvious. You can see, right? I think we all know. I just don't feel like that builds unity. State your opinion, state what you think, and let's agree to disagree on things. It's okay. We don't have to correct someone and tell them that they're because you got the last word. Your comments are, sticking the knife into somebody, telling them they're wrong. I feel like that we have so many wonderful things happening in our city right now, and if everyone could just move forward and step away from the past feelings. I've reached out a couple times to just say I'd love to actually have us get together as a council and maybe work through some of these issues. And kind of to Dave Spencer's point, there's a lot of misconception out there. There's a lot of things that weren't accurate. And I feel sometimes that maybe some of the newer council members don't know that. I would love to talk about those things. Show this is what actually happened. What you read in the newspaper was not correct, or what you saw on social media was not correct. So to me, if I'm sensing from comments that were even made that those feelings are still there, obviously, right? So if we just try to keep moving forward without addressing those, I don't think we're going to have the unity that we want. When I was reading the books and looking at kind of the agenda, there were these two thoughts that came to my mind. We talk about unity, we have our buzzwords, and to me it was, let's team up, If you want to act as a team, if you want to be able to really move forward with your unique abilities and unique contributions, that's where you find strength. And as we understand that and listen to each other, we learn from each other, we will have the strength to do that. But what Jen said about more communication, to me that's severely lacking. I would appreciate more, and it's would be a lot more respectful to, because we've all put in a lot of work, and really I think we all have good hearts and want to do what's best. So let's not go to our corners, and if there's something that you think you have to go to your corner for, let's talk about it. Let's say, this is what I'm thinking of doing. What do you have, and this is why. And then allow someone an opportunity to then talk. It felt like that actually happened my first year on the council a lot more than it has this last year. Let's see. I don't like putting the staff in a difficult position. And I feel like these behind-the-scenes communications, and when I've called some members of the staff and they're like, I don't know what to do, the council's having issues here, To me, that's another reason for us as a council to team up and to, work together in this fashion. I really am so amazed, as being a resident advocate for 10 years before I ran for city council, community, advocate, serving on commissions in the city, and seeing where we are now compared to then. It's amazing. It is transformational. And this little sideshow is just sad to me that it's happening. You know, we don't need it. We are such great individuals, all 7 of us, that to pool our ideas and to team up together, we can do even more, you know. I just feel like the pure motives need to be what moves forward on this situation. And I think we would all be living happier lives and feeling much more comfortable and grateful for what we can do to contribute to this great city, because I love it. I love everything that's happened and the feedback I get from the community. I have even had, just so you know, I think this is possible, because this last, back in October, I actually had people who vehemently opposed some of the things I did, my decisions on the council, just come up to me and say, you know what, I get it now. I see where you were. I appreciate what you've done. I apologize for not talking to you about it more. And to me, that's what we need to do, right? I've had great conversations with some council members that I walk away thinking, I needed to think about that. But so, you know, maybe I'm the outlier here. Maybe y'all are having conversations and I'm the only one not. But I feel like those aren't happening, and I would really look forward to those happening more. So what do I think we can do to take the performance of the city to the next level? Communication, but I'm not just saying that as a word. I'm saying that as, let's do it. Let's team up, let's communicate better, let's understand our unified purpose. And if there's a way to try our best to, you know, set aside some of the past and move forward. I've made mistakes, and I apologize for those. So hopefully we can all, you know, do what's best for each other and for our community. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Lene. Well, thank you, all of you, you know, for being vulnerable and saying what you really think. And to me, that's real communication. If I could paint a picture of where I'd like to see us go from now to next year, I'd like to see, each one of us, of the 7 of us, independently represent 100,000 people in our community. And they're relying on us to do the best job for them that we can. And so I think that's where our allegiance should be too, is our citizens and our residents. And we might have a particular take on things, but I think we should always try and understand and figure out what's best for our community. And I think for the most part we do that. I really feel like we're in a good place. I feel like if we can address, you know, it sounds like there's still some trust issues, and I really believe that can be solved through better communication. So I think we proactively try to improve our communication and how we work together. That will just be good for the council, be good for the city, and make staff's life easier. So I appreciate all of you. I think everyone on the city council are really good people. I think sometimes we look at things differently, which is fine, but I think we're all good people. I think we all have the same vision, which is to make Orem the best it can be. So take that wherever you would like, but hopefully we can work on that and keep moving forward.
Mayor,
Quick question. Was there not some new legislation last year about us being together and it not having to be a public meeting?
There is some new changes to the Open Public Meetings Act, and we will be doing an updated training on the Open and Public Meetings Act in the communities.
Which would be a game changer.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
I think it would be awesome.
I think it would be so beneficial.
Yeah, we wanted to come with that training, Jeff, as soon as possible. We're pushing that to February so that we have Steve with us because we want to address what's
He's
what's
not
new.
here today, is he having treatment of some sort?
Yeah, he's started a new round of cancer treatment.
Thank you.
And then I would just like to, if you don't mind, maybe I could share perhaps from staff's perspective, or at least from my perspective on those 3 questions.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Last year, I think I and staff came into the meeting with the idea that, and with the feeling that there's way more that unifies us than separates us. Understanding that there was, a lot of strong emotions and difficult conversations that were happening out in the public. My mind still went back to Major Brent Taylor, and he was a big fan of saying that, and said it honestly right before he passed. And that was there's, no matter how much there's disagreement, there's still a lot more that unifies us than separates us. This last year and into this meeting, coming into this, I started to say this a little bit with the Freedom Tree flags, but truly, if I've learned anything going through, difficult personal situation with my son and family, is that a ton of lemonade, a ton of good things can come out of really bad or difficult things. I heard a Christmas message that talked about the difference between being cured and being healed. And, cure, you're just taken back to what you were before, and sometimes we think that's what we want. But being healed is coming through it and being better and transforming and improving through the difficulties. So that's kind of the main theme or thought I have for our meeting today. And then in terms of moving forward, I'll just reiterate that I think the thing that we can do, and Mayor started to talk about this in terms of moving forward, is see the good, the tremendous good in each other, because genuinely you each give me much brighter hope and optimism for the future, and that we can engage in even better and more full and comprehensive communication, and that will lead to that transformation or that improvement that we're taking next to the next step. So,
Thank you, Brett. That's excellent. All right. Well, like I said, I really appreciate all of you being open, honest, vulnerable, and willing to share. So that's great. Let's move on to the next segment. This is this is a presentation of the General Fund Sustainability. This is Laura Lewis and Brandon Nelson.
So we have Laura's presentation, I think, already with you, right, Teresa?
Yeah.
And this is a subject I thought would be important to share because several years ago we did a kind of a full general fund sustainability study, and LRB helped us out with that. And it's been several years since we've done it, and as we've been trying to project into the future in terms of both revenue and expenses, we wanted to have a completely independent and experienced group kind of help us do that, so we're doing it accurately, and it's given us both positive causes for hope and that we can feel confident in, and those things that may be of concern that we want to try and dive into and figure out how to pivot or improve if there are items of concern. So that's sort of the why behind this next presentation. Brandon, anything else you'd add?
Sure. Some of it, so there was, I think somebody made the comment, we'll need to address those things in a year or two. Let's say an hour or two. Because it's fiscal 26 is going to be challenging. So, that said, not all things are cured by money. So obviously a lot of the good things that we do don't necessarily revolve around needing more money. But to the point that we talked about, the stuff that Josh mentioned with mental health, those the money available that we've been using for that will be gone. We have several grants, those will be gone. Can we potentially find other sources? Sure, there's a possibility. Outside of those possibilities come to fruition, we need to figure out how do we approach those? Are they still important? Do they need to be funded? How do we do that? All of this, a large portion of the discussion is based around the idea of sales taxes. Historically, have paid for a huge amount of all of the things that we do. And here recently, those sales taxes are pretty much relatively plateaued. So again, setting the picture for our upcoming budget season, for instance. So keep that in mind as we approach this conversation. It's really a forward-looking thing. Are there things that we will be doing in fiscal 26? You bet. But even beyond fiscal 26, we need to be prepared for what the possibilities may be. That's kind of the premise of where this comes from.
Yeah, because I think that when we've found solutions, it's because it's been multi-pronged. So in other words, all sorts of different efforts, not just looking at one source of revenue, for example, or just looking at expenses, looking at both sides of it, and also multi-phased or over multiple years as well.
We're so good at everything. I think money fixes everything. Just saying.
My kids think that.
I could be your kid.
Get them to move down to Orem. I'll teach you.
Thanks, Laura. Can we turn the time over to you?
Absolutely. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, this is not a presentation of the financial sustainability plan, period. This is a presentation as to why it's important for you to consider whether you want to, really do the hard work. I would certainly recommend you do, because otherwise you're going to be caught a little bit flat-footed, I'm afraid, in a year or two. And no one wants to be in that situation. So I have to say, I love your new city hall. Just saying. Notwithstanding, I come down and I have to tromp through wherever to, get from parking to your building. But I love what's going on down there. So. All right, next slide. Or you can hand me a controller if you want. No, I won't do those. Thank you. Okay, so these are the reasons you'd want to consider doing a financial sustainability plan. And so that we've done them for several cities. This would be a financial sustainability plan specific to your general fund. Your utilities, water, sewer, electric. So your utilities, we deal with when we talk about a rate study, we're thinking of that rate study in terms of the financial sustainability of those enterprise funds. We need to have the same kind of thought relative to your general fund. So the first thing is to recognize that your 1 year balanced budget, which you've probably done, woohoo, right? Yay for that. It's not designed to provide future sustainability. It's how we're going to get through this next year, right? And that's its mission. The purpose of a longer range sustainability plan is to take a model, and we'll do different scenarios. We'll have different toggles that we can move, and we can do that with you in real time if you want. You can do what if we, whatever, right? And I can give you some examples of that. But we want to look out over 5 or 10 years. We know that they're estimates. It will not be perfect, but at least it's going to arm you with some, I got to think about that, or I need to educate my constituents about this, or because there are tough decisions that are going to have to be made. It provides you a high level to look at implications of various budget decisions. In the scenario analysis, what if we raise taxes? That's something everyone loves to discuss, and you'll all be on board with that. What if we don't raise taxes? What happens? What if we then have to cut services? What services are we going to cut? There are some tough decisions that will have to be made, but through this modeling, we can do some of that what if. It provides you a forward-looking roadmap to prepare to meet those ongoing constituent needs and expectations. The goal of the study is to align your financial capacity with your level of service objectives. Because I've seen it, a laundry list of cities. Citizens want a lot of stuff, they don't want to pay for it, right? And the money does not grow on trees. So this is like, okay, when Dave was talking earlier, he said something about the core services you have to worry about. Fire, yes. Right. So, it may be that through this process you have to hone in on those, and maybe you have to decide to let the level of service on your parks or whatever else that aren't in those 5, be something different than they have been historically. This is a critical one to be. Helps to avoid future financial distress, and as Brandon was mentioning, looking a little bit forward to 2026. It looks a little tight. We want to address those kind of things before it gets to be critical. And last, and certainly not least, I think it provides data to help inform and educate your constituents, which is very, very critical. If the masses don't know, they say no, and you need a reasonable way to educate them and let them see what you're saying, so to speak. All right, next slide. And thank you, by the way, for seeing my driver. So as we look at this, we want to make sure that you're thinking about it in terms of, well, what do you control versus what don't you control, right? And like it or not, you have pretty much 3 levers. You have property tax that you can control, your service charges. Someone comes in to get a business license fee, you can decide what you charge them for that to make sure you're recovering your costs. And you can control future expenses, but those are going to be tied to level of service. You can't wake up one day and say, we are going to cut our parks department in half, and you still expect the lawns to get mowed every week, right? So those are the things that you, as a council, can undoubtedly control. No ability to control, it greatly impacts your budget, but you have no ability to control it, are sales tax, franchise fees, and future revenues and expenses. Right? You don't control inflation. I wish you did. Sales taxes make up a gigantic part of your general fund revenue. I'll have some slides about that in a minute. You can't put a gun to people's head and make them shop. Again, you wouldn't need to if you had my kids. It's like, why am I seeking this charge for DoorDash? We just had that discussion the other day. Like, if you're hungry enough for McDonald's, you both drive. Anyway, so, those are things that you don't control, and yet they make up a large part of your budget. And so that needs to, you need to have a little bit of a reality check, so to speak, about that. Okay, next slide. I have presented to you and others before. I think most of you understand this, but maybe you've forgotten. You've had a lot of things on your plate. And if nothing else, it's a reminder that your constituents have probably either don't know, or if they've been told, they have forgotten. If I had the spare time, I would love to do what do they call those little survey engines that people do? I would love to do this broad survey of Utah citizens of who thinks that when property values go up, your property taxes go up in Utah. Because I would bet you that it's like 80%. I mean, I bet some meaningful money, but it's a high number of constituents that really, in their heart of hearts, believe that if my property values are going up, my property taxes are going up. And that is not how the Utah tax system is designed. It is how the tax system in Nevada is designed. They would be right if they lived in Nevada, but not if they live here. The system is designed to maintain static, bold, underline, can I say it loud? Static revenues. So property values go up, the tax rate goes down, so that it's designed so that you have the exact same dollar. If you didn't have one stick of new growth in Orem, so think about this as you have a different changing in your growth dynamic. It was not lost on me that some people may not love high density, right? If you don't love high density, I'm not advocating for it, but if you don't love high density and you live in Orem, you're not going to see a lot of growth in the future. You're fairly built out. I don't know what, Brendan?
95%.
Okay, there we go, 95%. So if you look at the fact that you do get to benefit from new growth, and you're not going to have as much growth, that static number is going to stay very, very static. So if I said, okay, I give you $10 10 years ago, you could go out and buy your 2 gallons of milk. If I give you $10 today, you can buy a gallon and a half of milk, or whatever it is, right? I mean, if you have that static revenue and your costs are going up, you can visualize what's going to happen, right? Your expenses, and it's going to exceed your revenues. I always toss this in because Howard Stevenson, I don't think he's with the Utah Taxpayers Association now. I think his predecessor's son maybe is, but when he has always been like the anti-raised property tax advocate. That's how most of us viewed him in the past. So when I ran across this quote, I'm like, because the whole idea was that Howard just hates new taxes, right? Well, what they really wanted was to put cities in a position, or any tax-raising entity, county, whoever, that you had to educate your constituents before you raise taxes. You couldn't just do it and surprise them. So what he said, they do not oppose every proposed increase over the certified tax rate. I would argue they oppose a lot of them, but they don't oppose everyone. In many cases, local governments are recouping inflationary losses. Keep that in your head. Without acting to increase your tax rate or to hold your rate steady, your rate drops, and you do not recoup inflationary losses. So think of where you've been in inflation in the past 10 years. And think of where your tax rate has been in the past 10 years. Got a few little things to show you here in a minute. So your tax rate in 2024, and this is just the general operations tax rate. So this would include general obligation bonds. In 2024, it was 0.000641 compared to what it was in 2019. So 5 years ago, 0.000983. Why has it dropped? Because it just drops. As property values go up, the rate drops so that you get the same property tax dollar to try to operate today as you did in 2019. That's it. So I said, well, I wonder what would happen. What would have happened if you had maintained the rate? So yes, you would have to go through truth and taxation. Let me be very clear about that. You have to go through truth and taxation because that rate's going to fall. But if you had done that and just maintained the rate, you would have almost $3.5 million more dollars today in your general fund budget than you do.
We can mow the grass.
You can mow that grass. Sorry. You wouldn't have to cut that parks down. If you had kept it, not playing it with you. If the councils preceded you had kept the tax rate what it was in 1999 compared to what it is today, you would have $9.6 million more in your budget today. Now don't think, oh my gosh, what were those people thinking? They were thinking that it's hard to go through truth and taxation. Because city after city after city that I work with has let that rate fall, fall, fall. And then what do they have to do? Suddenly it's like, oh, yes, the proverbial crack is going to hit the fan, and now we have to have a big increase.
And the citizens don't really understand, because all I know are my property taxes went up, but that could have been from Utah County that you mentioned there, from the Alpine School District,
yes.
the other half dozen taxing entities.
Yes, yeah, that is exactly right.
And Orem's what, 13-14% of my total tax bill?
12.
Show us.
Oh, okay. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Yeah. Drum roll. All right, next one.
So just one point on the
Yes,
last
Mayor.
point. Can you go back to that?
Yes.
There we go.
So we would have had 9 whatever million if we would have maintained the tax rate percent. But apparently we didn't need to because of what we were doing in sales tax.
Yes, you've
Right?
had very, very strong sales tax historically.
Right.
And I've got a graph to show that as well.
Okay, thanks.
So this is just a...
Which is hats off to the councils before us who invested in commercial infrastructure in Orem.
Agreed.
Our University Parkway, our State Street, protecting those corridors. And even though sales tax is going down because of the inflationary environment, people don't have money, right? I mean, eggs were $6 a dozen last week, right? When Costco didn't have eggs.
Yes. Thank you,
yeah, I mean, I didn't buy any eggs for a week. My husband has 2 eggs every morning, and he went without it last week. Because I wasn't paying $6 a dozen for eggs till Costco got their eggs back. But you know, hats off to those people who had the foresight of that. Too many times we don't think of commercial investment as huge for us, and the sales tax corridor that we have. So I guess.
Yeah, so when you think of the and again, I've got a pie graph here in a little bit that will show you about so think about legs of the stool of your revenues, right? In an ideal world, I'm putting my, pretend I'm a rating agency analyst. The rating agencies in an ideal world would like you to have sort of this quote unquote perfectly balanced 3 or 4-legged stool. Property taxes, sales taxes, other. I mean, we can, crown franchise fees and other things in the other for that third leg. When you see your pie chart, I didn't put it in a stool, but you'll note that you have one leg that's really long, some legs that are really short, right? So just kind of, again, keep that in mind. You'd be able to rely on that long leg for a long time, but those times may be changing. So this is a line graph of your historic property tax revenues. Now remember, during this time, things were growing, right? Building was occurring, you were getting new growth. So, but your revenues are falling because that rate is falling. And when new growth comes, you get a benefit in that in your tax rate. But does new growth come with no need to provide new services? No. Right? You have 100 new homes, you gotta have...
We had to invest in more fire and police.
Yes, Mayor.
So I guess, I don't understand. Because what you were explaining a minute ago was theoretically our property tax revenue should always stay the same.
Yes.
Because it's being adjusted
yes.
based on, this shows it dropping, so how
things
might it
that
drop?
can hit that are centrally assessed. There are things that you have no control over. I haven't done this analysis as to why the total revenues dropped. And I haven't talked to you about it, so I doubt you know it off the top of your head either. But
this is just property tax revenues, right?
This is just property tax revenue, yes.
So so I don't understand why it dropped, because it should have been flat. And then
I can look at that and get back to you. I will send you all an email, so you'll give me a couple of days to figure that out. When we see this sometimes, because you are right, Mayor, what I would have expected to see is something, you can see where it started in 2014, and we're about the same in 2023, right?
Yeah.
At that point, when you get over that gulf, it kind of shows what we're expecting, is that you have pretty flat total property tax revenues. This kind of trough may have been because of an adjustment in the centrally assessed value that you have no, it's like the state goes, oh, surprise, and you don't get to go up there and argue why it should be adjusted differently, but the state can adjust that centrally assessed and really whack you.
Laura, that was during the downturn. Is there a possibility that personal property tax dropped? Because businesses were closing or manufacturing companies downsized and so they had less equipment?
Very well.
Do you know for sure if the RDA is not included?
I do not know if that is.
I wonder if that's possible. Because that's around the time the RDA, most of the RDAs, we start getting a share of those. So if they happen to be combined
that could very
in
well
this
be.
graphic.
So it's a good observation there. I will find that for you. So as you can see, from 2020-ish to today, those revenues are pretty flat, right? So even if you've had new growth, at rates falling, your revenues are staying quite constant on property tax. All right, next slide. Because I can do that. So this is we've taken that graph from before. That did up and up here, right? We've shrunk it down so we can say what if those property tax revenues were to grow. So if they were to grow at a 2.5% rate, which is the lowest growth rate in the last 10 years, then you'd be on that red dashed line upward as opposed to the very flat, last several years we've had. The high growth is what the modified growth rate over the last 10 years. We took out, the reason it says modified as opposed to just a 10-year average is we took out like the really high peak year in inflation. So this would be if you said, oh, look, we know inflation's going up. Like, if we think it's going to go up like this, rocket ship here, above gray line, that's how you thought your expenses were going to grow. You'd have to figure out how to raise your property taxes that much. I'm not advocating or saying that's what we need to do. I'm just sort of showing you, the impact that inflation could have on your expenses relative to the tax revenues compared to the flat where they are today. All right, let's see if I can do this good.
So at what point do you, I know since I've been on the council, there have been just, I've been told not necessarily significant, but businesses that have transitioned or been rezoned as nonprofits. So we're losing that tax revenue. We've seen some of that in Orem. At what point do we say we can't do that anymore? Or is that factor into this? Do we need to have that on our radar?
I mean, it has an impact. I don't know that it's significant.
Because I've always heard, well, we don't get that much from property tax. Our engine is the sales tax. But at some point, from what she's saying, we got to start paying attention to that.
And at the moment, you don't get as much from property tax as you do from sales tax. That is still accurate.
But your point is, we need to start looking at that because if we see these trends.
Yes.
So maybe if I can respond a little bit. I don't know how much of it, I have to talk with, I guess, Steve and Gary and Jake about if there's a land use decision aspect that we could consider. So I don't have a good answer for that. However, you may have heard that there's been talks of cities about doing a utility transportation fee. Provo was kind of the poster child. They came out and did it first, and it was because of all of the not-for-profit or non-property tax paying property in their city. And yet all of those properties were having an impact on all the roads and causing traffic, and so then they added that fee. And just, Chris, 1 year ago, it was charging that fee was supported by the Supreme Court of Utah. And there's been kind of ongoing discussions amongst the state legislature about then how cities can do that appropriately and go into an in-depth study with the right kind of robust methodology. And that is something that we've been looking at and want to start to study and then bring back to you, I guess, the potential impacts of doing that kind of fee, what that might mean. So,
okay, this is a stupid question, but so These nonprofits are just exploding, right? And I talked to a guy who runs a nonprofit, and he was like, nonprofits make money. You know, our board, $200,000 a year salary. You know, these
healthcare,
right. So, but this would be a citywide fee you're talking about. It's not targeted to are there fees that are targeted to these nonprofits so they are contributing? I know they get the break because we want their service, right? But the pressure coming is on affordable housing, on, homeless housing, on all of these things that would qualify as nonprofit entities. As we transition to those, it's going to affect this. So, and this is not in our realm, right? This would be a legislature thing, but we need to start having those conversations or we're going to be stuck. If out of our benevolent heart, we're creating all these nonprofit entities, and yet their salaries and whatever, their missions are great, but they're doing well.
Has that impacted our property tax much?
We haven't studied it, I don't know.
No, and that's the conversation that I said when we first started this. Yeah. We've been told this doesn't really affect us.
Why had it heard of that many going from profit to non-profit entities?
Well, we've got...
So one example might be the women's shelter that's coming, for instance, so that property is currently taxed.
That Bailey's or Haley's Place or whatever that we transitioned. The autism school on 4th, was it 4th? I can't remember where that one is. They just had their 1-year anniversary. I can think the Utah housing one that we did. I can think of at least 3 or 4 small properties, right? Probably not a huge property tax income entity. But as we allow our city to do this, where's our recoup? Where's our ability to run our...
Well, that kind of goes to that fee that Brent's talking about. That's an effort to recoup some of that from the nonprofits.
Do they pay it?
They pay the fee.
They do pay. Okay, that was my question. They do pay it.
Yes. Well,
because they don't have to pay a lot.
That would be the intent.
Because it's based off of use. So what's the use that they require on our transportation system, our transportation utility, and then we would charge everyone, including not-for-profits, for that.
And that's why Provo did the transportation utility fund. If you look at their map, and do a zoning map, they have in blue all of the public facilities, which would include churches, nonprofit schools. It's a vast sea of blue.
Yeah.
And so those funds to pay for roads and things like that through property taxes, all of that blue does not pay any money, even though they are the #1 employer in the county and the largest traffic generator in the county. So the traffic utility fund, they pay to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
So if we decide to do that, there's a heavy educational lift that we need to present.
Yes, we're going to start it.
We will get
It sounds
some.
like we should.
Because we will get some kickback too, right?
Yeah.
All these non-for-profits, and including governmental agencies, will express their concerns. And so yeah, we'll have to help them understand the full methodology of showing the use, the impact they have on that service.
And last year in the legislature, it was there until the 11th hour when it was killed.
Really?
Yes.
I mean, it's a tough one, but yeah.
Meaning it's legal to do it today, but there was a framework that was being established to make it palatable across the board, more so statewide.
Okay.
And there was one little niche, which was the LDS Church, that came forward in the 11th hour to say, you know what, maybe we don't want to do this. So this legislative session.
Little one. Yeah.
We'll give you more feedback.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
We're starting that evaluation now with parametrics. Just so you know.
Thank you.
So, I mean, the whole point of this is to start the engines thinking about
Okay, Laura,
stuff.
looking at this slide, is Vineyard, are they the highest based on this public safety tax plan they just implemented?
No, they're the highest because 75% of their city is in an RDA.
Oh, okay.
And so they only get 25% of their own property taxes from 75% of the city. So they've got to raise their rate enough so that they can collect enough to survive.
Okay.
These are
At
just
some-
Utah
at-
County
at
cities?
some
Just
point.
Utah County cities, huh?
These are, yes, yeah, they're not all of them, but
But we're ranked 21st in the whole county, yeah? Okay.
so, this is, last 3 years of property tax rates and, ranking, the cities by those rates. And the percentage is what percentage are you of the highest tax rate entity. So, I did some quick math, late last night. I believe that if you, we'd have to jump back to slide, but I think if you had maintained the rate from 5 years ago, might have been the rate from clear back to 2019, you'd still be in this, 5, 6, 7 area. Would put you nowhere near the highest. And when you think about like the city that's the most comparable to you, might you think about Provo? Right, you would still be below Provo.
Very comparable except for what Gary was saying, that they've got a third of their city in nonprofits.
Yes, is a nonprofit.
Yeah.
Well, we do have UVU.
I'd say you have some with you.
We will, part of this study, we'll do that assessment. I think we actually do have a surprising amount, not as much as Provo, but we do have a surprising amount.
A lot of program travels through now.
So according to the chart,
Oh, back. I got it back here.
Full road.
just to make sure I understand this right, this is saying that Vineyard's
Yes.
property tax rate is 4
Need
times
total.
what Orem's is.
That's correct.
At University Place.
That's kind of key. The Vineyard is 4 times
Yes,
our property tax rate.
yes. That's correct. Wow. And again, that is.
And this
Provo's double.
Lene, this last year, they just did a public safety tax increase for wages and benefits for bringing on a full-time buyer
Yes, they do.
and supporting the sheriff's office.
Is that included in this?
I would have to ask my colleague with the public safety because I don't think so.
It's just going into effect now.
Yeah.
I don't know, because the tax rate does go up between 23 and 24.
24, quite a bit, yeah.
Could be there.
He might have pulled the certified rate, but that would have been.
Yeah, maybe last year it would be in that number. Yeah, it went through council approved and.
I think it is. This is just a list of what the Alpine School District in Utah County charge, and the blue highlighted cells are the years that their rates have gone up. They may have gone up again, we could get into it in more detail if we do the full study, but the rates may have gone up because they had a general obligation election. It may have gone up because they went through truth and taxation. I don't know. So that's just a little bit of Okay, so what can we learn from the slides we've just gone over? Your property tax rate is very low. That puts more reliance on sales tax revenues. Without acting to hold your tax rate steady, you're likely losing buying power. Not likely, you are losing buying power in your general fund. We've talked about those rates before. The differential between what it was in 23 and what it dropped to in 24, but its natural decrease, to preserve that same dollar amount coming into your coffers, it decreased by 2.3%, or a big whopping $3.92 for primary residents of $475,000. So when you think about that in terms of what if we do choose to act, and again, I think there are several levers that you can pull, 3 in particular, right? Expenses, you want to reduce level of service, service fees and taxes. If it's a lever that you want to pull, and you do have to go through truth and taxation, and you said, look, we're just going to, okay, everyone, putting you all on notice, we're going to keep our rate at the 656 instead of the 641. That's a big whopping $3.92 to you per year. They will still come and complain, but cities that have done this consistently, kind of year in, year out, or every other year, or at least they notify the public that they may consider a tax increase. West Valley, Ogden, Fairfield, or something come to mind. They do this enough, the citizens
That was
finally
$230
go, oh, it's $3, right? Oh, they've done this several years. They're just maintaining the rate. Eventually the message gets out. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I just wanted to give you at least an understanding of the order of magnitude per house is not huge to just maintain that rate.
Is that annual or is that monthly?
I
392.
I believe it's annual, but I should have double checked race work. We'll get into that in a perfected way if we do the whole stuff. The city's general fund budget cannot keep pace with inflation if you don't act on some of the things that you can act on, right? This question was mentioned earlier, or statement was mentioned earlier. Your portion of a constituent's, I think it was a Tom made, your portion of the constituent's total property tax bill is 12%. But again, that's knowledge that you have that they don't, right? If you were to go through this truth in taxation and say, we're going to, I mean, you would have to follow how you have to list it and blah, 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 and we're going to raise our property taxes by 2.3%, your average citizen, again, is going to whip out their property tax bill or remember what they paid last year, and they're going to multiply 2.3% times $1,700 or whatever their property tax bill was, and that's what they think you're doing. So you really have to, I mean, education is absolutely critical if you're going to go through this.
12%. Yeah. Yes.
Let's see. I need that.
So maybe just as we're trying to strategize, right? And we're trying to make sure we can cover core services, public safety, everything we're doing, providing everything to everyone. I just want to kind of reemphasize this point that Laura's making. Even though our tax rate is actually going down, the state makes us say that it's going up, even if it's just staying the same.
If the rate is staying the same, that is correct.
And they'll make us say that even if we did anything more than what it would go down.
That's correct.
However, I think we could still say in our education with the public that the rate is still going down. Maybe it's not going down as much as it would have, but it is still going down. But we're again potentially trying to make a multi-pronged approach to having a sustainable revenue and a sustainable general fund. Again, just as an idea, as we're trying to consider strategies for moving forward.
So I lost my mind a few years ago and decided to be on my condo board in St. George. Because they wanted somebody who understood numbers. And I'm like, I'm not ever there. I can only attend meetings by Zoom. No, we need somebody who understands numbers. I'm like, all right. So when I looked at their numbers, I was sort of aghast. I'm like, oh, good thing I got involved, right? Because what I saw, I mean, the then board members were, we haven't had to raise your homeowner dues. Okay? Well, what was happening? The reserves, like if we ever needed to repaint or re-roof or whatever, right? Keeping my dues the same, but their reserves are and I got on there and went, ooh, this isn't going to work, people. You know, the good news for me is I have a much smaller group of people to educate than you do as a city, right? But I was pleasantly surprised that in educating them, I mean, I showed 0% raise, 0% raise, 0% raise. Next to it, what has inflation been? 5, 3, 2, 7, 9. Right? The most basic of mathematicians can figure that out. Right? But this is not going to work. So, with the education, they crazily voted me in again for the next 3 years. Although I didn't get as high votes as other people. So I'm sure it was a little bit of that. That's the woman that made that figure. Sure, there was that stuff. But with the education, and again, that's going to be hard. I mean, you're going to really have to engage a public information officer, figure out how to do that, but I believe you can educate people. If they really understand, they will get it.
And again, if I can offer some help, because I know that this is always touchy and sensitive and difficult. However, when we went through the general obligation bond process for our fitness center and library hall, we went through this process and showed how the rate was still, coming down a little bit, but we were going to be able to cover this new debt because other debt was falling off. And ultimately, we did get a surprising amount of support for it. So yeah, if we're willing to dive in and do the education process, and LRB is willing to help us with that. We have had some evidence in the past where that's been effective, and people aren't stupid either.
Some are.
Don't you think that I think we have the political capital for Josh and I to spearhead any kind of get out in front of this as a public safety driver. So that if this is the direction you go, it's not a mayor and council raising taxes, it's a police and a fire chief really driving this from maintaining levels of service and sustainability within our own departments. Just as an idea.
It definitely, that's a great idea, but it's definitely not simple.
No, it is not.
I look at my property tax bill. I lived in Orem 35 years. When we first moved in, it's like $600 a year. Now it's like $3,200 a year.
Yep. Yes, but I'll bet that the city is getting a lesser portion than it did.
But my point is, probably, by far, it's getting a lesser portion. But my point is I don't know that. Most people don't know that. I do my property tax, and it's Orem City. Now what's been happening the whole time is Orem's revenue's staying the same over all these years. Well, Alpine School District's been 80% of that bill.
Right.
Yeah. And so that moved from...
It went up in the last 10 years.
So that moved from $600 to $3,000 is mostly the school district, with a little bit to those 6 taxing entities. That's not a simple thing to explain.
No, I agree with that.
So...
I agree with that.
Well, I think too, Brent, on the library hall and the rec center, you were saying, hey, no new taxes, they're going to stay the same. So that was an easy sell, even though I didn't agree with putting both together on the ballot. But so it's a little different animal. You are raising taxes. So that's the variable you have to.
Well, and Dave, technically, you raised the rate, and you did raise taxes. But if you hadn't have done it, that old debt would have fallen off.
Yeah, that's on the bond debt, not the.
Right, but it just stayed the same.
Yes, stayed the same.
It wouldn't have gone.
Right.
Revenue neutral, that's what Alpine School District calls it, right?
Yes. Smoke and mirrors.
Well, rate, I think they call it
rate neutral.
Yeah, they call it revenue, and they should do it, but I've been in the meetings where they, because
Hey, Dave, we need to figure out how to smoke some mirrors.
Okay.
3 shells in a hoodie.
But again, and I'm not trying to say this because I want to be deceiving at all. I guess I'm just saying we may gain people willing to support this if our rate is staying the same or even just coming down a little, but just at least not going down as much as it otherwise would.
Well, ultimately, it's you put on the ballot and hopefully people vote for it, right? That's it.
And that's what we'd be required to do.
And you don't have to put the property tax rate increase on the ballot. You have to hold a public hearing. You have to notify it.
We could do the truth of taxation, but
that's what she's saying.
if we put it on the ballot, that means everybody gets a vote on it.
Yes, that is correct.
So that's
But you would not have to put it on the ballot. That's what I'm saying, Dave, is you don't have to go through the truth and taxation process. The power to raise those rates are in your hands.
Right, we're the ones who vote on it.
Right.
It's us.
And I really think the simple way, everybody understands inflation.
Yes.
Which is what you were explaining.
Yes.
So,
and I think you can explain it with pictures. It does not mean everyone's
when
going
you
to
talk about tax
certainly doesn't mean it's easy.
and all that, that's all confusing. But inflation, everybody is.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a very simple slide. Service charges is again something else that you can control. A lot of cities, put fees in place and then merely go along and don't bother to update those either. And, it does take your staff time. My simple Simon example is it does, I don't know how many people, clerks or whatever, have to touch a business license application, and there's a fee for that business license application. Are you even recovering enough to, pay for your staff's time? That was my simple example. They should be reviewed and updated periodically to make sure that you're, recovering those costs. Because if your employment costs have gone up by, 20% over 5 years, and your fee has stayed flat, you're probably not recovering those costs. Obviously, they have practical limits to what you can't say, oh, we're going to now charge $1,000 for every business license fee with no justification. All right, sales tax. So now we're getting into what you cannot control in regard to revenues. You're imposing the maximum rate that is allowed. If you're only imposing half of it, then that bit would be in your control. But you're already imposing the maximum rate that's allowed. The current sharing formula is that the city gets to keep 50% of the point of sale, and 50% of it's distributed based on population. So the sales tax all goes to the state. They do their magic with what is your population compared to, entire state, and you get a pro rata portion of that back. My guess is, I have not asked Brandon this, my guess is that you are a net negative, right, in terms of...
Just barely.
Okay, just barely. So you theoretically retain most of your 50% point of sale. Okay. But that's good to know, though, because so back to if you're 95% built out, and I would be making up numbers, if Lehigh is 65% built out, and Eagle Mountain's 40% built out, right? They're all going to have this huge explosive population growth while yours stays relatively static. You're going to get less over time based on that sharing formula as it's currently structured, and that is outside of your control. You can go up and try to argue with the state to change it, but I wouldn't hold my breath on your success. Sales tax revenues fluctuate with the economy. It's part of why you've seen a lot of growth, because when goods cost more, you get more sales tax. So during the inflation, or everyone's stuck at home during COVID and trying to figure out what to do with their time, so they're going and buying wood at Home Depot and redoing their kitchen. That sales taxes have gone up a lot the past several years, but now they're flattening out. It's always possible that the state may adjust the formula. Certainly cities, the legal cities in town, watch for that and go up and fight adamantly when they try to do that. But, I think they dipped their toe in the water with, let's charge sales tax on services a while ago, right? And that was a sort of a hot mess. But it's within their purview to decide if they want to change that sales tax formula. Your historical sales tax growth is unlikely, in my opinion, to be sustainable. You may have a different opinion of that. You may know something I don't know. The growth in the last few years has been caused by COVID and more people buying and having stuff delivered to, you get the sales tax on point of delivery, so instead of delivering it to their office, they're delivering it to their front door. That benefited cities. How COVID caused the inflation thing, that made things, goods cost more, and you're getting more sales tax on that. You have historically seen this phenomenal expansion at University Place, but that's not going to be replicable. You don't have another, even if you did have more land, you're probably not going to get another University Place landing in the city. We've already talked a little bit about your population percentage is likely to decrease over time, and the sales tax did decline ever so slightly in 2024 compared to 23. So there's a graphic representation of your historical sales tax going up very nicely. Spiked in 2020. Welcome COVID, hello inflation, and now that has flattened out. So this is a graph that shows, okay, what if sales taxes were to increase at the modest 2.5% rate, 1% growth, excuse me, and what if it were to do the almost 6% high growth rate, which is the average that you've had in the last 6 years. So when we think about the reliance you've had historically on sales tax, you've been able to do that, to Renee's point, because you've been experiencing that 5.9% growth. If you were going to keep having that, we
wouldn't be having this discussion.
we could tap out on the discussion about.
We may still have the discussion if the legislators change how sales tax is allocated.
Yes.
Which has been talked about many
All the time.
sessions.
Yes, it's talked about frequently.
Which I wrote down, I think we need to start doing that as
But it's out of
legacy
your
communities.
control.
Now that we have legacy communities in Utah, now that we have these East Bench communities, I think the legislature is starting to tune in to our unique needs. We're not growth anymore. There are RDAs now that never used to exist 50 years ago. So that needs to be changed. You've got to stop you've got to stop penalizing the stable communities because they have things that add value.
Yeah.
And if we're providing, we've already invested in this, and we're getting, stop taking our money away from us. Let us now be able to maintain our communities. How about that? Put me in front of the
I mean, I think we've been finding that we have had influence in the narrative, but one of the recent little carve-outs from our sales tax was the gravel pits.
Concrete.
Yeah, so because Orem doesn't have a gravel pit within our city boundaries, the state takes some of our sales tax to help those cities where they do have a gravel pit in their cities, and the justification was because of the impact on their city services. Well, there's a gravel pit just outside of Orem, up in Provo Canyon, and they drive on our roads to get it to Geneva Rock or to get it to where construction is happening. We tried to have those conversations with our local legislative individuals, and I don't know, just sometimes things happen quickly and in the 11th hour during the legislative session, and I think legislators sometimes do things that they otherwise wouldn't if they took the time to really listen and think it through.
Is 8 North a state road or a city road? I can't say. That's right. So they would argue most of it's being driven on 8 North, probably.
But to add to Brent's point, we have Geneva Rock in Orem that dispatches asphalt and concrete throughout the entire county on city roads.
Yes.
Right there.
Let's do a special tax on them.
So we actually did say we should be exempted because it's being processed within our city. They said they would do that, but it was still, I think it was like $150,000, a couple $100,000 still a net negative for the city.
It's like 253.
How big is the gravel pit, Calvi?
Yeah.
I like it. I like the way you're thinking, Dave. I have no idea, but I like it.
We can make it.
Get out your shovels.
I can make a gravel pit.
Can we put one down in our public works facility in Frisco?
Let's come back when he comes back in town, that's what he's doing.
Here's your shovel.
Right there to Geneva Road.
All right, franchise fees, charge on electric, gas, telecom, and cable. Telecom and cable have really dropped off as people switch to their cable cutting. It is not charged on fiber. Maximum, you've already done the maximum that the state allows you to put in place, so there's nothing more you can do there. With the exception of 23, which really spiked up. I called and asked Brandon about that because it spiked up so much. But generally, it's pretty static source of revenues, and they fluctuate with things that are entirely out of your control. Hot summer, people use lots of power. Yay, electric franchise tax. Warm winter, they don't use as much natural gas. Boo, franchise tax, right? So completely out of your control.
And Laura, you said it's not charged on fiber, and so in order for it to that be a possibility, that would be another state legislature conversation.
So there's a graphic of what your franchise taxes will look like. Again, you can see that I was like, holy moly, what happened in 22 to 23? And Brandon told me I'm 60-something and forgot because I didn't write it down.
That was that natural gas supply shortage.
Oh, so So rates went up a ton, yeah, that's right, okay.
So even though we all paid more, at least we got a little more out of it. And the interesting part is that it's actually stayed there for a second year, but we are experiencing now, it's actually coming down. We're 20% lower so far through November this year.
More winter, Chris.
And that will have an impact as well.
I love the courts.
I got one.
Okay.
We're gonna empty it in the city center and put it in the hole over there.
But we need that renewed, because we need that tax break.
Okay.
Replace with Geneva Rock, that should pass.
All right, from a general fund revenues perspective, here are, again, we thought of this in the terms of leggedness of stools. I can cover those up, and you will now know that this is sales tax, right? So your property tax is down here. It's, well, this is back in 2014, so I think I'm gonna hop over here. So your property tax has stayed, and Mayor, this gets to your point that this isn't showing the dip in revenues that we had, so we may have an error in our other data. But so property tax is staying pretty flat. Oh, look, your sales tax has grown a ton. That leg of the stool has gotten longer. These other two are fairly consistent. This is that jump in.
So when did they put the mail order, the online sales tax?
It was before COVID.
Oh, okay, so it's in that bump, 2018?
2021. See the 2018?
Yeah, so the increase here, I think, was due largely to COVID because the sales tax was already in place for online orders.
Okay.
But it went prior to that, and again, Murray was like, woohoo, yay, she's working from home, because before that I'd order online. Where did I have it delivered? My office. Salt Lake City was like, yay, Laura, keep shopping. COVID comes, I have it now delivered to my house, and Murray's is going to be impacted by now all the home deliveries as opposed to the downtown Salt Lake City office. So again, this is the picture here is you're a little bit out of balance.
Do you have any idea? I mean, that top one, that's other, what's going on?
I believe this other is ARPA monies is included in there.
Oh, wow.
So that's
not
a little bit
good.
temporary.
I don't know what else is in other, I can find out, but I know that counts. Yes, but the question is why, it's been pretty static. You would expect it to be along here. And I think this difference may be,
It's almost great.
we took it out of the expense, we didn't take it out of the.
CARES, ARPA,
Yes.
all those were grants that we've been talking about. But last year, the increase in revenue.
So this is another look at that, same thing, but it's comparing 2019 revenue mix to today. You can see that, again, your sales tax is still the big thing that you rely on from revenue, not entity. And the piece of pie that was your property taxes is getting smaller. Now that again, is due to some of those other revenues that fluctuate, like CARES money or whatnot. But the leg of that property tax isn't as big as many would argue it should be. It's a little bit more detail and so that is a more minute detail relative to intergovernmental revenues is that gray box. I can see that in the final section and tell you what those others are. But once again,
Are there any cities whose property tax covers 100% of the essential services?
that is what Ogden tries to do. I'm recently very familiar with them and their property tax increase, and that.
Wouldn't that be the standard that way,
Yes.
regardless of
Yes,
sales
I
tax?
would
Essential
agree.
services are funded.
Yes.
I wonder what that number is for us.
So here's historic inflation from 2014 to today. You can see the COVID impact, and thankfully inflation's coming down. But again, inflationary pressures are going to persist. I don't know if any of you paid attention to the jobs report that came out today. The stock market hated it. Bond market didn't love it either. Reason, well, the jobs report's still saying, oh, economy's still good. People, economy's fine. They've added 200 and whatever thousand number of jobs it was, and so the bond market had been telegraphed to. There's likely to be, the ability to lower rates a little bit more this year, the Fed funds rate, and so the bond market's like, yay, we love that. Well, now we don't, they're going to lower rates, and so municipal markets, rates went up, treasuries went up, the stock market took a big hit today as well. This was not the table I saw the last time I saw it, so I apologize.
We can skip it.
Okay, we'll skip it.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah. Okay. But now I'm going to send you that slide because it's an important slide. The point of that slide is that your general fund expenditures are climbing faster than your revenues. So this is a pie chart of your salaries and benefits compared to your operational expenses. So again, one of the levers you can pull on is to reduce expenses, right? When we did this exercise with the then mayor and council 10 years ago or whatever, the kind of discussions that we got into as we were doing the actual study and how does it look if we do X, Y, and Z in the modeling, the kind of discussions, well, let's close the library 2 hours earlier every day. Let's close the senior citizen center 1 day a week. Well, those were the kind of things, but getting down to the minutia of how do we reduce those services. With all of the things that you think, you've got to keep in mind your salaries and benefits, and this is not uncommon. Most cities, I would say, hover between 65-ish% to 75% of their budgets are salaries and wages. So if you want to make a really meaningful impact to your budget, cuts have to come in salaries and benefits. And that is hard. Because when we did the what if before, let's close the library, okay, well, we reduced those salaries and wages a little bit.
Part-time too.
We shut off the lights a little earlier, but they aren't needle moving. So if you're going to get super serious about, one of our levers that we can pull on, it's going to have to be in salaries and benefits. I'm just a real party to have that here.
I would just say that we just did the efficiency study, and if we hadn't, we could think about something like that, like maybe we're overstaffed or something, but we just went through that.
They said we're understaffed in several
Yeah,
respects.
yeah.
Laura, your previous chart was messed up.
Yes.
I think it converted from PowerPoint to Sheets.
Oh, okay.
But the right side looks right, the left side doesn't.
Okay, that's because I
But
thought the same
that's
thing.
why your ledger is messed up.
Okay, I was like, what is going on?
But that's the public safety one. That big broad one is public safety.
It's
So-
simple math, Laura.
It's good math.
There's your first salary and benefits.
Way to go.
10%, right?
Laura, I have a question. So you said, Laura, library, you cut here or whatever, it's not going to move the needle. I think I disagree. Because the library budget is $4 million.
Well, she's just saying if you were to adjust, not shut it.
No, you wouldn't shut it. But if you adjust the hours and that, I think that would move the needle.
Just because of your part-time staff, there's a lot of part-time staff there, so you might see to your point, salary reductions versus
But that would be the
electrical
process
shifts
we
like
would go through
coffee
to
and
see,
nothing.
is it needle moving or is it not?
Well, I guess that's
It's
what
still
you
part-time.
But
Yes.
I think our core value is police, fire, water, roads, and sewer, and that's it.
Agreed.
If things get tight,
Yeah.
you gotta look
Yes.
elsewhere.
Yes, I
It
agree.
would have to be on a larger
And that's the way it is.
Yeah.
No ifs or buts, right?
Agreed. I do think you charge a library tax. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, some cities do.
So we do that?
Don't you think
No, we don't want to.
don't you think raising the taxes though, property tax increase, if threat was to close those non-essential services, people would vote for it?
Well, I think they'd vote for the police and fire if it's a $5.
Even if they knew they were going to reduce the hours of rec.
If it's $5 a year, and that's what we need for police and fire, I'm pretty sure it would pass.
Well, but they don't vote for it, the council does.
Yeah, it's just.
No, I'm saying if they went to a referendum.
But it would.
But it doesn't have.
They could force it to a referendum.
Yeah, Orem's, how many referendums have we had? We've had one.
But if you
Don't say
educate,
the R word, we don't want any more.
No, I mean, it's inevitable.
it all comes down to education.
Correct.
It comes down to education, but it's a very.
If it's $3, it's 25 cents a month, right? 25 cents a
I
month.
think that's actually.
Is that monthly?
Is it monthly? Okay, so it's $3 a month.
Was it?
That's quick, man. Tom could do it.
That's your, where do you find your Squick soda?
Minus the cookie.
Minus.
So we've got tough choices.
I mean, the education is tough, but it would basically make the other entities look bad and make us look good if you did the real education.
I would agree with that.
Right?
Absolutely. But there's a point at which you have to say, look, they're getting a bigger share of the pie. I mean, if we did a pie analysis of, okay, Alpine School District keeps growing, and look, our piece keeps getting smaller and smaller.
That is a great time.
Hey, Mark.
Wasn't that good?
We can
I'm
hold the
good.
meetings on the fire stations in the bay.
You're lucky I'm a little strap dancing.
City council, let's do it. I've already lived through it once. I'll quit again. So go ahead.
Yeah, that's PG.
30 years at a time, but I finally did it.
Right, so if you want to move ahead with the financial sustainability plan for the full tilt, it will allow you to look at what impact your policy decisions will make, i.e. we want to cut the library back to...
No, I'm not.
I'm just using it as an example.
Yeah.
That's all.
You look at just the core value, there's other things other than library,
Yes, agreed.
But
the timing and magnitude, you'll still have capital projects you'll want to fund and how you're going to prioritize those resources. We would stress test, some of those assumptions, allow you to ask questions in sort of a, kind of a live meeting per se, plan the city's future. So if you want to proceed, the first thing we need to know is sort of how deep of a dive you desire, because that will impact the timing and the cost and all of that. So I'm not here with the scope of work or anything like that. So some cities, West Valley did a super kind of high level. It was basically take what we've been doing in the past and project it forward and apply inflation and see what we have to raise property taxes. Okay, that's one way of doing an analysis. Ogden is the polar opposite of that. It was, not making this up, meet with every department head and managing director and see where we're not meeting what they need to meet the needs of our citizens. And we go in and say, okay, I need your needs list, not your wants list. And what do we end up getting? The wants list. And then we have to work with, their leadership to say, okay, pair this needs list or this wants list back to a needs list. You think you want 3 new personnel in your department, well, you're getting 1, and what does that look like? So there's kind of a level of depth we can go to based on what you want. We would obviously meet with your council and staff, review the results, and when you throw up on them, then we adjust the assumptions with you there, saying, oh, okay, we won't cut that service, or we won't raise that property tax, or whatever. And then we finalize it and then deliver the plan to the city. We can also deliver our model to the city if that's something you want. And with that, I'm open for questions or more discussion, and you probably really want to get out of here. So I hate being the last on Friday.
Oh, you're not last.
Oh, okay. Yay.
You don't have that to be
We're behind schedule. You're not last.
so are we going to go forward with this general fund sustainability?
So-
That is the question.
Yes.
And then what's that cost?
It depends on how deep you dive. That's why I kind of.
That's not a good answer.
Well, one thing she's saying, we just did that MGT study that addressed a lot of those issues, so we're kind of beyond the beginning parts of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I may, I would recommend that we look at doing a general fund sustainability study, but just purely based off of impact of inflation. And then trying to pull multiple levers in on revenue and, if there are expenses.
And that will tell us exactly what we need, and then moving forward in the future.
I mean, I think the assumption would be we're already providing what we need and what we want.
But we need X factor, $3.92 or whatever, to sustain it till.
Yes, given X assumptions, like if sales tax doesn't keep moving up at a bigger percentage, then.
I think it's going to be flat. I mean, just my opinion. The economy.
So-
The economy improves it won't do.
It will.
I think it's cyclical, so people.
It's not going to be straight
I
line.
can say whatever I need, it doesn't matter.
So maybe.
I think we need to move forward and do something.
Is there a general commitment of us continuing to explore this?
Yes, we need to.
No, because Pete went in.
So I just have to keep it accurate. So as long as we don't stop this from doing, we can put it here. South, so we're do you need salaries? Okay, put this in. On that side. I didn't mean do we have that should have been right there. You were like, hello? I think, as long as we don't turn this off, we don't need that. Yeah, she raised her hand. Oh, sorry, that's my.
But all I remember is
No water. Yeah. We'll take a vote on that. Weather alerts, come on now. Oh my gosh.
the three-legged stool.
Okay, going to the book.
Okay, boys. Oh, I got my book.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Where did you go? We're going to have Chris.
Chris is up, everybody leaves.
Chris is going to do his presentation on voice the vote.
Okay, Chris.
And then we're not going to keep you all here all night, but we're going to give Chris the time that he needs because he's got a good presentation together. And then we'll just do the board and commissions tomorrow.
I'll do a condensed version. So, mine was supposed to be over at 10, or excuse me, 5 o'clock, sorry. That was a faux pas, really was. But anyway, so I've had a great deal of pleasure reading this book. I'm going to start with the bones and the story, and I want you to add flesh, okay? There were some boys, and there was a boat. Mark, go.
They actually have to row.
They rowed.
It was against the Germans. They wanted to win.
It's against Germans. Cheap?
What?
I was reading something.
Pass?
Yeah.
Carried. Olympics, which ones?
36.
Come on, you can't just read this. You gotta give me some more lemonade.
So the depression played a big part in the character of these people.
Ooh, depression. All right, we're gonna talk in more detail on that.
Yeah, these guys had to figure out how to build a team and beat everyone else in the world.
They were young college age. They were, the junior varsity. So they were especially young, even by Olympics standards.
Very good.
Look, they were a finely tuned machine.
Finely tuned machine.
Finely tuned machine. Going together.
Right. Thank you. Laura, have you read this?
In the movie.
You see the movie? You should be okay.
That's all.
The movie.
Sometimes they differ.
I will say this: the movie pales in comparison to the book. Okay, it's dramatically. But what did you learn from the movie?
We had a photo finish.
Okay, photo finish.
And it was inspirational.
Do you know how many minutes it took to get from the beginning to the end?
I don't know.
Just over 6. 6 minutes.
And as we kind of expand eventually on the depression issue, it was some that had used this as their only way of being able to stay in school or have a place to sleep and eat. And it was critical to their survival.
They weren't signing up to go to the Olympics in 1936.
They just needed a good meal and a place to sleep.
I don't think probably any of them even wanted to row. Most of them, they wanted food on the table. Right?
Blue collar labor.
Blue collar labor. Very good. Fishermen.
Loggers.
Northwest.
Okay, Bobo's a hardship. I'll mention 3 quickly. The one father who kind of kicked him out of the house. The ground rules changing on they needed to raise money at the last minute. And the ground rules changing in the Olympics when the winner did not get the most favorable treatment.
They got screwed.
That's another way.
That's a polite way to put it, right?
I don't know that your way is actually polite.
Well, they got lane 6, and lane 1 was the preferred lane, and they gave that to the Italians and the Germans who finished last in the prelims. Okay,
You're forgetting too.
What?
When they started the race,
They couldn't
they didn't see a view of the flag.
No, they looked at Italy and Germany, and they said go. Everyone else was like, what? And they got off to a really bad start, didn't they? We're going to see that.
So these were boys that they should not have been able to win. The competition and the people that they were going against had all of the skill sets, the genetics, all the stuff, the money that they shouldn't have been able to win. But they didn't let that stop them from winning.
All right. Ken, have you read the book? Have you seen the movie?
Seen the movie, yeah.
You like it?
Yeah.
What stands out?
They'll have one common goal.
Jake. Yes. Just working on it. Any flash you want to throw on this before we go?
What I thought was really particularly interesting about this book was how each one of them came with their own adversities and came together as a team to train and then ultimately overcome adversity in the moment.
Right. Thank you. I don't think they had one common goal at the beginning. No. They wanted
to be on to get money.
They needed 15 cents to take their date to the movie.
No,
they weren't thinking of the Olympics, right?
They wanted food to live.
They wanted food to live. They wanted to be able to pay for an education. Scary.
Yeah, I really liked how, as they came in, they had different perspectives and approaches, but as they worked together, not initially, but eventually, the Olympics were on the horizon, and without starting with that in mind, it's just amazing what they were able to accomplish by the fundamentals of just initially working together and cooperating and doing those things. And it took them farther than they could have possibly dreamt at that time.
They had no idea.
Yeah, right?
Well, and I think the stepmother, that was quite interesting to me because there were complete opposites of how you had to be in the boat, how you had to selflessness versus her selfishness in her life for her own benefit. You know, right down to her natural born children.
Joe Rance, he was the stepson. She
discounted him because he was the product
And
of.
then they'd go on their little jaunts and leave the natural born children home.
Right.
You know, Joe would go take care of them. So.
With that background, I want to teach you a little bit, or share a little bit about what Olympians have said about rowing and crew. Okay? Because I think the concepts that are taught here are timeless. So, I mean, that's a little quirky. Let's get past some of that.
We're
Sorry
the
about
Princeton
that.
facility in Princeton, New Jersey, and we're about to meet the newly named U.S. Olympic rowing team. Rowing really fascinates us because it's actually a full body exercise, but it's pretty unfamiliar to a lot of people in the sense that you need a boat and a large body of water to get by. But with ergometers popping up in gyms across the country, it's growing increasingly accessible. So we wanted to learn from some of the best in the country, try to learn some of their techniques, and see if there are any tips we can apply to our own workouts. As an expert both on water and on erg, I was hoping you could walk us through how to work this machine without hurting yourself.
Yeah, of course. First thing you want to do when you sit down is adjust the foot height. You want the shaft to be over the balls of your feet, kind of where your laces, and slip your toes through the top and your heel sort of back into the heel cup. And then you can tighten this down.
Should it feel pretty snug?
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't feel uncomfortable at all.
Okay.
Who can do that?
Band setting? You can,
I want to do that.
maybe I should have done this before. Tied in, I have pretty long arms.
I see a lot of people in the gym come in and they like to crank it right up to 10, and that just makes me a little uncomfortable. And so what I usually do, I mean, it's going to be close to around 4 or 5.
5 is a pretty good representation of water, so that's what we use generally, somewhere between 3 and 5.
So go ahead and take the handle.
Yep.
And then just go ahead and, what we call it is the finish. So the hands will be all the way back. Good. And with the rowing motion, the first thing you want to do is hands away. And then from there, you rock over from your hips. Good, and you don't want to collapse too much, because otherwise, when you get up to the catch, you're going to be like this, and that's really not a strong and stable position. And then what you do is you just release your legs slowly. Good, and so this position is called the catch, and from here, this is where you take a stroke.
Getting your legs to start the stroke is the most powerful part and the most important part of the stroke. Because I'm going to keep my shoulders a little bit in front of my hips, like they are here. And I'm just going to put my knees down like that. And I keep my body forward because that's going to be the second component, and we'll do that next.
Yeah.
But you just get used to this, and with really loose arms, as if you're hanging off of a banister. Or
Definitely don't want to be clenching the handles, right?
No, no, no.
I get in trouble for this, but I like to keep it more in my fingertips, because then I feel like I can engage it with up in my shoulders a little bit more and in my lats.
You're going to drive the legs, and then this part. And you're not really swinging very far. It's about, you start at about 5 degrees forward, and you're going to swing about 5 degrees back. So it's not, I mean, you'll see some people, they really lay back here. You don't need to do that, and you're sort of losing efficiency back there. And then what people think about when they think of rowing is the arms. We call it like the arm draw, and so that's what you add on at the end.
It's like those 3 separate phases.
Yes, and so eventually they become blended as one, but it can be useful when you're learning to row. Think about them separately. So it's legs, body, arms, body, legs.
So the arms are only the finish at the very end.
Yeah, if you think about it, your muscles and your arms are so much smaller and weaker than your legs. Yeah, exactly. Your legs and your glutes. A lot of times what I'll see is here, and then people start the bend from the legs and then come over. No good. I've seen people try and do curls like this. This is not good.
What do you think are some of the benefits specific to rowing?
Well, it's a great low impact workout. So I mean, if you're having problems running on a treadmill or running outside, yeah.
What kind of simple regimen would you recommend to someone who's kind of sitting down in the erg for the first time?
I would recommend something like 10 minutes or 2 by 10 minutes.
And I would also recommend that if it's available, once you've gotten used to the erg, is to actually try and get out
of the water.
Yeah, I mean, there's something about actually being on the water with a bunch of other people that is the best part.
And feel yourself move through space.
Exactly.
What do you feel like as soon as you're done with the race?
Oh, I mean, it's crazy bad. People are unable to sit up sometimes.
For some reason, I usually am just either dry heaving up or feeling like I want to pass pass out.
Right, so that all sounds terrifying, but I think it's good evidence that this is a great full body workout. Like,
Absolutely.
none of your muscles feel okay after,
No, exactly.
after working hard. We had a great day today out in Princeton, watching the boats out on the water, and also getting to sit down and talk to Matt and Adrian. They showed us how rowing is a low-impact, full-body exercise that basically anyone can enjoy.
Basketball is back. Watch the action live on a variety of...
All right. So, things to learn. Legs, body, back. Right? Is that what he said? Legs? Okay.
Legs, body, arm.
Legs, body, arm. Okay, I forgot it. All right. Things to remember. Okay, there's the stroke, legs, posture, rhythm, timing, all of these things. Okay. So, what I want to ask now is, who wants to have fun?
Does it
Who wants to carry? Come on up.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
Carry, come on up. Who wants to have fun? I need 7 more.
7.
I need you to bring your chairs. No, I need 8. No, 4. You don't need 8. Okay. I need chairs.
One that says stroke.
I need this. From the back wall. Sufficient for space. All right.
You're going up on ball.
You're going to stay here for a minute.
It's our leader. Unfortunately.
You guys are all sunk. Okay? Get reasonably close to make this effective. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
How many are you trying to have?
I need 1 more.
There's already a chair.
You got it.
You guys Jeffrey.
No, there's a chair.
No, there's a chair there.
You just need.
Let's go.
Just your body.
Oh, no. Yeah.
500 miles.
Okay. We're not rowing in water here, but we're going to just demonstrate the need to work together as a team. Now, when I saw the water, no kidding, Tom. Teamwork.
We're going down fast.
All right. So, who is in the number 1 spot on an 8-man row? What's he called? For those who read the book. Okay, when you read it, it looks like coxswain, but it's coxswain. That's how they say it, at least on the audiobook. I think it's right, though, because I've heard other professionals say coxswain, right? Who's wrote it for? Anybody? Not professional, just for kids. On water, not in the gym, right? It looks beautiful. So, who's the guy sitting up here in the front? There's actually 9 men in an 8-man boat, by the way.
Wilson?
Huh? What am I called? Coxswain. I'm the coxswain. I'm sorry, I'm the coxswain.
Okay.
And then number 1 in this number 1 position is
Number 1.
the stroke. He's the stroke. What he does, everyone has to do at the same time. All right.
I got TPA for your stroke.
So, and then during the Olympics and in other competitions, you have different levels of strokes. You got a stroke of 24. What does that mean, Bryce?
24 a minute?
24 strokes per minute.
Yeah.
Okay, 24 per minute. 36, 44. Well, they're up to 44 strokes a minute in the Olympics on the 2,000 meter race. Okay? All right. So, what I say as the coxswain to the stroke, he does immediately. And all the way down to Pete. Immediately the same.
At the same time.
Same time. Okay? I'm going to say stand, sit, rest. Stand, sit. That's going to simulate the stroke.
Like we're doing the wave.
No, keep your arms to yourself and all that. Just stand, sit. Okay. We're just going to demonstrate how easy this is. So I'm going to talk to you. And then it's going to, by your example, everyone's going to do the same thing. Stand, sit, rest. Stand, sit, rest. Stand, sit, rest. Let's say that's about 24 strokes a minute. Okay, we're going to ramp it up. We're going to do 36 strokes a minute. Ready? Stand, sit, rest. Stand, sit, rest. Stand, sit, rest. Stand, sit, rest. Okay, good. All right, that was pretty good.
excited for your first try, right? Now, imagine this, you're on the waters, and Hitler's over there looking at you, and there's people screaming and everything, and the coxswain has his little speaker going on. He can't even hear what's going on. He can't even hear the starter, and then he's yelling, and the first person, the stroke, hears it, and maybe the last one doesn't. Okay? And then, so I'm going to represent it by lowering my voice a little bit, so you may not hear what's happening, to represent that effect. Ready? Okay. All right.
These were
pretty.
Wait!
That was the second half. Just too fun.
We have the wrong people in the wrong seat. There you go.
Change over the back there. So it's kind of like the wave. All right. Thank you all. Round of applause.
Exercise in today?
I got red, white, and blue on my face. So the rowing stroke, they break it down into four basic components. The first is the catch, when the oar catches the water, okay? And then the drive, when you pull. And then you release it out of the water, and then you recover. And you catch, and then you drive, and you release, and recover. So, thank you so much for doing that. So we were on different strokes. We did different strokes for different folks, right? 24, maybe we did 36 or whatever. In the Olympics, they were upwards of 44 or so for them to catch up. It suggests that the motion is so fluid and smooth and so seemingly effortless, and the agony on the athlete's faces near the end seems out of place because they're beat. We're going to talk a little bit about the stroke and how it relates to teamwork and rhythm. Vince Lombardi said, individual commitment to a group effort or goal, that is what makes a team great, a company work, a society work, and a civilization work. This, 2 minutes. They're going to talk a little bit about the teamwork and leadership benefits of rowing. There's some language written on here that I don't understand, so whatever. It's mostly English. What language is that? Anybody know? Is it like Cambodian or Thai or something? Is this what they looked out when they were up here when they were rowing? Was it kind of like this?
Yes.
Pretty much, right? Unified? Engaged? It looks pretty synchronized to me. Looks like they have to stay within the lanes. So lessons learned, what do you take away from this? Teamwork, rhythm, all of these items here. What does it take, a team of
I would say maybe even misfit boys, ages 17, 18, 19, to be transformed into Olympic champions. I want you to just think about that. Here's a picture of the shell house where the boys learn about learn a little bit about rowing. Historical background, we touched on that a little bit. World War I, from 1914, 1918. Joe Rance was born, I think. Well, we'll get into that in a minute. The Great Depression was on the heels of that, in 1929, 1939. You have the Olympics, which the U.S. was contemplating boycotting, and some other nations were as well. And then on that, you have the heels of World War II, which I think many people went into the Olympics thinking that probably would never happen. And all the while, Hitler and his regime were contemplating, and they were setting the stage for that as you look at the book. And how it was a propaganda machine that they manufactured goodwill, and they eliminated the thought that they were anti-Semitic and that they were welcoming of all people, and yet at the same time Hitler wanted to be the dominant race. He wanted the Germans to be the dominant race. And so any other historical background setting on this? We touched a little bit on all that. This I'd like to share because it's important. And
the 1926 Berlin Olympics, Hitler's Olympics, Germany's showcase, where the Nazis would demonstrate Aryan superiority. Most people remember how Jesse Owens exploded that myth. But many have forgotten how 9 young men from the northwestern corner of the United States overcame tremendous difficulties to win a gold medal in the establishment sport of crew.
The sport was called crew and rowing.
1936.
I didn't know that.
And I remember the excitement about their winning in Germany and then winning the Olympics. And it was very exciting for Seattle.
Rowing is an enormously hard thing to do at that level. And they endured the pain and the cold and the harsh realities of rowing and persevered through it.
It's different than other sports. You are really uniquely together. It's that bonding that takes place, and it lasts for the rest of your life. My teammates in college are my closest friends today. There's a bond that gets made, at 6 o'clock in the morning when it's pitch black out and it's pouring down rain and it's 35 degrees. So after you've been here for 4 years, they really become your brothers.
I think it's really hard, actually, to learn about these 9 young men from 1936 and not be inspired by their raw spirit.
I think a lot of us in our families can understand what America was like, the United States was like in that era. Lots of our families went through the Depression and built up to the Second World War. We understand that. 1936 story is an extraordinary story, and that's what's happening here.
It touches on kind of the intangibles of life, pushing through pain for this small chance at victory.
It's a real story about real things that we as humans value very highly. Trust, believing in yourself, beating the odds, all of those things that we really love as people. Just be this group of guys that just kind of came out of nowhere, out of Seattle, out of the Seattle area, out of the Washington area, at a time when we still were seen as like, being from the frontier.
The story of the boys and kind of everything that they were, and how humble they were compared to what the Nazis had in the 30s, and I'm sure it was very, very different. And being able to have a victory on such a huge international level, I think it resonates with a lot of people because it gives us hope, and it gives us kind of this foundation that essentially believes that anything is possible if we're able to set our minds to it.
The story resonates with so many people because it reminds us that we're capable of overcoming great adversity. And most of all, it reminds us that our greatest power is when we pull together. In some ways, it's a metaphor for the American people. The story resonates because it takes people back to a time when people were able to pull together and get great things done.
Okay. Thoughts, ideas?
I just
quite an experience to be able to just at least pretend for the moment to be back in time, back in the 1930s, to experience what it was like.
So something that really caught me is on page 178, where it really talks about the traits of the oarsmen in depth, and it, you know, some of the highlights. They have no stars. It's a team effort, the perfectly synchronized flow of muscle, not the individual, not the self. Unique capabilities. Crew races are not won by clones. They are run carefully balanced blends of both physical abilities and personality types. And to me, that's what hit me, right? That's what we need. We need a perfectly balanced blend of our intellectual abilities, or our, whatever you want to call it, and personality. Talents, yeah, to make it in a government entity, in a community. So that's, I really like that little, what is that called? Where you can, those comparisons there, those analogies, but those comparisons of that, you know, is that these guys were all different, and Carrie talked about switching people out to different spots and finding them. We talked about that.
You mentioned
that right there, huh?
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, so the oarsman. So Joe Rance was a key. Well, he was probably not the main focus in the story by the author, and his history. We talked a little bit about that. At age 15, he came home and he saw his dad and his mom, well, his stepmom, and they were all loaded up in a car. And he said, "What are we doing? Where are we going?" He says, "Well, we're leaving, but you're staying here." That would have been incredibly hard to overcome. Others had similar stories, but I think Joe's is the one that was really compelling. And, we learn a lot from some of these other players in the book. Joe Rance, Don Hume was the stroke. He struggled with illness. He was a Jake over here, where everyone else needed to do what he was doing. Bobby Moak was a coxswain, and he learned on his way to Germany. That he was a Jew. He didn't know that. George Pocock was the shipbuilder, and Al Ulrichsen was the coach. The thing that Rance needed to overcome more than anything was trust. And he didn't have that trust in his own father and his stepmom for sure. He loved his family, but he was left to fend for himself. And he survived. I think he went to maybe went to school at the encouragement of his brother. I can't remember his name, but he encouraged him to go into engineering. And he decided to do that. He didn't have enough money to pay the second semester, and he decided, well, I got to get another job. So they decided to try out. His intent then was, at that time, was not to win the Olympics. It was to survive. There are some pretty amazing quotes. I wanted to share some of them with you. Maybe we can take a minute and just read a couple about rowing and leadership principles. Maybe, Mayor, could you read this one?
Rowing a race is an art, not a frantic scramble. It must be rowed with head power as well as hand power. From the first stroke, all thoughts of the crew must be blocked out. Your thoughts must be directed to you and your own boat. Always positive, never negative.
One thing Bobby Mock would say was mind and boat, mind and boat, mind and boat. Keeping everyone in charge of their mind. Not thinking about other things, but what they were doing in the moment. George Pocock furthermore said, just as a skilled rider is said to become part of his horse, a skilled oarsman must become part of the boat. Therein lies the secret of successful crews, their swing, that fourth dimension of rowing, which can only be appreciated by an oarsman who has rowed in a swinging crew. Where the run is uncanny, the work of propelling the shell a delight. Who knows what the swing is? Who understands it? Who's experienced that in their life? Is it possible for a group of 8 to row at 24 and pass somebody going at 30? Why?
Because they were all in sequence together to swing.
Yep. They could at least maintain. In the book, there were many examples where the coxswain, Bobby would say, we're going to keep pace with them, we're going to stay at 24. They're at 30, but they're more frantic. They're flailing. They're not as efficient, as effective. Bryce, can you read that top? This page, maybe?
Where is the spiritual value of rowing? The losing of self entirely to the cooperative effort of the crew as a whole. Harmony, balance, and rhythm. They're the three things that stay with you your whole life. Without them, civilization is out of whack. And that's why an oarsman, when he goes out in life, he can fight it, he can handle life. That's what he gets from rowing.
I think of George Pocock, who was the shell builder, the boat builder. They call that a shell. 66 feet long, 24 inches wide, very shallow, just enough where it's not going to sink, right? You can't stand in it.
He was also a mental health counselor.
Really?
No, the guy who built these boats. He did counseling all the time.
He did. And he was very inspired.
Well, he was open to new ideas when the cedar, the possibility of a new wood came along, and how that changed everything.
Yeah.
And when he was accused by his friend of making the shells, holding them hostage for them when he
the best ones he kept for Washington.
Yeah.
And they didn't give him the best ones.
And they're like,
California.
integrity is what mattered to him, and to have this person that he knew accuse him of not being objective and that. And then it showed what type of a person he was by how he just tried to smooth it out instead of becoming defensive or attacking or behind the scenes manipulative or he was a good man.
He even went to the University of California team and helped to support them and encourage them, one-on-one with them as well. So he was very very genuine, I believe. Chris, could you read that?
That the very enemy is your friend. It's hard to make that boat go as fast as you want. The enemy, of course, is the resistance of the water. But that very water is what supports you, and that very enemy is your friend. So is life. The very problems you must overcome also support and make you stronger in a way you need.
How is that possible? Has that been your experience? Have you experienced that? Resistance has actually helped you to grow or to excel or become better?
I think the 1936 Olympics are interesting in that you have the story of Jesse Owens.
Yeah.
And you have the story of the boys in the boat. But you also have the story of like Louis Zamperini, who ran the 5,000 meter race that year. He's the subject of Unbreakable. So you have a lot of people who went through really trying times, really put their own mettle to the test, and then went on and did great things in their lives through adversity.
Right. Thank you. This is the last slide I want to end on this, and it's called the swing. Who would like to read it? Brent?
Sure. To be of championship caliber, a crew must have total confidence in each other, able to drive with abandon, confident that no man will get the full weight of the pole. When you get the full rhythm in an 8, it's pure pleasure to be in it. It's not hard work when the rhythm comes, that swing as they call it. I've heard men shriek out in delight when the swing came into an 8. It's a thing they'll never forget as long as they live.
Who can describe that? Who has experienced that? In what ways have you experienced that? As a father, as a daughter, as a mother, in your family individually, playing sports and music, being on the city council, as a team, individually? Would anyone like to share? It's personal, but please.
And I'll preface with, I apologize if I share too much about my experience with my boy, with my family this year. It was actually quickly relates to our paramedics. Ultimately, to me, that swing, it's kind of like Zen, it's kind of like being in the moment, a oneness. And, there was this early one Monday morning, my son, is getting up and I'm going over to give the morning, leg rub and back rub and stuff, because constantly feels that muscle soreness or whatever. And true to form, he's not expressing the pain he's going through, and he gets up to get his drink and his medicine, and he just passes out. And on the one hand, that was scary and worrisome, but I remember just immediately thinking two things. One, that I was just so grateful that I was there to catch them, that was its own little miracle or little mercy. And then the next thought was, okay, I need to call Mark and ask him, am I being, I don't know, overly scared or paranoid about, wanting to call an ambulance to get my body to the hospital or not? And it was, Mark immediately picks up his phone, even though it's early Monday morning, and I explain it, and he immediately says, we're sending someone there right now. And then they come, and they're, they not only had the physical response, but the emotional, they immediately went over to my wife and explained things and helped understand and talked us through everything. And there was it was more than physical, it was emotional in terms of the connection and the feeling, I guess the feeling united. And to see that and have that, Bryce sometimes talks about the merging of your worlds, professional and personal. And again, that can be worrisome, that can feel vulnerable, but it ended up happening in a beautiful way that we'll never forget and that we'll always be just completely grateful for, because we found out he had pancreatitis and he was able to get it addressed quick enough so that it didn't have long-term negative effects for him.
Thank you. I hate to follow that with a golf thing. I'm sorry. Give us the best you got. I obviously love to golf, and then just some days my brothers used to make fun of me because they'd say, you just lined up at the water and you hit the ball, and I play the hook, and just. And I didn't even think about the water, because that whole round I felt in total control of my swing, and so it didn't even come to my mind. It was just like, step up, hit the ball. So with that idea of the swing where it's just automatic, it's just there, it just feels. You're not thinking, it's just there.
In my personal life, with my family, some other things that I've done, it's, as Brent touched on it, kind of that unity. And we have a saying in our family that it's better to be unified than to be right. When everybody's on the same page, moving forward, it's amazing that flow that happens.
Thank you. Anyone else? If you haven't read the book or seen the movie, I recommend it. I'm going to leave with one last remark. Could you read that quote? This is what Joe Rance had to learn. I don't know how old he was when he won the Olympics, but he finally came to this realization.
Immediately after the race, even as he sat gasping for air in the husky clipper, while it drifted down the longer sea beyond the finish line, an expansive sense of calm enveloped him. In the last desperate few hundred meters of the race, in the searing pain and bewildering noise of that final furious sprint, there had come a singular moment when Joe realized with startling clarity that there was nothing more he could do to win the race. beyond what he was already doing, except for one thing. He could finally abandon all doubt, trust absolutely without reservation that he and the boy in front of him and the boys behind him would all do precisely what they needed to do at precisely the instant they needed to do it. He had known in that instant that there could be no hesitation, no shred of indecision. He had had no choice but to throw himself into each stroke as if he were throwing himself off of a cliff into a void, with unquestioned faith that the others would be there to save him from catching the whole weight of the shell on his blade. And he had done it over and over, 44 times per minute. He had hurled himself blindly into his future, not just believing, but knowing that the other boys would be there for him, all of them, moment by precious moment.
Thank you. This, to me, is evidence of trust that we have in this group here. There may be personal differences and other things that need to be worked out, but overall, this has been the best. 2 years ago. Of my appointment for the city of Orem. Sorry. But I felt the swing. I felt the organization lift in the last 2 years. And it's because of everyone here. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We really appreciate that. I think, do you know what the schedule is for going forward for dinner?
So 6:30.
6:35.
And actually here 40 minutes. Right here next door.
So it's not at the restaurant.
Oh, is it upstairs?
And Davos.
Davos. You're right.
Is that how you say it? Yeah, they do it in the big room.
Dave's
All the rest of them are.
So it's in the same.
The rest of them does here, but dinner.
So again, to confirm, this building upstairs. 6:30?
6:30.
At 6.
That's where we're going. Are you going to go?
No, we'll do. All right, welcome back to day 2. I'll just run through the agenda real quick for day 2. We're going to start out with the presentation of business leadership principles. And I was going to do that. I was going to do that based on the book. And then we're going to we need to figure out when we want to do boards and commissions, because we didn't do boards and commissions yesterday because we ran out of time. And I've been being bugged by some city council members that are really curious how they turned out.
Not anything back.
You want to do that after I go through the book?
Yeah.
Want to do that?
And then just go.
Okay.
Done with everything else.
And then we're already for our 25 minutes behind. And then we have a break scheduled, and then we'll have a presentation of departmental goals and major projects, and exec staff will take that, lead that conversation. We'll have lunch at 12:30. Come back after lunch, and we'll finalize our citywide goals associated with our area of focus. And then we'll kind of have a round table with the council like we did before, but incorporating the citywide goals and areas of focus. And then we'll just say a couple words and we'll adjourn. So, any questions? Ready for another fun-filled day? Okay. So, Brenna and I were talking back when we were putting this together, and we were just talking about different business leadership principles, and that led to talking about the book that I wrote a year ago. And it's, let me just tell you a little bit about the book. So, over the course of my life, I've hunted a ton. I've spent a lot of time out in the outdoors, and when I've gone through and tried to figure out how much, it's over 1,000 nights that I've been out in the backcountry and just in extreme hunting situations. And it's not like the typical driving down the road with two guys with a 6-pack of beer in the middle and shooting whatever runs across.
It's a 12-pack.
This is serious. And sometimes we actually call it SWAT team hunting because we're going into an area, we're going way past where any roads go. We've got 3 or 4 of us that have spotting scopes, high-power binoculars. We're getting on different peaks. We're covering an area of 3 or 4 miles, and then we're just watching it for several days to try and pick up a monster animal. And the monster animals live where no people live, because they don't. That's how they get to be monsters. Anyway, so you'll just have to focus on them for several days. You find them, you locate them, and then you have to figure out how to essentially get on them and kill them. And because like a big buck will have multiple escape routes. So if you come over the top, they've got 3 ways out the bottom. If you come in from the bottom, they got several ways out the side. And so you have to watch them and you have to figure out where they're feeding, where they're sleeping, how they're moving throughout the day. And then once you've got a pattern, then you can try and move it on them and get close enough to get a shot at them. So it's much more than the driving down the road program. Anyway, so like I said, I've hunted for years. I've had a lot of crazy experiences, and so one of my assistants at my work, her name's Camille. She's been bugging me for years to write a book, and then I've also got a client, a gal that's does writing, and she's been bugging me to write a book for like the previous 10 years. And I would always tell her I didn't have time, because I never did have time. But she goes, "But you got such good information, such good stories. If you don't do this, it'll be gone forever." And so anyway, that was that. And then I ran for mayor, and she didn't know she lives in Jackson, so she didn't know I'd even run for mayor or anything. And she came to my office and we were talking, and I told her that I'd run for mayor, and I won. And so I was doing that on top of my investment practice. And she got really ticked off at me, and she said, "Are you kidding me? You're such an idiot. Now your book's never going to get written. And it's just not going to happen because now you're busier than you were before, and that was always your excuse." And anyway, so I thought about it, and so then I called her up and I said, "Okay, let's figure out how to do this." And so the plan became I would talk to her for about an hour to an hour and a half once a week on a set day. And we did that for a year. And so that way it just chip, chip, chip. Anyway, so that's how we finally got the book done. So, and the book is essentially, it came from, my experiences are all based around hunting, but one thing I noticed about hunting is there's so many analogies to life. And then when you spill it over into investing, a lot of similar characteristics that it takes to invest well tie over to hunting. For example, patience. With investing, you have to be extremely patient because things take time to play out and to work out. And with hunting, it's the same deal. You have to really be extremely patient. You have to be okay coming back empty-handed and going to extreme places and coming back empty-handed. So anyway, there's the hunting, And then I looked at Paragon and what we do there, and what we do there is we run investment accounts, and we've done that for almost 40 years. And we use a lot of techniques and strategies that are not mainstream. They're different than most other investment advisors do it. We follow completely different strategies than your typical investment advisors. And so that led me to, okay, let's do this book about hunting as the core of it, but then let's talk about investing and the essence of how we do what we've done and why our track record is what it is. And so that became, and so but then as we started into it, I started thinking about, well, we're talking about how to build wealth with a hunting context, but then I've got lots of clients who, because they've been clients, I've seen them go through their whole life. I've had clients come in late, they're in their 50s and, eventually pass on. I've seen a lot of the challenges that people have when they're dealing with wealth and dealing with money. And in a lot of ways, it just complicates their life. And so that took me to, well, the essence, making money, investing is just a piece of the puzzle. But the real essence of the puzzle is finding out what is true wealth. Not financial wealth, but true wealth. And we'll talk about that in a minute, just how I define true wealth. But so anyway, that's where we came up with hunting for true wealth. So it incorporates all three. It's hunting, it's building financial wealth, and it's trying to identify what's the essence of true wealth. I'm going to try and make sure we stay on schedule here. And so, as I go through this, feel free just to jump in to ask any questions. Because what I thought I'd do is we did this with the exec staff shortly after the book came out, I think, about a year ago. And there's a story in the book that takes place in Zimbabwe, and it's a pretty crazy story. It's about a leopard hunt. And anyway, yeah, it's pretty crazy. And so I thought today I'm not going to go through that because we've talked about that already. And so I'm just going to share a couple other stories with you. But I'll just start into this, and I'm just going to pull, a lot of this is from the book, but I'm just going to pull some of this. So when I was younger, I thought money was freedom and happiness. The assumption that more money will make us happier is etched into our collective consciousness. It's so basic that most people never stop to question it. Happiness is something we all want. It's the holy grail of Western civilization. Our culture champions it, promotes it with billions of dollars of advertising each year, and institutionalizes it in our public policy. Happiness is also the primary promise of the most good investment advisors focus on. Everything we do, consciously or unconsciously, we do because we believe and hope it will make us happy. In many ways we do this, we do have a lot to be happy about. The average American now lives much better than most kings and queens have throughout history. American purchasing power is higher than it ever has been. Homes, cars, technology, and entertainment are everywhere. So is the assumption true? Are we happier than we used to be? And the research shows that the answer is no. The spectacular increase in American wealth and consumerism has had almost no net positive effect on our society's overall happiness. Plenty of studies now show that believing money is more important than other values, like relationships and loved ones, spirituality, service to others, is actually detrimental to happiness. Clearly there's more to happiness than wealth, luxury, and material comforts. So hunting for true wealth is not only about making money. You'll learn how to build financial wealth. Along the way, you'll discover something more important. You'll discover what it means to be truly wealthy. True wealth is the lifelong experience of deep happiness, fulfillment, and learning. True wealth is focusing on your overall quality of your life. True wealth is becoming an empathetic, caring person. True wealth is owning your life and taking back control of your life when it's gone sideways. True wealth isn't an achievement or a prize you win once you reach a certain age or once your bank account gets big enough. It's the sum total of all the experiences, good and bad, at any point in your life. Getting that sum total right is the very essence of true wealth. We all experience trials, stumbles, and losses in life. You can learn and grow from them, or you can let them diminish and trap you in a state of being that you don't deserve or want. Because we all have different experiences, everyone's version of true wealth will differ slightly. My job is to show you the values and principles of true wealth that you can use as lessons, signposts, and goals. My ultimate goal for me and for you is to experience true wealth, not just monetary wealth. Achieving financial security is best thought of as one important part of figuring it out over the course of all your life experiences. What true wealth is for you, why it matters more than money, and how you can shift your focus and efforts to building it. So I challenge you, and this is in my book, I challenge you right here, right now to ask yourself 2 questions. What do I want my life to look like? And does my life look like that right now? If it doesn't, you can pivot and change. You can invest in yourself. You can take your life back. I had to do this multiple times throughout my own life. It's what I'm working on again right now, getting my own life back. To ask these questions of yourself. You don't need to have a lot of money. All you need is the willingness to step back and think intentionally about where you want to go. The alternative is just letting the wind blow you wherever life takes you. Letting yourself be carried along is easier than imagining the life you want, setting goals, and planning on the steps that will create that life for you. Easy is boring. Easy is a trap. Easy makes you weak. Hunting for true wealth isn't easy, but living a full adventurous life with intention will always be better than just letting life happen to you. True wealth is for everyone, no matter what your age, career, or life experience. That means this book is for you. As far as just a story from the book, there's a couple, and I think these, I've thought about this over the course of my life several times. This one is about panic. And essentially, when we get in difficult situations, the worst thing we can do is panic. And both of you chiefs know absolutely panic is the worst thing that can happen. But anyway, this was just a story from when I was younger. In my 30s, I went whitetail deer hunting with a buddy of mine up in Idaho, on the Clearwater River in Idaho. And ironically, 2 years prior, a guy from Orem had drowned on a bear hunt in this area we were going to. So when we were going to go hunting up there, we always referred to it as the place where the guy from Orem died. But it was November in Idaho, really cold. And I made my way up to the top of this mountain plateau where we were hunting that overlooked this river. And all of a sudden, I spotted this buck. And the buck spotted me at the same time. And like I said, I was whitetail hunting. And we call whitetail hunting ghosts, because they're just there and they're gone. And they just kind of like vaporize into the trees. But he was only 25 yards away from me, and to my right. And instinctively, I swung my gun around, aimed in the general direction, and took a straight-on shot, which you don't really want a straight-on shot. The only reason I did it was because this deer was just right at me. And at 25 yards, I couldn't get the buck in my scope properly, and so I didn't get a good hit on this deer. But he did something I've never had a deer do, which is, he was a big mature buck, but he lowered his head and he came charging at me.
Panic.
Yeah, well,
panic and run.
This was the easy part. So he came running at me. So I literally had to jump to the side in the brush to avoid getting impaled by him. And like I said, I've never had that happen before. I mean, other weird things, but that was bizarre to have this deer just lower his head and just come charging. I watched this deer kept running, and then he dropped off the side of the mountain. So I was on this plateau overlooking the Clearwater River, and then it dropped off. What was it? It was around. It was about 1,500 feet down, and I knew the deer was hit, and I was kind of a little bit ticked because he was trying to take me out, and so I went after him. And he drops off the side, and he goes down, down, down. And so I'm going down, down, down. And the side of this mountain was ridiculously thick. On top, it wasn't as bad, but on the sides, it was like a Vietnamese jungle. And so the blood I found had a bright red hue, which meant it was a lung shot. And I knew he wasn't going to last. And so I needed to find him. So I just kept going down, down, down after him. And I kept picking up the blood, disappearing, picking up the blood, disappearing, picking up the blood, disappearing. Finally, 3 hours later, I'm at the bottom of that 1,400-foot mountain. And I only had about 30 minutes of daylight left. And so the Clearwater River is about 150 feet across. And on the other side, I could see this dirt road that pickups and stuff we're using. And so I thought that might be my best shot. But I was kind of faced with this situation, and I did make a bad decision. But I could either try and cross the river, but it is middle of November, and there's ice on both sides, or I could frickin' hike back up this 1,400 straight up mountain and get on the top of that, because that's where my four-wheeler was on the back side of that mountain. So I thought, okay, I'm just going to try and cross this thing. It looked like it wasn't that bad, and it looked like it was kind of slow moving. And it didn't look...
Chief is shaking his head.
I'm still panicking.
How many beers have you had?
Exactly. Anyway, it just didn't look that bad compared to the option of climbing, and it was half hour before dark, and so I knew I'd be climbing that mountain in the dark. So I took my rifle, and I had my backpack, and then I strapped my rifle across my back, so now I wouldn't lose it. And so I started walking across this river, and it was freezing cold, and it was, I got about, I don't know, a quarter of the way across, and it was only up to the tops of my thighs, and I thought, this is fine. And so I kept going across, and pretty soon I'm right almost to the middle, but the current is a whole lot stronger than it looks, and it's just pushing me hard. But I'm in the middle, so I might as well go to the other side, right? And so I'm going across. Now the water's up to the top of my chest, and then there was no signs, but I stepped in a big hole, and I just went under. So now all of a sudden I'm free floating in this freezing river, and this is where the panic part comes. And
not till then, huh?
Yeah. So anyway, I'm floating down this river, and I can feel life getting sucked out of me because it's so cold. And I fully know about hypothermia, and I just feel like this is hypothermia coming on, and I've got to get out of this river. But I'm stuck in the middle, and I'm floating in this current. And the first thing I said I was literally saying it out loud was, "Don't panic, don't panic." So I was trying to get my bearings together, and I just kept saying, "Don't panic, don't panic, don't panic." And that was the only thing I really thought about at the time was don't panic. Because I knew if I panicked, I was screwed. I would just flail around and I would be, done. And so, don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. And I floated about 200 feet down that river. And then it started to get to a turn, and then I went like another 100 feet. And there was a a tree that was extending out where the river turned. And I knew if I could get to that tree, then I could try and pull myself across. But anyway, I was able to grab it, and I slowly got across, and then I pulled myself up off the bank, and I just literally passed out. And about that same time, there's a truck coming down that road that I didn't even see. But they saw me, and they came running over and grabbed me. But I don't remember any of that because I was out of it. And they carried me back, and they put me in their truck, and I came to, and I was underneath all this stuff, and these people were all excited. But what they did is they turned their heater on their truck way up, and then they just covered me with everything they had in the truck. And anyway, gave me a ride back to my camp. But the point of that is just, from a business leadership perspective, is don't panic. And no matter how bad it gets, the essence of making a bad decision is based on panic. And it's that way. I mean, when you're out in the middle of nowhere and you're lost, if you panic, you're done. If you're up on top of a mountain and you're trying to come down and you get clipped out and you have to spend the night out, if you panic, you're done. So anyway, as far as business leadership, that's just a story that kind of sticks in my head, is to not panic. Another quick story is this is about focus. And I went up to, I actually, in the book I talked about it, I was looking for I wanted a top 10 in the world mountain goat. And so I literally went 3 different times, twice to Alaska and once to British Columbia, in search of a record book goat that would go top 10 in the world. And that meant 2 of the times I came back, I had to come back empty-handed just because I saw lots and lots of goats, but I was looking for a specific world record goat. Let me just, to get, like I've said, to get that record book trophy, you can't go where everyone else goes. You can't just follow well-worn trails. You have to make your way back in the back country where nobody goes. That's where these animals live. And it's like that in life a lot of times too. In the mountains of Alaska this time of year, the temperature was down to -20 below at night. And during the day it would rise 15 degrees above zero. So we'd start every morning going after these goats. And we'd wade across the middle of a river with silver salmon. The water along the banks had iced over. And this time I didn't actually get the goat. I made it until later, another trip. But this was the process we were going through. Once we got out of the river, so every morning we crossed this river. It was freezing cold. We were doing it with waders, at least. And then we get across the river. We'd take off our waders. We'd hang them up. They'd be frozen. You had to hang them up so the bears wouldn't take them, so they'd be there when you got back. But then we started to climb the mountain. And the mountain was so steep, and there was so much brush. There's a lot of, what's it called, the wild rose and the devil's club. They're just these bushes with all kinds of stickers on them. So you had to get across the river, you had to cut your way through the wild rose, and then you had to find somewhere on the mountain where a river was coming down, or not a river, but just a little stream. And then that's where you'd go up, and you'd use your climbing gear, and you'd work your way up, back and forth up this stream. And so, the part where I want to make the point on focus, because there's a lot of critical things in this, but you get up the mountain, and you're about a third of the way up the mountain, and you're going to the top, but to get to the next level, you have to cross about 150 feet of sheer cliffs. And so you're on this side, and the cliffs go across here, and you've gone up this whole bottom, and you come across, and then you're going to keep going up. But these cliffs are pretty much, if you look at them, they seem impassable. just because it's like the face of Temp. It's like those cliffs. And anyway, so you look at that and you say, I can't do that. I can't get across this. There's no way to get, because we want to go to the top of this mountain. And so, but there is a way to get across those cliffs, and it's basically with extreme focus and just taking one step at a time. And so what you'd have to do is we had crampon boots on, we had climbing axes and stuff, but you would basically go sideways across them, and you always had 3 points of contact. And then you take one, you'd have 3 points of contact, and then you move, say, your leg, get it firm, and then you move your other 3 points of contact across. So you've always got 3 points of contact. You can never like do something quick, like just give up too, because it's too risky. You'll lose your balance potentially and fall. And in these cliffs, it's several hundred feet down. So you've got no room for mistakes. But the way you do it is just, you're just focused. If you look to the left where you're going, it kind of gets in your head. You think, I can't do it. Or if you look down, you think, that's a really bad outcome. And so you have to just focus on what's right in front of you. 3 points of contact, 150 feet across, super slow, super focused. And I just use that analogy as when you have things in business, when we have things in the city, when we have things that we really want to try and accomplish, it comes down to extreme focus. And with extreme focus, you can do almost anything that you think you can't do. So that's that lesson.
Mayor, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If you get the goat, how the hell do you get it?
Just throw it.
Yeah. Yeah. No. What you have to do is, and that's a real pain, because you're up on the mountain. You've got your gun, and you've got about a 50-pound pack, and your 50-pound pack that you keep with you because you're going up there staying overnight and stuff. It's your lifeline. So you can't you have to keep it with you at all times. Anyway, so you get up there, you kill a goat, and then essentially you cape it out, but you have to bring the meat back. It's part of the deal. And so you just have to cape it out, and you wind up with the hide and the head and the horns, and that's gonna, I don't know, that probably weighs like 60 pounds or something. It's about a 300-pound animal, and you basically, and then you take the meat and cut it up and debone it, and put it in different pouches, and now you've got all in all you've got about probably 125 pounds of usable meat, and then the hide. So you're just coming all the way down, and then you're going back up and getting it, and then you're coming down again.
So now you're carrying all that additional weight as you cross the face of the cliff.
Yeah, exactly.
You know you can buy meat at Costco, right?
I heard about that. But yeah, no, that's the classic thing. Is the saying is when you pull the trigger, then the work begins. You know, the fun kind of begins, and now you got to deal with it. So, yeah, it's crazy. Okay, we got just a little bit of time, so I'm going to try and get through this. So those are just a couple stories to give you some context of what this is about, and I think one of the best stories is the leopard story. So good one. What do you say, Chris?
Good story. It's the hip shot that saved your life.
Kept my teenage boys riveted. Sober into it.
Yeah, so story.
Okay, as far as business principles, so I've got in the book, there's 5 principles, and these principles make up different chapters. One is go big or go home, and we've incorporated that a lot in the city. as far as like with lights on. And just a lot of different cool things that we're doing in the city. Go big or go home. Another one, the second principle is build solid relationships. Value your family, friends, and community. And those are all the essence of what we're doing in our city. Number 3 is don't panic, things go wrong. And number 4 is expect bear markets. In other words, expect bad things to happen, but then constantly be positioning for when the good things happen. So expect bear markets, but be positioned for bull markets. And that's the essence of investing a lot of times, is you're just like making sure you don't get blown up, making sure that you're able to keep your capital intact so that you can take advantage when the good times come and you can be positioned for that. So expect bear markets, be positioned for bull markets. And then the 5th one is live your legacy now. And I think that's a really key one. People always talk about, they're going to get old and then they want to leave a legacy and all that. And I've seen this with, life is kind of backwards. I've seen this with a lot of clients. They would go along and, they'd work and work and work and work and work and work, and then finally now they're old, and now finally their money starts to pile up, but now they're too old to do a lot with it. And so my theory's always been, after watching that with some of my clients, my theory's always been live your legacy now. Think about not your legacy when you're, old and going to retire, but think about your legacy, what you want it to be when you're young, and then just live it now while you can, even if you have to stretch to make it happen. So those are the 5 principles. The 13 values, and some of you that know me know that 13 is this bizarre number that I have. I used to, at first when I started, I've gotten 13s like endlessly in my life. And they just always show up. And it's really bizarre. And I used to think that sucks because that's bad luck. But then it kept happening so frequently that I decided it must be like good luck because it kept happening before good things were happening. Anyway, so it's a number that I'm branded with. And my wife will tell you, Kathy will tell you that it's unbelievable. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of times when 13 just shows up. So not surprisingly,
but not 13 children. It must not be Kathy.
No, she's grateful for that. Anyway, as I was coming up with these values, I wound up with 13. And I think these all apply to everything we do in the city. First value is adventure. And these are for me personally, these are what I prioritize in my life. So adventure is not only for the adrenaline junkies of the world. Adventure at its core is change. It's stress. It's growth. It's doing new things, pushing yourself out of your comfort zone and taking things to a new level. Sometimes trying to get things no one has done before. Going on adventures crystallizes the unique things that you bring into the world. So from a city perspective, adventure I define as change. And I remember different things we've had in the city, but we get a lot of pushback when we change things. But a lot of times things can be a whole lot better after we get on that path. So I always encourage adventure. Living in alignment is a principle. I believe that to be truly happy, your life must be aligned. Essential to alignment is incorporating the experiences and lessons you learned in each of your previous life stages. Childhood, youth, early adulthood, and onward. And that became the fabric of who you are as a unique individual. Living in alignment means recognizing, accepting, and leaning into the foundational principles of who you are as a person. It means being true to yourself. When you're out of alignment, you lie in bed at night, believing in your heart and soul that this is who I am. Day by day, however, a different version of you is walking around. Your behaviors and actions aren't in alignment with your identity. Your beliefs and values don't match how you're living your life. often because of external pressures from other people, circumstances and conditions. And from my experience, I firmly believe that a lot of addiction and substance abuse problems stem from that kind of misalignment. In other words, you're not aligned with who you truly are. So it's really important. Family is one of my core values. And I put that that's not easy. The people you're closest to don't always make good decisions. They struggle, and that in turn affects you. But they're still at your core, and they inform your life from beginning to end. It's impossible to achieve true wealth by denying the truth of your family, whatever that truth might be for you. We've got fitness and health is a value. Society's moved so far away from the natural food chain, yet perhaps as a result, fitness and health have only become more closely tied to happiness. Life expectancy is longer than ever before, which means that poor health will affect you longer than ever too. Without fitness and health, you only become a passive observer of adventure rather than an active participant. Freedom is a core value. Freedom is living your life the way you want to, not how anyone else thinks you should. It's finding purpose and having time and financial security for recreational activities that make you happy. Freedom is earned through hard work. It should be fought for and never taken for granted. Gratitude is another value. Without gratitude, you'll never be truly wealthy. And I really believe that. And I know a lot of people that have a lot of money and kind of have an entitlement about them. And at their essence, the reason I believe that they're not happy is because they don't know how to be grateful. So I believe that without gratitude, you'll never be truly wealthy. It doesn't matter how much money you accumulate. If you aren't grateful for what you have, then you will never have enough. And it will never have the value that you want it to have. Gratitude colors both your view of the world and your own life. It's very difficult to be angry, bitter, or negative when your mindset is focused on appreciating what you have and who you get to share it with. Those are opposing forces. They are oil and water, and gratitude is stronger. It has the power to push out the negativity and bad parts of life. Honesty is another value, because I really believe without having foundational honesty in all that you do, you're living a lie. Until you dig down to that foundation of honesty, you can't have true conversations with yourself or with people around you. True wealth will remain out of reach because you won't truly know yourself, the reality of your life, and the possibility that your life holds. Listening and learning to listen, I think, is a really valuable part of leadership. Every single person in this world wants to be heard, and that is kind of a universal thing. Everyone has a story to tell, and so often many of us don't get heard. Society has been built on barriers, selfishness, and the absence of foundational honesty. Listening and learning to listen allows you to be involved in other people's lives, to overcome the barriers that separate us, and to expand your impact beyond yourself. Ninth value is love. Love encompasses all the facets of your life that give you meaning and make you feel happy. Love for people, for animals, for relationships that add value to your life rather than take away from it. Love is the connection and goodness that you and everyone else deserves. Number 10, optimism. And those of you that know me know I'm just naturally optimistic, sometimes to my detriment. But pessimism, I always hated it when you'd be in a meeting, you'd be in a group, and 5 people are telling you, that won't work, that won't work, that won't work. It's just like, shut up. It will work. Anyway, pessimism is the true enemy of progress, success, and happiness. Many people today say it won't work, it can't happen. It is impossible. It is possible. Just make it happen. True wealth is rooted in optimism. Right here, sitting beside me, we have one of the most optimistic guys I know. Spirituality. Spirituality is belief in a higher power. Whatever that higher power is for you. From spirituality comes recognition that there's more to your life than just the person who exists in the here and now. If you can embrace the spiritual side of life, then you have access to the essence of true wealth. Number 12, born ready. My wife always gets annoyed with me because she thinks I'm always running behind. And she'll always say, "Are you ready?" And I'll say, "I was born ready." And then she'll get annoyed. So, born ready is about welcoming whatever the world has to throw at you. Don't shrink from that. Don't diminish yourself or anything that makes it part of your life. Live every day like you were born ready, and you'll find the empowerment you need to chase true wealth. One little quick tidbit I threw in here was back when I was probably 25, and I had this guy from this investment company that was trying to recruit me to work for their company, and he was a big wig, and I went back to New York to meet with him, and I had just met him. We talked on the phone, and I just met him that morning, and he said, "Well, come with me." And so I went and walked over to this other office building. As we're getting on the elevator, he says to me, I said, "Where are we going?" And he says, "You're going to do a presentation for this board about becoming an investment client of ours." And I was kind of shocked because I had just talked to this guy a few times. I knew their basic investment strategies, but I was no expert on it. I didn't know hardly anything. Anyway, so he says to me as we're getting on the elevator, he says, "You're going to do this presentation." And I said, "Are you kidding me?" Because this was for a board. It was for an executive board. So when we were on the elevator and we're going up, I said, "What am I supposed to say?" And he said, "You know more about this than I do, so figure it out." And so we get up there. It's a boardroom. It's a room like this with all these people. And I had to do the presentation. And anyway, that was a born ready moment.
Don't panic, too. Don't panic.
Don't panic, yes. Finally,
Shoot from the head.
All of those.
Yes, stay focused.
Yeah.
finally we've got vision. And this is what a lot of you in this room have, is a vision. This is what Brenda has, is vision. You need to have a proactive picture of where you're going with your life. And in our case, with our city. Without vision, life just happens to you. You will end up wherever the wind blows you instead of where you want to be. True wealth comes from envisioning it and then going out and getting it. So anyway, those are the core principles, the 13 principles. And I believe that they apply to us in our lives, but they also apply to us as leadership in the city. Tom?
Did Clayton Christensen's book serve as an inspiration to you or a model at all? His book, How Will You Measure Your Life? Do you know the book?
I
Obviously you didn't if you don't know the book. Okay.
No.
Similar ideas being taught for those of you who've read that book.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, possession is a small part of total happiness, right? It's the relationships we have and the things we've done, et cetera, et cetera. So
yeah.
He certainly didn't take a hunting twist on it. But
Right.
you know who he is, right? The Harvard professor, Clayton Christensen.
Is that the Harvard professor, right?
Passed away a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Quoted, one of the few non-general authorities quoted in General Conference occasionally.
Oh, okay.
And you will be soon too.
Oh, yeah, sure.
With the release of this book, it's more widespread. Shoot from the hip, I'm sure they'll say that in April.
Right. Yeah.
Record it just in case, okay? Please. Record it.
I was born ready, my head.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Anyway, I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen, and hope we can incorporate these things, and hopefully this will add some value to your lives. So,
Thank you.
Can all discuss their book?
Yes.
Good, we're done.
Thanks.
Well done.
Thanks. All right, next up on the agenda, we've got boards and commissions. I think we can speed through boards and commissions. You guys are good with that? I can't see.
It's good.
All right. So what we're doing with these boards and commissions is I worked on this the other night, just trying to, well, in the big picture, initially when we started on the boards and commissions, after talking with Brad, I felt like we had too many boards and commissions, and I felt like we weren't necessarily using the boards and commissions the way that we should be. In other words, I think the boards and commissions are kind of, I mean, you've got 7 elected officials here. These elected officials represent 100,000 people. And to me, the boards and commissions are a direct path into the community to help build community and to help get the things that these some elected officials want to be out there. And so I think there's a lot of value in boards and commissions. But that being said, I felt like the boards and commissions had gotten a little bit stale, and in some ways we were just going through elections and not getting the full benefit from those boards and commissions. And so that led us to take a step back and say, okay, well, let's try and boil this down. And I think we went from, 21 to 16?
Sounds about right.
Carrie, does that sound right?
That sounds
Okay. So anyway, so we've kind of made our first stab at this. And the goal here is to make the boards and commissions really meaningful for the people involved, and to have these boards and commissions really make an impact in the community. That's the goal. And so I've got this spreadsheet, and what I was trying to do with the city council members was balance out the boards. So they're okay, these are purely commissions right now. And so every city council member is on some of these commissions. But then there's also appointed things like being on the Sleepy Ridge Committee for the golf. That's not a commission, but that's just an assignment. And so I tried to balance out the commission and just these other assignments, so everybody's doing something similar in terms of, and then I kind of adjust them because some are less, some are more difficult, take more time than others, and so I try to balance that out too. So anyway, this is what I came up with, and what I think, unless you like absolutely don't like this, you want to talk about it now, we can. Otherwise, I say we'll go with it and maybe talk more later if it's an issue. Because I think what we're going to do is just run through these, and this is where we're at with. I'm open for feedback. Okay.
By the way, Mayor.
If you say them, I'll put them in.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank you for rethinking. Some of these boards were not as effective as others. Some of them we didn't need to do, and I don't think we took you've sat in this job for 3 years. I've sat in my job 11 years, and we hadn't really rethunk what we were doing. I appreciate you taking that initiative. You were maybe in Brent and others, whoever did that. And I think I complimented Brent, but I think it also goes to the chief and to Peter. This is the best gift I've ever gotten, this pledge on wood. I mean, I've gotten plaques for being places and framed and whatever. That thing lives on forever. Thank you.
Yeah.
Best gift ever. Thank you. So, anyway, but Mayor, thank you for rethinking the whole process.
Well, thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. Okay, so this is where we wound up. Well, and where this went was, and mean, I thought about it for a while, and as I talked with Brent, he thought it was a good idea. But then really Carrie and her group were the ones who did the heavy lifting as far as to take it through strategies and innovation team, and, right?
Yeah, Jenka's team.
Yeah, and just really try and boil it down. So our hope is that we wind up with commissions that are really impactful and will really make a difference. But my expectation is we're going to take things up to the next level with this. Okay, so here we go. So Care Advisory Commission, it was Jeff Lamson, it's still Jeff Lamson. Spot number 1. Care Advisory Commission number 2 was Dave Spencer, still Dave Spencer. CDBG Advisory Commission, it was Jen Gale. I was going to move it to Tom McDonald. Culture Arts Advisory Commission, it was Lene Millett, it's still Lene Millett. Do you want all those things? As far as, okay, so economic development.
If you want to do them down, that's fine.
Yeah, that's me. Envision Utah Board of Directors, that's me. And that is really interesting because I've never been contacted by them, and I did not know that until I saw it on this list.
They canceled our meeting that was scheduled for Orem too.
So anyway.
Wow, for the regional housing plan.
Now we know.
Yeah, it's got Envision Utah Executive Board.
So you're both of those.
Yes.
Some of those you can't get rid of, right, Mayor?
Right. Yeah. Right, and no, the ones that are assigned to me is 13.
Yeah. Well, you're 13 and mine too.
That's a lucky
number.
13.
You've got to keep them all.
Yeah, no, I didn't sign up for these. A lot of them I'm just assigned. Okay, then we've got the Advanced Advisory Commission. That was Chris Kilpack. That's still Chris Kilpack. And Advanced Advisory Commission number 2. Was Jen Gale. It's still Jen Gale. And the events, as you know, has been wrapped. A number of things have been wrapped into that. So that's going to be a pretty exciting commission. Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. That was Chris Kilpack. That's still Chris Kilpack. IHC Outreach. That's an assignment. That was Tom McDonald. That's still Tom.
Thank you.
Library Advisory Commission was Chris Kilpack. Is still Chris Kilpack. MAG is me. Miss Orem is me, which is interesting. Let's see, Natural Resource Advisory Commission, that was Jen Gale, that's still Jen Gale. Neighborhood Advisory Commission, that's Lene Millett. And initially what I'm going to do with the Neighborhood Advisory Commission, because that's kind of like events, it's a much bigger thing, but the Neighborhood Advisory Commission is something we really want to take to the next level. And so I'm going to have Lene essentially spearhead that. And then I'm going to be available not to be directly involved, but to be a resource to try and get that built out the way that we want to build it out. So you can put me for, but it's more like an advisor than what you guys are doing. Orem Community Foundation Board. So I don't know how much you know about this, but we kind of looked on our shelf and found a foundation board that was there. I was pretty much inactive, hadn't really done much with it, and so we decided we needed to make it into something meaningful. And so we're going to be overhauling that board and putting together a new board, a new advisory board. It's going to be a much bigger deal, and we're going. The idea is that there are people that love Orem, that have lived there their whole life, that want to help. You get people of means, people that just want to make a gift to their community. Anyway, we're going to start pushing that a lot more and making a bigger deal of it. And so on that foundation board, the mayor's gonna kind of have an automatic spot on that board. And then there'll be one council member, and on that council member will be Lene Millett. I haven't actually mentioned that to her, but I think she'd do a great job. And then the youth council. So that's where I switched Tom and Jen. So Tom was on the youth council. Jen, I moved her to the youth council. She's got a real interest in that. And anyway, that's another one that, well, that was not terribly active, but it's, I mean, you've got 3 or 4 times the number of kids involved with that now, right?
Well, we have 23.
That's what spares lawyers.
We're a boring bunch, we get it.
No, it's been revitalized, and we've got some, kind of like, some of our youngest people on staff are now leading the way on that, and so there's like a great connection between the kids and the staff, and it's going great.
Okay, we're excited about that. The second person, and I haven't talked to you about this either, but I was going to put Jeff on that youth council. So it'll be you and Jen going to be making that happen. Planning Commission, it was Dave Spencer, it's still Dave Spencer. That's a really time-intensive job, so give it to Dave.
Thanks.
And then Public Works Advisory Commission, that was Tom, that's still Tom. Because you do a great job with that.
Chris does a great job, and his members do a great job.
Yeah.
They're phenomenal. Please pass that on.
And then Dave Spencer on the he was on the Rec Advisory Commission. Have changed him. No, I'm not going to change him, or he will have a breakdown.
Let's see. Try it.
I won't panic. I'm not panicking. I didn't panic. I just looked down and I'm like, you kidding me?
Ready for the hip shot, right?
Okay, then we've got Sleepy Ridge Committee. Okay, that's interesting. I did this late. I've got Jeff Lamson on the Sleepy Ridge Committee. I've moved Dave Spencer to take that position.
Okay.
And that's just an assignment, that's not a commission. And then another assignment, our station area plan. That's involved with the Magoshes, and Lene's been doing that, and she'll keep doing that.
I think I'm done with that. When are we done in January?
Gary, when are we done for stationary plan?
First.
I mean, but next year, look forward to that rolling off next year is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
it's almost ready to go to council, right?
Yeah, we've just got a little bit of fine tuning. It has to be done by the end of this year.
End of 2025.
Yeah. So we're almost done.
Just a little change in 2024.
It's good. We're just getting.
We're going to start.
It's restarting.
The first quarter.
So you're the
Bryce and I.
Okay.
We got Transportation Advisory Commission, that is Jeff Lamson, it's still Jeff Lamson. We got UCC board member, that was Lene Millett, and I moved that to Dave Spencer. I haven't told you about that either.
You have a busy year, Dave.
I'm always busy.
And then we got the ULCT, the CHA assignment. That's Lene, and still Lene, and then it's also Tom, and still Tom. And then we've got ULC Legislative Policy Committee, that was Chris, and it's still Chris, and that's a busy one too. We could be getting in the thick of that again.
We've already had some meetings there.
We've got the Utah County COG, that's me. We've got the Utah Lake Commission, and that's then Lene, it's still Lene.
Someone changed that, Teresa. It's actually called Utah Lake Authority now. Which is so
Oh, yeah.
stay in the same.
ULCT.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
What's that?
that's not appointed by the city. We get invited to do that by
By the
the
state?
powers that be, yeah.
The state, or is it?
Yeah, it was
ULCT.
both the state and the governor approved my sitting on that.
Okay.
So I got some letter from the governor asking me to do it. So we can put people on them, but they're not official until the governor invites them to do it.
So,
Which one is that?
Is that, I think, is that the Utah League of CHA?
yeah.
Maybe the CHA is different from the, and Steve's not here to ask, the
So
Governor's
the
Commission
CHA
on Housing.
Yeah, the CHA, it's a subcommittee of the thing that you're on.
Okay,
So there's one on water, there's one on housing.
gotcha.
So you're on.
Parking.
I'm on something in addition to this.
Right,
Okay. So
But Lene, you often come to it,
right.
or you
Yeah.
participate in that.
Well, because that's the housing one.
Yeah, I get that.
So
yeah.
there's housing, parking, water,
Yeah.
and so you're on this one. I don't know, do you go to all of those or just the?
No, just the one on, I probably were on basically the
Because
same.
it's housing, maybe not.
So Tom, should that, the one that you're on from the state?
You don't need to list it on
You
this.
don't need to list it? Okay.
I'll still continue to
So
do
maybe
that.
Steve is the one who's on a CHA. Tom's not, I don't know that yours is called a CHA.
I think I'm on that committee as well. I go to all the meetings they invite me to. I don't know what they're all called.
Yes.
I know that.
What's Steve on?
I know that USCT, Cameron Deal was the one who came to Steve Earle and asked for that.
Okay.
Yes. And so Steve
So we
isn't
don't need to
officially on it, but
staff
he'll text Lene and I, hey guys,
What
try
do
to
you
sound
guys
intelligent this
think?
time. And Lene always does, I try to.
Well, and I loved it, they were talking about, maybe if we take away the requirement for garages, that will create more affordable housing. And Steve's texting us and says, we have no requirement for garage, the builders just build them because it's in demand.
Yeah,
You know?
so we can quickly agree and say, see, we said yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
So,
Sorry, Mayor.
It's a
Go
good
back.
You're fine. So the only benefit to putting your state assignment on here, because is the state calling you because you're a city council member?
Yes, but there's like 3 members of all the League of City and Towns. There's Mayor Silverstein or something like that. So there's 3 of us who are city people who are on this commission. And Orem hasn't had a representative on that for years and years and years. So, and again, there's only 3 and there's how many, 50, 60 cities or something. So when I get bumped off, I mean, it isn't likely they would replace me with an Orem guy. They would select like Spanish Fork or some other city to have that exposure.
Would it make sense though to put that job on here?
Well,
from
it
my
gives me more
perspective-
rights, honors, and privileges for taking there too, I think.
It just, I'm always trying to balance everything out, and so if this is something you're doing.
You can put it on there if you'd like.
Yeah, I think we should add it up.
But you and I serve on other civic and community things that aren't on our list.
What are you calling it? ULCT?
Bigwig. Governor's Commission. I don't know what it's exactly called. I'll find. Text me and I'll get you the exact title, or email me if you would.
Okay. Let's see.
Utopia.
Okay, Utopia. Okay. And in an effort to balance these things out, so Jeff has been Utopia. I'm moving Tom to Utopia. Okay.
I'm thrilled.
I was lobbying for it. You already did it.
The reason I put you is because you've been around since the beginning of this. You have the best idea of how it all works and everything.
We didn't call me
experience. You go back to Utopia beginnings.
Well, most of the meetings, can you join in Zoom? Yes. Okay. You just have to go to Salt Lake all the time, which is why you were originally on it, because you were
Because I
working
wanted
there.
it.
Yeah.
Okay, then we've got the Utah Valley Chamber Board of Governors, that's me. Utah Valley Chamber Public Policy Committee, that's me.
It's a small thing, but I think, Brendan, you officially assigned Utopia and the other one, what's it called?
I'm on UIA.
But, so you have to officially assign the Utopia, because it comes from the CEO of the city, not from the mayor. So if you're saying yes, Mayor, I'm happy to do it, but I want to make sure that the CEO of the city has to sign it. So if you're signing it, Brent, and Mayor, if you're willing, I'm happy to do it. I just want to make sure we've done it both lines.
Yeah. I'm fine. I was just trying to get everything
Yep.
figured out and balanced.
So, okay, thank you. I'll take the assignment from both. Thank you. Okay.
You're on the UIA.
Oh, I'd like to.
Okay, we've got the UVU Business Resource Center. That's got my name on it.
What is that?
So, that's another thing. So, and you guys might know about this too, but what, 12, 13, 14 years ago or something, Orem was involved in giving UVU this Business Resource Center.
Yeah.
And it's kind of just not been doing a whole lot the last several years.
Is that the one down at UVU?
I think it's.
Have you met the guy?
I think Kathy's getting more.
Yeah, so we've been having. I don't know who you're talking about. Anyway, so about a year and a half ago, we started talking with them about revitalizing that and having it do something meaningful. And so that translates into, we've got Kathy, we've got Ryan, we're meeting with Steve Anderson down there and trying to put together a plan to how we get that revitalized and how we get it to do what it should be doing.
You know, Steve Anderson's going to be kind of off the grid for 2 months because he goes up to legislative all the time. Starting a week from Tuesday, whatever, he'll be gone for 45 days. But that's a big concern of his and Val Peterson's.
Okay, so that's what we're trying to work with them to figure out.
If I can help with my UVU hat on, let me know to try to get information or whatever.
Okay, and we might do that because it's got my name on it right now. I was kind of spearheading. It's funny, I got some phone calls from some people who were all concerned about it, and so I started digging into it, and that's how we figured it out. It's making a ton of progress, but we might tap you on that too because I want 13 things.
I'd be happy to be an advisor to you on that if that helps.
Mayor, if I could add, basically it's supposed to have a board of directors guiding it, and that hasn't been in place for a number of years. So we're getting that going again so that the board can direct the
with community members. With community members,
we can add community members if you'd like. We have 3 seats we have to fill from the Orem side, so we're proposing Kathy Lewis, and then the other 2 would come from your recommendations. So it can be 2 council members, or the mayor and council member, or whomever you would like. Yeah. It's hopefully someone that's business savvy and has a vision.
I don't mind. I wouldn't mind
building it.
Because I do all the business. Kathy Lewis's business.
Your business lunches and stuff. Okay, well we can talk about that because that is a work in process right now.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, if you're interested, and Dave, Tom.
Because we've got the great facility up at Canyon Park for incubator businesses. So if you can kind of, to help build Orem and Orem's businesses, it's our business resource center. Is it beginning businesses in Orem? Is it growing? To me, that's kind of what we should be using it for.
It is. It actually has a business incubator in it. I think there's 10 to 15 businesses right now. They also have the Small Business Development Center, and they have other agencies as well. But it's kind of tired. We're looking at going after a EDA grant or an earmark to revitalize it and remodel it in conjunction with UVU. So that's in progress right now. We're meeting next week with our lobbyist, and Brent may talk about it when the mayor.
The gentleman who is doing Dream Walk at the mall. He was at the Kathy's Lunch Lore visit. Yeah, he would be great for something like that.
Yeah, he would be. So we're welcome to. We need.
She mentioned he would be really good or something.
Whatever you want.
For that board.
Yeah, John Pope would be fantastic. I'd be willing to. So. But he lives in Salem though, just so you're aware. But his business is in Orem.
He was preaching Orem that whole lunch.
He was.
He was loving Orem.
Yeah. So anyway, that is something that's in play that we're going to want to make it really happen over there.
Are we holding off on assigning that right now?
Well, you can stick my name on it for now, but yeah, we'll hold off. And I want to have some more conversations as far as how this all winds up. But I'm open to, I mean, my goal as far as council would be council members with business experience that might be interested in being involved.
And do you want me on the audit committee again next year, Mayor?
Yeah.
So we don't, and maybe I could, we just know ahead of time. I mean, you called me the day of, but just, maybe we put that on that list so I get on it.
That would be good. Can you add that?
What is it, Tom, is it UVU?
No, this is for the city.
We're using the city's audit. So the mayor and I spent a couple hours before it came to the city council with the auditor.
Yeah, they normally rotate that up through the years, but that's fine. I mean,
yeah.
Tom's.
Okay. UVU community outreach.
You want to scroll down a little bit on the other
Oh.
Yeah, UVU community outreach 1 is me, and then UVU community outreach 2 is Jeff. And we've been working more and more on building those relationships. And your input would be good on that, Tom?
I didn't hear you, but yes, of course, I did. What did I say?
With UVU community outreach.
Outreach.
So Jeff and I are on that. We appreciate your input.
Oh, thank you. Unpaid advisor?
Yes.
Happy to do that. And as a side note, my term on the Timpanogos Hospital Board has expired. It's three-year terms, and I've been on it 9 years. So I used to be on the Timpanogos Hospital Board, but not vis-a-vis my city hat, just community hat.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And then there's that America's 250 committee.
What is that?
Oh, I want to be on that. That's our 250 anniversary for our country. They're doing celebrations all over the place, right, Pete?
That's right. Yeah, so it's a federal thing that's come down to the state, and then the state wants the cities to do different things. And one of the first things we have to do to participate is form a committee, and it has to have at least one city council person on it.
Okay, so
will it be leisure or work? I'm trying to see if you qualify. Not the man next to you. Leisure.
Drinking drinks by the poolside somewhere on America.
I just am excited about that event. If you want to put someone else on there, I just that's something that's really. Okay, guys, Freedom Train in 1976. Okay, I did that. I mean, I remember the 200th anniversary, so that's why this is so exciting. Now there's another.
But Linnea, we're good. She's excited.
Yeah.
She's excited. Go for it.
Do you guys remember? Anybody else remember the Freedom Train or the bicentennial?
Okay, so hopefully on that. And is there anyone else who wants to be on that?
I'll be on it.
You want to be on it?
I'll let Linnea take the lead though.
It's the library's going to do it, right?
Let's take Jamie Ellen and the rest of that.
So is that different than other events in this one-time, different than the other city events like Chris and Jen?
So do you want to, is Jen on the phone call?
She's not.
Well, she wants to be on the team.
We can just decide her and then change it.
Yeah, if somebody can ask her if she's interested in that.
I think she probably
Did you know about it too?
I thought so. Right?
Yeah, because we brought it
Have you
up.
had any conversations with Jen?
I know it came to us through the library events as well already. And so Jen might have, with her work on the events,
Right, and
that
that's
might have
why.
already come that way.
And I'm fine if you just want to do Jen, but I'm excited about it.
No, we can have two. Can't we have two?
You seem very excited, so I think we should put you on that.
Linnea's excited. Let her stay excited.
She knows the drill.
Okay, so
I might have a Polaroid from the bicentennial celebration.
okay, so we'll put Linnea and we'll put Jen, and then we'll ask Jen if that's something she'd like to do.
So Mayor, on the committees that we don't have, like say the senior commission, or it's not a thing, but they're still going to meet. So can I still participate with them?
So
Yeah, so it'll just be an unofficial group meeting, so
Yes.
absolutely.
Anybody can go.
Yeah,
Because I mean, Gina talked to me tonight. Just let me know I'll be there.
yeah, I'm sure she'll all
And likewise, the Heritage
Advisory.
our veterans is kind of in that same boat. So will we continue to meet or will they be lumped in with another commission as part of an events commission?
Yep, pending Tuesday's council meeting, we have an appointment to the events commission that would sort of represent the interests of the Heritage Commission. And so if there are opportunities for subcommittee or something like that, I think that would be
Under the events then?
under events. That would be a possibility, but I don't, and I'll defer to you, I don't think there would be any additional required city meetings.
No, so Bryce did let one of you guys talk to.
Rodney wanted to go forward with the events commission, so he's an official member of that.
Pending Tuesday.
Pending Tuesday.
Yes, he'll be voted on Tuesday. Okay, so on the second page it sorts it, so those are the 4 that Chris has, those are Dave's, then all of Mayor's, and then Jeff's, and Jen's, the Dave's, and Tom's.
Look at Tom go.
Well, we're gonna create a couple more that are just pretend and make it look like I'm doing something.
So, there you go.
Can you add a column for attend and put Tom?
Yeah.
Pretend.
Regular
So
swimmer,
should
regular
we,
swimmer at the rec
if
center.
posting these,
Yeah, there
should
you
we
go.
put Brent on there? Because he's Board of Adjustments, right? Aren't you? Should we have city manager positions on there too?
Well,
Or is that you?
I'm the one that appoints it or recommends someone to you and the council.
Okay. Okay. I'm just
but
wondering, there's so much
staff
you
support,
do, you know, and I think it's, you know, if this is for the community to know, I think they need to meet Brent. They need to understand the great things he does too.
I think the intent of this is an internal document for the council and
Oh,
mayor
okay.
to know what their assignments
Yeah.
are. But, I mean, that's a great idea, putting all the outreach that Brandon and his staff have. Yeah.
Carrie, do we have a summary of all the boards and commissions that have been dissolved or absorbed?
We did
A
when
summary.
we met and discussed it in the work session, so we can put that.
How many
out
was
there.
that, like 10 or something?
It's
No,
5.
there's 5.
So 5?
I think so.
That's my understanding, 5, correct?
I don't know about
I think it
that.
was.
But Teresa would know.
To yours?
Can you take a picture of it?
You're gonna send this out though, right?
I can share it with you.
And I text Brent on one of them. If we knew who the city person was we work with, maybe put that on that, for those who can't do assignments. That would be helpful.
We'll put staff names next to
The
it.
staff.
So Teresa, I don't need to be on the 250 commission. It makes sense that it goes with Jen with the events commission. I'll just reach out and, I mean, you know,
You bring your Polaroid.
I would love to just know what's going
Well, then
on.
we have 2. I mean, you do, that's fine. I mean, you can put your name on there. Why not? Just keep her on. We should fix that too.
No.
And Brent, there's been a couple, at least one commission that's going to change
Unacceptable.
to work with another department altogether. Do we have a summary or want to mention that, or?
Sure. I think we had it in our presentation, but the Natural Resources Stewardship Committee, the staff support is going to become Tyler Pay or Public Works, because a lot of the efforts, if not all of the efforts we do that are kind of environmentally friendly or environmentally conscious and conservation minded are under our Public Works, water, sewer, stormwater, and energy use.
And those committees that have, or the commissions that have been put in different areas, have we notified those citizens that it's either no longer, or what have we done there? Because like beautification, where's that going?
It's in the works, we'll notify.
And there's still, it's in the works, but is beautification is going to be under something, right?
It's under a
The
neighborhood.
neighborhood commission.
So those people are just going to not have anything to do, or are they going to come over to the
They can be a subcommittee under the neighborhood commission.
Yeah, they can still operate as a
But
subcommittee.
I'm saying we need to let them know, because they put in and they.
So right now, in my opinion, that commission is dissolved. And so, however, but we do, that is an important part of the neighborhood commission, that as we are forming this neighborhood commission, there's some of these, you know, the bike Orem, we talk about them all the time in that meeting, and having them come to our neighborhood parties, and the beautification. I think we're going to find that we'll have a number of subcommittees when we get it. I hesitate to say, let's just pull them.
No, I just need to make sure that we let them know
Right
that,
now.
hey, we're in transition, we will call on you or something, because like Bob, who wanted to be a community garden, right? That was his thing. Do we have that somewhere in the neighborhood?
And so that's
He wants
really good
to
to know
push those.
because we have talked about community gardens, we have talked about.
Because that's how I got him on the beautification.
Yeah,
I
so
said,
the-
community gardens is up your alley, do it. And he put in, so.
Yeah, so I think if we should, let's look at those different things that they've done. I'd love to chat with them and have these, because, maybe it sounds like he's not necessarily beautification awards.
No, he was
He's
more.
community garden.
Yeah, he was.
Which we want to have emphasis in these different areas.
Right, yeah.
That's a pretty, but I guess I'm trying to say, let's make sure that they understand that this is in transition right now.
And maybe they're still just
And we
up
want
there
to
in
pull
holding
them in,
patterns.
but we need to figure out how we're going to do that with getting feedback from our neighborhood members, our neighborhood chairs.
I'm just thinking off the cuff right now. I
Carrie's
was wondering
gonna-
if it would be a good idea if we invite those previous commission members to come to the next neighborhood commission meeting and discuss how that transition.
Kind of what they do and how we could fold that in, yeah. So, does that make sense, Dave?
Mhm.
Is that, okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that they're not just left out in the cold. Yeah, and that we're
Right.
transitioning, just like we could use Bob and we could use, Kirsten and all, it just depends on what they're.
And I would love to hear because we don't know what they've done necessarily. That's a great thing, yeah.
And maybe somebody they meet and they say, what do you like to do, or but I know Bob is community garden, that's how I got him.
Well, they will still have opportunities to volunteer and serve.
Right.
Or there may be even other commissions, like Bob may end up being a good candidate in the future for natural resources.
Yeah.
And maybe it's an appreciation, like if the seniors really is going away, but maybe it's an appreciation, we get all the 5 things we dissolved and we give them a lunch or something. And then we can talk about how we're transitioning. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're good with the boards and commissions? Okay, so we're
And
behind.
I'll work on putting the names in.
Okay. And like I said, if any council members have any concerns or want anything different, or just let me know, we can talk about it.
Do you want to put like when they meet, or no? Just put the contact we can.
Well, each of the boards I will contact them and let them know who their new ones are, that they'll reach out to you. A lot of them have already started asking me, and I'm like, well, we'll know after the retreat. So I'll reach out to the staff, or they're clerical, and then they'll reach out to you. I know some of them were kind of maybe waiting on setting dates, so they knew who was on their commission, so they could accommodate schedules.
All right, we're behind schedule. Let's go ahead and take a break. Let's take just a fast break, 5-minute break, 10-minute break. Let's take 5 minutes.
We do have snacks for the next break. There's nuts and.
So can you? Yeah, so we'll come back in 5 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. We're going to go. So next up on the agenda, we've got the presentation of Department 2025 goals and major projects. Actually, that's not true. We've got review and refine 2025 areas of focus. And we're going to do that relatively quickly. This is our areas of focus that we set last year. And what I'd like from the council and any other input from anyone is just that we kind of have these, they worked great last year. There's not a reason to really make huge changes unless someone thinks we should make huge changes. And they could even be tweaks. So I'm going to have Brandon just go through these, and then you guys get feedback that either you like this, carrying this forward for another year, or you have some changes you'd like to make. So Brandon.
And maybe even just taking back a few more years, we did some research on what are the kind of major topics or subjects that cities tend to do goals or envisioning around. And so we came up with a handful of those. And then over the years, there's just kind of a little tweaks or points of emphasis that you've made. And so this review can go as quickly or not as you want. The idea being that we start off here with bigger vision or bigger strategy, and then we get down to more specific goals, tasks, or tactics. So right at the top there is just aligning the interests of the city council, city employees, and the community. And then later on, as we go forward here, we can put in, again, new goals or tasks or projects.
So I would like, what is our, I've just forgotten the name, the website that people can...
Transparency?
Orem Connect. Is that what it's called? Yeah. What I would like to see is a couple of things with that. I would like to, we've done those other things. To me, we need new goals in this area.
Yes.
So to me, it would be, really lean in on the Orem Connect. And, what was the other number?
Linda, I'm happy that you even know what that is.
It's awesome.
I know, and we just launched it just this last week.
Yeah, let's just lean in on it and get it out there. And here's the other thing. And this is, I didn't read.
Yeah, let's see
So my second thing kind of involves Pete. And I don't know what to do about this one, but I would like to see, we've made some great strides on our website, but I'm still hearing, I can't find something. And I don't know what the solution is to that, how to make things more easily searchable on our website. So that would be a goal that I would like to because to me that aligns the interests. Just, if you can find that does our transparency, all of those informational things. I don't know. To me, that's a big goal.
Do you know the kind of things people are looking for?
How to call NIT, occupancy. They don't know what NIT is. They don't know what to search. It's kind of like they don't know what to search for.
What we'd really like to do is combine those two, and I don't want to speak for you, Pete, but we'd really like to push people to the Citizen Connect.
Okay.
Rather than calling them, it'll go into the ticketing system.
So if they just do it
education
that way, they don't have to go search the website as much.
They can go into Citizen Connect, put their MIT concerns, and it would get into the official ticketing system.
And Bill, on that, we have an awesome texting program where if they have questions of any nature, they can just text us at the main city number and it gets to the right person. We send up links, we can help maybe do some of the work. But I agree, anything we can do to improve the website cuts down on a call or a text or a...
One of the concerns that we are doing on the security and privacy side of things is that we don't want to put phone numbers and people's contact information because they'll use that to weaponize it in security attacks.
I can agree with that on that. So I don't know.
The key is marketing and education relating to Citizen Connect and citizen direct communication. And so let's make a note of that. And Renee, we're going to come back to the goals underneath the areas of focus here in a little bit. But does that make you want to change what is bolded and underlined there?
Align the interests of that one? No, that's the I guess I'm putting that underneath there. I'm like, it's
a sub goal.
So we're just doing the heading.
Because I feel like those were our little mini goals for last year, and so now we've done those. Now let's kind of target something.
And we're going to get to the sub goals here in a bit. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that you guys are still in support of, or
our
if you want to change. Yes, the part that's bolded and underlined.
Thank you.
Everybody likes the alliance, I like them. Sure.
Okay, next, safe, livable, connected, and engaged neighborhoods.
That's spot on. That's good.
Okay. Thriving and balanced business environment.
I think you keep it going. Kathy's done a great job.
Dependable infrastructure.
Yeah. Just so we need to finish the road on 950 North. You hear that, Chris?
I heard about it.
He's not laughing, she's nice.
I heard about this.
As long as don't run out of water in the fire hydrants, we're okay.
And that's all of them.
It's happening. Don't do that.
No, I think the overall basis, I think it's spot on.
Is there anything we've been missing though,
Are those the?
in terms of the areas of focus?
There's a couple more.
Oh, there's a couple more.
Okay. Community focus and effective government?
Yeah, I like that.
That's awesome.
And I think skilled and talented workforce is ding, 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 ding. I mean, we're becoming a destination if you look at the police and the fire and public works. I mean, everyone wants to work in Orem, right? Which
And
is
the other
great.
departments too, Dave. Right? We're a destination for finance.
Absolutely.
You can remove the third one though, right?
What's that?
You can remove that third one though, right?
But we're not getting to those yet.
Yeah, we'll go.
We're
with
Just the bullet.
Just the bullet and underline.
Don't jump ahead.
That's what I did see, Brenda. I'm excited to do.
Okay. So, again, want to make sure that we're all on the same page with broader vision, areas of focus. Now we want to go in and at least suggest, propose, recommend kind of major projects and goals that we've identified by department. And then from that, that'll give you kind of context to then bring it back for citywide goals so that you can express, are there issues that you've recognized in interacting with the city, or that you've heard from constituents or spouses, or that you've seen other cities or government agencies do? So that'll be kind of our process moving forward.
Okay.
So Teresa, if you'll...
You pull off the 2024 up there on the title of this to 2025.
There you go. Now we'll just, what? Oh,
Right
okay.
there. Yep.
So I made a copy so we can mess around with this one.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, Teresa.
Oh, I'll make a big kid.
Yeah, thank you.
So if we can go to... I just turned 45, so my eye muscles are...
That's when they get.
Okay.
There you go.
Welcome to the club.
It gets better.
Let's see if that does help. No.
It does too help.
Not me. Okay, so from here, Teresa, if you could pull up the presentation on departmental goals.
Did you send it to me?
No, I have to do it. It's in the camera.
Oh. Never mind.
Sorry, then Keith, if you'll hold it.
That was the wrong one. Sorry, Jim.
Is she on?
Yeah. This one, right? Do you need sound?
No, no videos on that.
Thanks, Pete. So, we call it a retreat, but really, the title here is a nod that really, pushing things forward and moving onward. So, to start off with, I think you already know a big item for me is just to see the Gold Star Family Monument continue through and continue to ramp up the communications on that. And I showed you some messaging that we want to do direct out to businesses and citizen groups. Next one on there is part of downtown project, and and this is a big project that'll be part of our new community development department, and Gary can give additional details on that. But we have everything ready to go to now actually engage in the study. We've got the consultant figured out. We've got different opinion leaders figured out. And, so this group will actually start meeting, but also we'll want to keep involving all of you on the council in the process. So there will be direct interactions with the consultant where they'll be reaching out to you, each of you as well. Obviously, we've got a lot of big capital projects that will be completed during this next fiscal year, so we want to continue to keep those on time and under budget. We started to talk about this next item of strengthening city revenues, and of course, taxes is a part of that, but we want to continue to put emphasis on grant writing and also on contractual or agreements where there's where there's a financial component to it. And then finally improving our state lobbying efforts. That just takes a lot of time, a lot of communication and building relationships. So, but hoping that will continue to yield results in terms of financial benefits and in policy improvements that are Orem. Those are the main items on my.
So Brent, I think that on the improve the state lobbying, I think we've had meetings with our legislators, and maybe we should do that since the legislature session starts in January. Maybe we should have done something maybe in November or December, I don't know, as a Zoom call or something to say, these are our concerns moving forward, because we have a lot of representatives and like Val Peterson or whatever we really haven't met with, Nelson Abbott and Kevin Stratton. And I think we just need to have that maybe, and maybe it's after this session, I don't know, or during this session, I don't know. I know it gets busy, but I think they need to hear from us,
I'm totally happy to try to set those up. When I have tried to set up a group one, it's been really difficult. That being said, they always respond with they would love to have essentially one-on-one interactions or a call or a text or an email. So I have been meeting with different state reps on an individual basis because I can just let them decide when it works for them. But I will. I did write that down, and I promise to do it, but I can try to see if we can get more of those
opportunities to meet them with our. Look like the Kevin is the.
Because I met with Nelson Abbott just a few weeks ago, and he mentioned Steve White from Spanish Fork or something.
Yeah.
His bills are pro-high density. He goes, you need to give us heads up on, go look at the bills that he's presenting, because they are all high density, and we need to be able to, voice our opinion and say, hey, we don't want this. But yeah, I guess he's the main guy that's just bringing. I heard he was on the radio bringing up something else. I'm thinking, oh my gosh, the dude's clueless. So, it doesn't fit for Orem, but it might fit for Cox and Fairview, but it doesn't fit in Orem, right? So, I don't know. So we need to watch him.
The key to that, possibly, as I've been to some of these meetings when we had that joint meeting with Steve Waldrop, with his other municipalities. Ryan, you guys put together a great presentation of where is Orem, where are we on housing? And I believe if we can't do group things, but if we can get some one-on-one communications out there, and not just the ones in Orem, but it sounds like Spanish Fork and other areas, to help. The league does a lot for us, right? But I think our individual outreach with data will strengthen our position, so we do get those carve-outs, so we don't have this blanket.
So could we set up maybe a one-on-one, meaning the council and one representative or something? No?
Sure.
I mean, that would be powerful.
I'm just
because-
like, I think they're so busy, maybe if we can just get the data to them and then follow up with phone calls as council members or a meeting like you're talking about if they
And
need
Chris,
to
you're
come.
up there, right? So maybe we say, hey, can you
But-
check this bill out or whatever, I don't know. Because who's checking the bills? Because I know Jesse was up last year, gave us some updates on bills, so I'm assuming that's gonna be, who is?
Steve Earle.
Steve Earle's gonna be?
Myself.
Okay.
And Chris.
So we just need to watch the bills from that dude, that guy, and just see whether or not. 'cause-
But hopefully ULCT's identifying those bills.
Yeah, we see 'em- we talk about them when they're new and their thoughts rather than bills.
But I mean, you tell me City Council represents a lot of cities, right? So hopefully they are, we're squeaky wheel to them.
So a couple of things. So Lene's exactly right. The reason why we created that brochure was to provide a way for you and us to share with our state legislators and then follow up. And then the other thing that we have tried to do is we asked ULC to make their surveys and polls more available to all city councils.
Yeah.
And so you've noticed that they've been doing that in their Friday facts or, and I've forwarded, one or two emails in the past saying, hey, ULCT's asking for additional feedback. And in that way, we make sure that our voice is heard. And we have seen some of the narrative change through our efforts. I think I shared with some of you there's even a KSL article where Steve Waldrop was talking, and he changed the narrative in his quote even on the news of rather than thinking about and trying to define regional housing, instead focus on regional infrastructure.
Yeah.
Which is
And that's you.
really
You did that. You pointed that out to them,
So I think. Again, we're making progress, but again, I've written down will.
Well, and can I just say one thing that helped? And Tom, I don't know if you were on that Zoom call or not, where I think his name was Ward for one of our CHAWs. He came on and he's like, here's this bill that I wanted to put forth. And it had blanket increased density, blanket external ADUs, all state forced on us. And everybody on there from Ogden down to Santaquin, we're like, you can't do that, you can't, And just having him listen to our different situations, he backed off a lot of what he was doing. And it was a very positive, I don't know if you were on that one or not.
I can't remember. I thought it sounds familiar.
It was a very positive conversation.
Yeah.
But once again, I'm going to come back to this, data-driven. And I think that report that Ryan put together, if we can all get that as a council and learn that ourselves, so then when we're with these people, we can, and even with our communities, we can say, this is Orem, this is where we are, we're doing our part. That's why we're saying what we're saying. Look, we're not just being the NIMBYs, the rude name they give people who they don't like. We are here and we are contributing. So anyway, I really like that report that you put together.
Thank you, but I have to give credit where credit is due.
Okay.
Gary and Matt Taylor were involved in that, and Bren as well, so it was a group effort.
Awesome. Yeah.
And Bren gave us some good editorial oversight on it and direction as well.
Well, and even seeing, to me, interestingly enough, in that meeting, to see what Saratoga had brought forth, was Santaquin the other one? Who was there at that?
Yeah,
With Steve.
Saratoga was there and Santaquin. Yeah.
And to see some of the things they brought forth in their arguments,
Yeah.
it helped bolster ours.
Yeah. Another thing on the improved state lobbying efforts is, what I'd like to see on that, because I talk to the different legislators all the time, right? Just as in the course of what we're doing. And so if we could have something we can control, if we could have a priority list of these are the top 5 things, or if there aren't 5, these are the top 2 things, so we always know as a city council, these are the issues of legislature that they're trying to push through. These are the ones that affect us, and so we should be reaching out to these people because, first just to meet with our state legislators, that's great, but I think we need specific things that we're always in our focus, right? So, when I'm talking to these different people, I can always talk about those. So I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, like Dave's saying too, Dave Spencer, when, you happen to talk to him, let us know.
Yeah.
Hit him up.
So if we all know
Educate.
what that is, and it would just have a higher level of awareness, or even once we've got that list and we're on it, we can call a meeting with 5 legislators and do a Zoom call or
And
whatever.
have a shared vision, so whenever the legislature, anybody hears, we're always on point with those, so we all have one voice.
Exactly. So it's not just
that makes
it's not just a
sense.
conversation about whatever, it's a focused conversation about the issue. Perfect.
Well, and to that point, Chris, as I've been in the stationary plan meetings, I think we as a city need to reach out to other cities and bring our own South County input. Because I know, Payson, they have an opinion about Envision Utah and their stuff they're pushing down our city's throats. These non-government organizations, these guys, they need to understand that we're the elected officials. Please talk to us and help us, work with us. So I would actually like to see some partnerships, not only with our representatives, but also with cities around us too.
And especially legacy cities that have a similar situation to us as far as growth.
Right.
I mean, that's who we should be.
I mean,
aligning
3 years
with.
ago, we go to ULCT and we start talking about owner-occupied housing, and they're laughing me out the door, right? They're like, yeah, sorry, never happened, never happened. What's the narrative now? We're talking about the importance of owner-occupied housing and not just throwing housing out there.
Well, and we've got that presentation that you guys put together, which is, that's great. That's really valuable. But then just the simple, I think the reason it's swinging more is try and go anywhere on the freeway between 4 and 7. Plan something up in Salt Lake that you're going to go to between 4 and 7, good luck. We can't even drive on the freaking roads right now. Yeah. So this conversation about the cram down of more high density is kind of hitting the wall.
Well, I think Governor Cox just came out. His first statement was, we want to make it easier for density to be built and they don't have to go through all the different steps. I'm like, that's garbage. We need to bring it back.
Right.
You got to put the infrastructure in.
They can put it down in Fairview where he lives.
Well, in Saratoga Springs, that Egg Mountain, that was one of their things is, here you're telling us we need to build all this density. We have planned, and Chris will appreciate this, we have our public works, we have our water sewer planned out based on our master plan, and now you're telling us we need to upzone our master plan. We've got a 20 or 15, 20, I can't remember how far out, plan for their water sewer. Is that 10? Yeah, and he's like, so you're going to upset that apple cart by just plopping down housing everywhere. So let's work together. Let's be smart and future looking,
I love it. A representative from ULCT is going to be presenting remotely at the council meeting on Tuesday.
Right.
So they'll share at least some of the legislative priorities that they're hearing and talking about. But, just in listening to you and thinking about it, I could quickly come up with 5 priorities that I think I've kind of heard from our perspective, or that we've been kind of talking about over the last few months. So like short-term rentals, we've been doing a lot of work on West Union Canal Trail, and that's something that we've actually worked with Representative Nelson on. We'd like to look at the Lakeview corridor, pursuing a jurisdictional transfer and make that a state-owned facility. All of what we've been talking about with growth management and giving Orem's perspective. And then we talked about a little bit yesterday, and you've heard us talk about in the past this transportation utility fee and making sure we're getting the framework and the limits from the state in regards to that, doing that. So we can end up putting that on like our goals, for example. But please know I'm open to shifting those priorities in terms of what talking points to get to you and what we want to pursue as we meet with ULCT and meet with the state reps. And I think that conversation will continue to evolve after we have ULCT present on Tuesday. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
And I really like what Chris said as far as what you guys are doing, the 3 of you, is getting these bills on our radar when they're in the thought stage, right, when we can still make a difference.
And we've called even some of the legislators in that mode and told them, are you aware of how that would impact a city like most of them? Oh, no, I have my view. So that's helpful.
Yeah. And what I find is most of them have a fairly open mind. They're just trying to pass a bill for whatever reason they have, but when you bring it up to them, they're pretty important.
It's a good time for listening, and eventually they won't listen as much. So
right.
Is anyone going to the legislative day up at the Utah City Town?
That's on the 22nd. Lori?
Yes.
Yeah. Is anyone from the council going?
No, that's normally like 101.
Okay. Yeah.
You're going, I'm assuming, Brett.
Yeah. Okay. It's pure networking, and our youth council will go. So. In fact, I think in the past sometimes we've heard some representations from some state legislators at that meeting, and then felt like it changed swiftly afterwards. So
they got into a good place.
So it's not the place to have a real meaningful discussion that's going to be built up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Pete.
All right, so for community development, one goal that's not up there is change the name everywhere in our code and everything like that. We need to work on that and name it community development. I think the reason we want to do that is to project the idea and help people understand we're here to build a whole community, and we're here to build everything. And development services, while it's done a fantastic job of doing what it's doing, it's more than just that. It's about a whole community. So I think that sends a great message. So that's kind of something that we'll just be working on in the background through this. And you may see a massive text amendment come that's just really a search and replace for development services to be community development, things like that. And working on our website. Complete the station area plans. We're just about there. We have to the end of this year. I think we're headed in a really good direction with it. So we'll be doing that. The general plan update. We need to do a general plan update. And what we're proposing to do is, I know some money has been set aside to hire a consultant and things like that. I don't want to do that. I want to have community development that we will come in and do a first draft of a general plan. We want to strip it down a little bit, make it a much more readable document, attach other information to it as an appendix, but make it something that's concise, readable, and really hits the important things that the council's concerned about, that we get our general plan in alignment with the council and the community and go along that route. So rather than do that, I think we have the bandwidth. We are fully staffed now. We have all the planners that we need. I believe we can do this. And so we would propose to be going forward on that, come back with a draft. I don't have the exact how we would go about that, but we would work with the Planning Commission and the council. We need to take it to Planning Commission. They'll need to make a recommendation to the council, but we want to, come in and make sure we've got what the community and council needs as far as a general plan document. Any questions about that? It might be a little different than what has traditionally been done, but I feel really good about this approach. Streamline and improve business licensing process. Business licensing is now in community development. We're going through a process right now and looking at how can we make our business licensing in conjunction with economic development as smooth of a process as possible, make it more online, streamlined in their application, in their help with that. One of the things that we're glad about having business licensing here is one of our new hires, and you've all met Jared. Jared speaks Spanish very well. So we have another Spanish speaker in the office that's right there to be able to help people dealing with their business licenses.
Hey, Gary?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I opened a business in Orem just last year, and the process of going through it, moving it to community development, I think is going to be key, because at 311 or whatever on the other side, people didn't know what they were doing. And I was frustrated. And when I was on the city council, I'm like, guys, a normal citizen, would be very frustrated, right? So I think this is a good move to move that over, and I think that will help maybe more businesses in Orem, because once you get frustrated, like, screw this, I'm going to go to another city or whatever.
Yeah. And one of the problems that are traps that I fall into is I'm kind of an insider, and I know what I mean, and I might use jargon, and I forget there are people who don't know all of that. And so we're trying to cross-train everybody so that they can be able to help with all of these questions. So when you come to our front counter, hopefully you won't be getting, we don't know the answer to that, and the person who does is on vacation for 2 weeks.
And that's what happened to me, but so what I did is I went over and they took care of me in development services, right? So
community
I knew where
development.
Community. Then it was development services.
Oh, that's right.
So I went there and they took care of me. So, but I knew where to go. But I mean, as a citizen, to be like, I've been frustrated. I came down here and I'm sitting there for a couple hours and nobody answered because this person's here, this person's here. It was very frustrating. I'm like, that's what we have to fix. But I think that's going to be a good thing.
Yeah, but hopefully, in any feedback that you get as working with the community, I need to hear that. Because I may think something's working well and it's not, and I'm not hearing that feedback. So that's.
Yes, I know the business license was very expensive in my opinion, but that's okay.
City fees have to pay for that expansive city council salary.
Expansive for sure.
The city center project, we have a lot of staff working on that. Our building inspectors spend a lot of time dealing with it. We have a lot of things and for me, the part of the city center project is we're heading up that interdisciplinary group to try and figure out for Summerfest how to make some things in this.
Orem-fest.
Oh, did I say Summerfest? Oh, at least I didn't say Lehigh Fest. Orem Fest to make that a safer area. So we want to by August get all of these types of projects wrapped up. And then a really big one that I know is a big priority for us, for the council, is the heart of downtown. Now that project, I have every couple of weeks, I have a Zoom meeting with the consultant that we've selected. I've been helping them go through our code and our documents to see what we have on the books. We are arranging a site visit for the consultant to come out here at the end of February. They're not going to necessarily do a lot of outreach meetings, but I would like them, while they're here, to be able to meet with council members and get some input. And then they need to do a site visit. They need to do a lot of prep work. We have a steering committee, which some of you are on, that we're working through, and they'll come back with a draft of a plan. So this is in the works. It's moving along, and with Lori's been helping me coordinate some of these things, and so we'll try and coordinate when they're out here to see if we can have a lunch or a dinner with some of you and just meet and talk and give them your view of things. We've talked a lot about this area and how I've tried to convey as best I can the vision that I think the community has of what this area can be. We've got the Sierra, we've got it centrally located, and some of the things that we're talking about and the potential in this area really could be the dynamic kickoff for what can be possible on State Street. And so with that, some of the things I've been stressing with them is it can't be a pie in the sky plan that we take and we put on a shelf and it has pretty pictures and you'll win an award somewhere, but it's unrealistic and can't be done. It has to, at the end of the day, be a plan that actually can be executable and have an approach to make something like this work, and how, not just a plan, but how do we implement this plan and make sure it's realistic. So if you ever have any questions about Heart of Downtown, feel free to call me. I'm heading it up. Jared's now on board. He's working closely with me on this too. And so those are our big goals. Did you have another, was there another slide?
No, that's it.
Yeah, that was it.
Hey, do you mind going back to, I just wanted to add on this city center really quick, or city hall. There's a lot of work to be done in the next month, and it's not just by the contractor. Our IT team has to build the server system out, our whole IT infrastructure. They're literally moving the brains of our entire network over, and they've got to build that out so they can disconnect the other. Our building maintenance team is getting all the supplies ready to go on that building. They're learning all of the equipment, getting it documented. Public Works has helped us with relocating utilities. We have a moving committee made up of people from across every department that's moving into the building. There's a lot going on that's taking a lot of staff time. So just be aware there's a lot in the works, and if we have delays in time, I'm not calling them delays, they're just when we are able to get things done, we'll be moving in. But that IT infrastructure is critical. They're doing a fantastic job, and they're going as fast as they can. So,
when will the contractor hand the building to us?
Hopefully their schedule right now is showing middle of February.
And when do you expect to be operational in a month later?
In a perfect world, IT will be ready at that time, but I'm counting probably around the 1st of March. IT is in the building right now, but there's a lot they can't do because the subcontractors don't have their part done. So
the furniture hasn't been moved in.
We have furniture going in right now.
Okay.
There are
so part of the turnover is furniture as well then?
Furniture has 4 deliveries this month. The first one happened last week. Brandon's area already has furniture being installed. Some of it is not correct. We're finding out, so we've got to get those fixed. But yeah, they've got carpet down, paint down. I mean, 3 of the areas are ready for furniture right now.
To give you an idea of the detail that we have to go through, Byron and I sat down and had a long meeting about how do we clean all the bathrooms we have in this new building, and how do we clean the glass, and do we need new equipment, do we need another part-time person or two to be able to handle things, and just the detail that staff is going to get this project ready is a huge task.
I've had lots of comments on the clock.
Good.
Yeah, they like the clock.
That's so fun.
They hate the color.
What is that there? There's numbers there, guys.
They don't like the color of the building.
They're just concerned the younger generation won't be able to.
It's that digital readout.
But for those who are visually minded, it's perfect.
And just remember, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Correct.
It did look about 4 minutes slow, but it's a clock. I loved it.
It was 4 minutes off the other night.
Was it?
I noticed that too.
When I drove up here, it was right on time.
Perfect. We got it.
Your time
fix
or
Right to my phone.
okay. Love it.
This year we just decided as more and more things are moving to the cloud, our budgeting software, and we continue to identify with our programmers core software that they develop that our budgeting software was something that doesn't necessarily need to be part of that core group. And we found an entity we had been using for our capital requests and tracking. And that same company then they have a separate budgeting suite. So we contracted with them to buy and bought their software, or lease their software. And we will be using that this upcoming year. And besides the advantages of being able to have that on the web from an access standpoint, but also potentially as we develop it already has capabilities to then be able to develop a web page so that that information is instantaneous onto that web page, and we can update that with probably quarterly updates, potentially monthly, but more than likely quarterly updates, so that if anybody has any questions about that, they can go directly there, and it's interactive, so you can look at all these different, cut and slice it, all kinds of different ways. That's down the road a little bit, but obviously we wanted that capability from the start. So we will be doing that this year. That'll be an interesting process as we all get used to trying to learn something new. Number 2, blah, blah, blah. Number 3. Come on. We will try again and succeed.
What is that award, Brandon?
So the Government Finance Officers Association has a program by which certain parameters, when we create our annual financial report, that you have to have certain things within that. So GASB, the Government Accounting Standards Board, sets the standards. Those are minimum requirements. And GFOA says, okay, besides those, these things would be are very helpful and informational about your report. So if you include those, then they go through and you submit your annual financial report, and they have a whole checklist that they go through to review if all of those elements are in the document. And then they provide an award for $610 to have them review that and provide feedback. And then they also provide feedback, which that part of it I read is besides getting the award, which we all are able to put up there, the feedback part of it is the one that's the most helpful for me, to be honest with you. Because they find those things in there that could be improved or done better, and so I appreciate that.
So the award's for going above and beyond what's required by the normal government standards?
Correct.
And there's very few that have received that award, especially for that length of time.
Yeah, not for that length of time. We've been there almost since the beginning of when they created that program. So kudos to my predecessors who started with it.
Some of that information we use even in our citizens budget or even in the numbers report we just did for 2024. So those are some of the extra things that they want you to show.
So if you were to look at that, it's referred to as the ACFR, the entire statistics section in the back, none of that is required. That is all government finance officers' requirements as part of this award. As long as, and there's some other stuff in there as well.
Well done.
37. Here we go. Here it comes.
It gets harder and harder. I will admit that it does get harder and harder to meet the requirements. Number 3, court obviously deals a high level of Spanish items, whichever way you want to look at it. But we continue to try to get, as we do with all departments in the city, trying to get more and more and more things into Spanish capabilities. Number 4, to Dave's point, business licensing moved. That will help us enormously improve help center operations. Now, business licensing is not really what would you call it? I don't know if compatible is the right word, but wasn't really something that was something we do. right?
The core competency.
A core competency, that's the best way to say it, yes, thank you. So we continue to try to find ways to make our staff better at what they do within a group environment. And so there's some kind of a splitting that's happening where we have our customer service group that handles fingerprints, passports, phone calls, utility, regular payment questions or things like that. But then we also will be having our utility billing group. So if there are things that are more complicated or they need to pass along, but let me get you to somebody who is really knows the ins and outs of the billing. They can then send them to that group and you can get some better answers to your questions in that specific regard. So we're trying to make those kind of improvements, as well as there's little minor things that happen all the time that we're working on. And then the last thing, talking about cybersecurity, obviously with my department being over all of the treasury and all of the money, we are constantly aware of the things that we have to face and fight off, and constantly trying to make sure that we mitigate any of those risks. Part of that, as you may hear, and many of the organizations you might work in, fraud and scams start with your lowest level employees. If those individuals are trained, you have a significantly better opportunity to be able to thwart those kinds of things from occurring. And so part of what we'll be hopefully trying to develop are these trainings so that our employees are aware of what some of these things, common things that they need to be on the lookout for so that they can help us in that regard.
Can I just say, I had a friend who was scammed, and they used LinkedIn as she had listed a new occupation. So they got her email for her job and then did the gift card scam, where, the CEO sent her an email to her, work email from a fake email from the company, that looked like from the company, asked her to go buy all the gift cards. Well, scratch out the number on the back and tell us so we know who we're giving to what.
She did it?
She did it, yeah.
I get these requests.
Halfway through she figured out. She was like, wait a minute, what are you? So I think even educating on those common scams for new employees, because she was new, she didn't want to go question the guy.
Really?
Anyway.
Hey Tom, when you get the scams, if you would either forward them to me or there's
I always fund them because it's from the mayor. And I run them through for an expense. You haven't paid me yet, friend.
But there is a little fish hook in your Gmail account that you can click on and it forwards it.
They're normally a text, but if I get it, I'll send it.
Yeah.
It says, no, from Mayor, no. I used to get it from Mayor Bruns too. I didn't fund his like I do yours.
They just have her email them.
That just says sucker on it.
Text scams are becoming something that's being more and more often now.
Right.
Obviously before it was email type things, but we are finding more text, which to be honest, when the mayor texts my accounts payable clerk, to your point, that should have been that's a red flag right from the beginning, right? Because that shouldn't happen.
He doesn't do that.
Yeah. So anyway, there's some more things that we're trying to work on.
Any other questions or
I
comments?
guess I'm saying, when you said, did she do it?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we all think, oh, surely someone's going to see that.
Yeah.
Not the first time.
But no, yeah, sometimes you're just in that new job position and anyway.
Get things done.
Yeah.
Can you give me her number because I want to send it?
No.
Not anymore.
It won't work. It won't work now. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
One.
Yeah, just to give you maybe one example. So Eagle Mountain, you guys were all aware of what happened out at Eagle Mountain with an ACH payment? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay, so we pay a lot of our accounts payable vendors by ACH. When they automatically send them basically a wire transfer. Well, Eagle Mountain had someone in one of their big contracts, someone got into an email stream of this dealing with the contractor. And then they sent an email about changing their bank information.
Oh dear.
And the accounts payable clerk, to your point, if someone knew, they had an accounts payable clerk who had not been there very long, and they asked them, and they made the change. And they sent them over $1 million in this payment. So, to that point, that happened. That was then we found to their credit, they let everybody know what happened so that it wouldn't happen to you, right? That kind of concept. So that was awesome from their point. We took that in, and then we spread that throughout our organization. And strangely enough, about, 6 months later, guess what we got? Someone inserted themselves into that string. And my accounts payable clerk noticed the change in the email. And all because of this idea of learning and sending out information. And then we also had someone in our engineering department who noticed something on a different one. And same thing, because they were aware of that kind of a scam, they were able to question and it's just a very small.
Yeah, like they add an S in the name in the email or something.
Exactly. So it's those kind of concepts that we're trying to point out to people to be vigilant in that regard. If it doesn't sound right or doesn't look right, make sure we do it. And don't do anything. We've talked about don't do anything in a rush, right? Sometimes government gets a bad name for not doing things quickly. Sometimes there's a reason why, right? So anyway, that's just to give you one example.
Did you use that no-B, it's called, whatever?
No before.
No before.
Yeah, we said not required to install employees.
And we put that on no before.
That's
how
always
it got broadcast.
And we basically have to verify everything with a voice approval now. Anything we get, any money requests or money movement, we have to verify with a voice. We used to be able to do it by email, but we have to verify it by voice.
And that's what our accounts payable crew. Their requirement is to call a known number of that organization, not whatever they received,
right,
and then contact those individuals to make sure that request did come from them.
Yeah. So we get in the finance business, we get hit all the time.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Those are our goals.
They've gotten way better than they used to be. These.
Thanks, Brandon.
Did you ever receive money from like the Prince of Sudan or anything?
We get those a lot too.
Yeah.
Tiny money, yeah.
Is that a funding source we could tap into? Or?
Oh, yeah.
Those are our grant writers.
Grant writers, are they all not?
Yeah. I've got 14 million coming tonight.
Mark.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, these are the goals that we've come up with. I mean, obviously, complete and open the fire training facility. I mean, there's already pictures that are circulating. They've come out of the ground with steel. Everybody's super excited about it. Anticipate that in July, August. Doing a big grand opening, media, fire council, ribbon cutting type opportunity because it's like one of a kind in the state, western region. So it would be amazing. And then, it's not up here, but the completion of the Vineyard Station is set that same time frame, which will really enhance our services and strengthen that relationship and partnership with Vineyard. Number 2 is really to jump on the next major project for us is the rebuild of Station 1 and then dive into this Station 6 study, which we're considering the East Center Street. We're talking actively on different locations that would best serve that east and then north and south of center section.
Decided on place. I know in a confidential meeting, we're not moving forward with that.
We purchased the property for rebuild of Station 1.
Yeah, not Station 6. East Center.
I'm talking 6.
There is property that we've looked at and they're not interested in selling right now, but they know we're very interested and it may just take some time.
Thank you.
For them to come back.
We're also, we've already dove into the insurance component of reducing everybody's homeowner's insurance by reducing our ISO rating for the city, improving our ISO rating, which is just fire insurance rating. It's all over the board from the different insurance companies, from tens to $20 to several $100s, and it really is dependent on the insurance company and how many different components play into their makeup. But that's one of our ideas that could help support. If we could get some additional ideas that would help support offsetting property tax increases by establishing a Station 6, the reduction in someone's homeowner's insurance, shuffle that money, just moving the money to then provide a higher level of service to our community.
But Chief, that Station 6 would probably be a smaller station than normal, or?
That's been the talk. I mean, there's lots of ideas that we've come up with just internally that we haven't talked exec staff wise, just as we move into City Hall and some of the restrictions we're seeing. So there's some options that we're going to discuss in the coming months. I'm really excited about number 3. We'll be the first fire department that's going to integrate ultrasound to our pre-hospital setting. Scott Ash does ultrasound for the hospital, so he's championed this cost for us. We've purchased the equipment. And the biggest thing behind this is we can finally see inside the patient's body. And I think back of all of the cardiac arrests that I did over the course of my career, where I'm having to determine, we're going to cease our efforts here, this person's going to die. And then walking away thinking, what if? And is there something we missed? Well, now we can actually look at the patient's heart, and we can see there is no heart wall movement. And so we can assure that that person's dead, and we, from a mental health perspective, we don't have to take that on our own shoulders as making that determination. We'll have some scientific backing that will help us. Also with our trauma patients, internal bleeding is something you can't always see, and so we can fast scan the patient's belly, abdomen, where normally we dump a lot of our blood, and get a head start with that. As well as looking at carrying whole blood. We'd be one of the first agencies to ever carry whole blood as part of a resuscitation treatment. And so it just goes to show what our critical care team is doing. It's amazing. And then we dive right into our fire prevention and this new program. We're already in the community with several different programs, but this is targeting and focusing preschool children, and they're currently working on all the structure and backbones to implement this program. And then from an emergency management perspective, Heath has taken on the challenge to, once the EOCs, the City Hall is complete, then developing this citywide training for elected officials, key staff members, and just making sure that we're ready as a team when we have that citywide emergency. Something as simple as a major accident that shuts traffic down, or the weather, North Orem, Linden, I mean, all these type of events that happen regularly, we can actually utilize as practice for who knows what's coming. And so having the facility and then the leadership structure in place, we're going to do some really good things this next year.
Remind me what the EOC?
Emergency Operations Center.
Emergency Operating Center.
Operations Center.
Operations Center. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm using the right terms there.
That'll be in the new city center. That'll be where fire.
That's the one that has the higher seismic rating.
Yeah, and it's on that second floor, west side, just above the council chambers.
Yeah.
Interfacing with
I'm excited about that.
Oh yeah.
Having been through the the San Francisco earthquake, I'm excited to this year.
They've always
So
talked
when it
about the
happens,
earthquake.
we'll be good.
It's just a matter of when.
Yeah.
So hopefully this will help us be more prepared.
We also have a backup EOC of the Public Works building as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
With a generator to power the event.
I don't know if there's any questions about these projects, but like every department, there's a page full of all the additional little.
Who's Harley got on there?
That's what we're gonna. That's what our critical care paramedics want us to purchase, so they can start operating side bags.
Oh, moving on. Jake.
Okay. So our first goal is basically to continue providing periodic updates to the mayor and city council, critical legal matters that are coming. That's not just things that are currently happening. We're wanting to be a little bit more proactive, not just always reactive. So as we're seeing emerging trends or where there's risk, being able to have that line of communication open and start that dialogue early so we can best strategize how to address that. Second is to recruit the next generation of city attorneys. Our office has traditionally had individuals in our office for 20 and 30 years. We now have, I think Steve has been in our office for 27 years, thereabouts. And then I'm the second longest in the city at 15 years. And so we're looking at how do we recruit, how do we train and retain good quality attorneys in our office so we have a continuity of service for the city as we move forward into the following years. Third is to create a digital system for our civil files. About 10 years ago, our entire prosecution team, our office, we went paperless. And we've been operating, I'm going to use paperless in quotations. But everything has been on a cloud service within our office for about 10 years on the criminal side, and now we're looking to expand that to the civil side. So when we move into the new city hall, we're not bringing 15 bookshelves of boxes of papers. We will still bring that many boxes of papers, but hopefully less.
Are these civil files, so are these lawsuits that get dealt with at the Justice Court? What are
They're lawsuits, they're agreements, notes about contract negotiations, prior agreements, so we're not recreating the will when we are looking at an agreement. For example, when we engage in a negotiation with CIRA, we have the notes that date back to 1985 when we were discussing that agreement. So we have the contextual history for those agreements. The fourth would be to continue to facilitate quarterly trainings with these city record offices. Teresa has been amazing since she's come in as the city recorder. I've had the wonderful chance of working with her when she started, and both her and I, we've started growing a training process where police records, they have a records office, fire has a records office, and then each different department have records liaisons. And so we started a quarterly training where we're teaching all of the record liaisons and the record officers what the law is as it pertains to record retention, and then when grammar requests come in, how to process those, when there are questions, who to go to, so we make sure that we are protecting the right type of information, so confidential information isn't getting out there, but then also providing the public with the right information to those requests. And then the last is to transition prosecution of criminal cases within the 4th District Court. In August, the 4th District Court made an announcement for our office where that we would be moving from the Spanish 4th District Court into the Provo District Court. And that has kind of disrupted some of our services, and we're working through that transition to make sure that both the justice court cases, when they are appealed, that they get appealed and processed smoothly into the new 4th District Court system, and that we have the proper coverages within the courts to make sure that we are still prosecuting those cases appropriately.
Any questions or comments for Jake? Thanks. Let's go right.
All right, so our goals for this upcoming year is to sort of complete our current wave of library remodel projects. Ryan's done a great job of working with Laker Construction to get us a timeline that hopefully corresponds with the completion of the city center. Like Gary mentioned, we have stuff to do on this block, and so our goal is to get out of the construction for both the city center park plus the library plus the city center all at the same time. And so work there could be beginning in as few as the next 4 to 6 weeks, and we'll be hopefully wrapping up the interiors, maybe prior to summer, and then the exterior projects on the outside. As a reminder, those projects, specifically the internal ones, really focus on a new efficiency model of operation for our back of house staff. As we circulate this year, we'll probably circulate about 1.8 million items. This moves those items to a much shorter life of the book in the library. It'll take fewer hands to do the same amount of quality work. We'll be able to get it back on shelves quicker for less staff dollars. And so sort of the one-time capital costs are really going to help us maintain an efficient and lean organization for years to come. There will also be some patron-facing improvements, specifically in the courtyard, and hopefully with some more customer service-friendly desks and locations, so we're not so spread out throughout the building waiting for people to come to us. In terms of library hall offerings and programs, we have seen such an incredible demand, and it's a really exciting time. Pete mentioned it yesterday for arts in the community. And so we've talked to and met with the Sarah several times. This works for them. This is something that really benefits the Sarah, and then it also allows us to take even better care of our care groups. Again, Pete and the communications team has done a really cool series of interviews with our care groups as they're able to, through the care tax program, use Library Hall once for free each year, provide those performances, really formalizes how we can not just get the money to the groups so that they can function, but how we can get the groups to our residents. And so the art exists both for those participating in the groups and then for our residents who have the chance to come and see more shows. Specifically, I hope some of y'all were able to make at least one of our holiday Christmas concert series that we had basically the entire month. Through the Community and Excellence Partnership we're able to bring in some really high-end talent, and we have had several very full houses as we complete the the plaza project with the City Center this year. I think we'll get even more additional traffic coming through where the Gold Star is, coming in between the two new buildings or remodeled buildings, and coming to a really neat performance hall. So we've done a lot of prep work this year through some construction and through some weird paths to get back there, but very excited about that. Next is formalizing our Community Partners Program. The library has traditionally had a lot of different types of agreements with different types of groups, nonprofit groups or service groups. Luckily, Debbie D'Amico and the community supervisor position, and that team has taken on a lot of that with United Way and My Hometown Initiative, the Society of the Deaf and the Blind. And so we've been able to transition most of those relationships there, and we can function mostly as a venue so that when American Legion needs a place to meet, the relationship is there in the city, and we can simply provide the space, the venue for them to come and be a little bit more self-sustainable. That has helped us stay much more consistent with our outside groups, so it doesn't look like, well, if you ask recreation, they tell you got to pay for space, and the library charges you for space, and you go to police training. It's a little bit confusing for our residents, and so this formalizes that. Number 4 is our interactive art and collections. And interactive or participatory, hopefully we can use interchangeably here. We want people to come and experience at the library. We don't want them to just come and transact, get a book and leave. We want them to come and be here. And so our staff have done some tours to some of the local children's museums, some of our local art houses, and we wanted to learn from them. When you come here, what can you do and see, and what you bring your family to come and do. And so that's been really fun. As y'all know, we brought the PERC collection out of its own nonprofit into, on long-term loan, the collection of the library. We moved that from the basement up to the main floor, and it made my heart happy to see the completely empty shelves over Christmas break because everyone had checked out basically everything we had. And so it was way cool. And then we've been able to transition that to use tables and their volunteer groups to have a number of the elements out on the tables, so when a family comes for story time, they're able to use the collection and see it and feel it, and then choose if they want to, check something out. And so, again, the more our staff and our volunteers are interacting with the residents and being a librarian rather than waiting to be asked questions or waiting to be approached with reference questions, I think the more they can focus on the relationships. And then number 5 is continuing to improve the patron experience. Some of this is back of house. We have and feel a charge to continue to align our budget and our staffing with the things that matter the most to our residents. And so that's been a sort of a gradual process the last couple of years, and we'll continue to push for that. But where we want to have staff where it matters to our residents and maybe not to a traditional or, maybe an older library model that was more dependent on reference librarians, spread throughout waiting for you to come and approach them. And so as we're able to introduce some new technology like an automatic book sorter that will do some of the old manual labor of the books, we can take those staff dollars or positions and move them to patron-facing positions. We can transition those where the cost of collection has gone up and other libraries across the county or state have had to make collection cuts or they've had to request more money. We're able to transition some of those dollars into maintaining or improving the size of the collection while not negatively impacting our budget. The MGT study that we completed last year showed that the percentage of our library's budget that was going to the collection, the physical books, was not in line with best practices historically. And so we've been able to, the last 2 years, move that needle to bring in more materials for more residents, and we'll continue to do that as well. So some of that is the in-person patron experience. When you come to the library, what do you experience? Some of that, many of our residents, thousands of our residents, only interact with us on a phone, and so we want to improve both of those in a way that focuses on our sustainability, our patron experience now and our patron experience in 5 and 10 and 20 years.
Thank you, Bryce. Any questions or clarifications, Tim?
A couple of photos here, maybe one photo here, but this is the library remodel project. That door in front of you is the entrance to the north building. The new staff workspace for our collection services team will be behind that wall and that glass. You'll be able to see and interact with them. This is the new children's / circulation desk. We used to have a higher minimum staffing model because they were 2 separate desks. By having them close, we can have new, more efficient minimum staffing levels, and I think still provide the same incredible service to our residents. Specifically during peak times, we can have more staff out with the patrons.
Thanks, Bryce.
Timing on the remodel, Bryce?
Starting in as soon as 6 weeks, wrapping up by Memorial Day.
Will the library keep operating with that?
In some form or function, yeah. There might be a closure of a wing or a closure of an entrance. There might even be a day where we are closed if it's a major something. But the goal is to stay mostly open. Yep.
Gary.
Okay. So, management services, we like to consider ourselves the Clark Kent side of the superhero stuff. So we're the back end. So just as a reminder, we're communications, risk management, city recorder, IT, data security and privacy, and human resources. So a lot of the things that we do, we work and interact with the other departments really heavily. Like this first one, the Heritage Park Cabin Restoration Project. Just about every department in the city will have a hand in this. So we're excited to get that finished in the spring. We're hoping to have some QR code placeholders on the outside of the building so that people can interact with the cabin and learn about the history as a homestead and then also as a blacksmith shop as they come and visit the park. So that'll be really exciting.
Where's that at?
At Heritage Park.
Oh, that's the new one at Heritage Park.
Yeah. The next one is enhancing the employee onboarding process. As you know, we've put a lot of effort into our employee culture over the past few years, and this is something that came out of the employee survey, is that this is one area that we could enhance. So we're planning to get an I team or an innovation team together with different departments, stakeholders, and figure out ways that we can make employees feel more connected from day one. And so hopefully we'll be able to improve that process this year. The next one is facility access and the phone system revamp. This is a big deal. So when we moved into the new city center, we had to make a decision on whether or not we wanted to keep our old landlines or if we wanted to move to a cloud-based system for our phones. And that decision will push us towards going to a cloud-based system, and that will change all of our hardline phones. In every employee will get a cloud-based system phone. So that's really exciting. So now you can just use your computer to answer your phone. You don't have to have a separate setup. So that's really exciting.
So when you say cloud, is that voice over IP?
Yeah.
That's what you're going to?
Yeah.
And then also we're updating our facility access. So right now you have an employee badge and then you have a key fob. And moving into the new building, we will upgrade those to a better security system, and it will just be your badge and fob together. And that will help improve with the security of the building. Then my hometown, we've talked about that a lot, repurposing Sharon Elementary. We're really excited about that, getting really close to an agreement with them, but that's going to be a real big game changer for the community, not only for the services we can provide for the community. We're also looking at about some storage space for the PD there, and then potentially in the long term, an employee daycare center for employees. And then finally, we'll be launching the Healthy Orem initiative in February. I won't go into too much detail on this because Heather Cox and Debbie DiMico will be doing a presentation Tuesday night in the work session. We'll need some direction from you on what you would like us to focus on.
Quick question. There was an email back to the key fobs. There was an email that came out last week about getting pictures submitted for cards and things.
Yeah, so we will be updating everybody's badge with the new key fob system. So we're just asking every employee to upload your own photo.
You got your much of it.
But if you probably have a council photo, so we're probably good with you guys.
Maybe that can open, might basket open the door to the minutes or something.
No, we're gonna make sure.
But you'll be able to see us because it's all glass.
You can wave to it.
Oh, sorry, I want to add one other thing. Lenny, I appreciate you bringing up that point. So we will also do more marketing and education on the citizen. So that'll be numbers.
That Healthy Orem initiative, is that a takeoff of that award we won?
Yes, our designation. So now after that, we have to set markers and benchmarks on things that we'll improve on. One of them is we want to give more resources and information out to domestic violence victims. And the police department's working really closely with my team to put together some marketing material for that.
Thank you, Carrie. Next one is Josh.
I'm gonna mix it up. I'm gonna go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
So with inside the police department, as we grow and try to shift in the job market and the people that come into the job market in theory, one of the things we set up as a goal was to establish 100% contact at all police academies within the state. Lieutenant Jeremy Jameson headed that project. The result has been we've been able to land some very high quality recruits as we continue to go through. One of the challenges statewide though is there are more openings, there are significantly more openings statewide than there are people that are even trying to get into the line of this work. So it's hyper competitive, even getting people sight unseen. We've even had to tweak some of our, we have not, I promise, in any way lowered any of our hiring standards, but we've had to be more nimble in the way that we've hired people. And I'm confident that that's going to play out to our favor over time. One of the challenges that we do have is once we've got them and have them established is keeping them. We had a somewhat surprising amount of people that left our department this year for other opportunities. And for the most part, we wish them well. Some of them maybe not so much, but anyways.
But all in all, Chief, you're able to retain the people you want?
No.
No.
So, but that's not just, I would want to post up, that's not just how much lands in their checking account every 2 weeks. That's not the only problem.
Okay.
The problem is the workforce, recruiting inside of the workforce where, frankly, you've got a population who's entering the workforce very later in life than normal, than has been for generations. And it will have been somewhat piloted towards your job is to, your goal in life should be finding the easiest thing you can do to make a buck. And so having a job where we're going to tell you where to be, when to be, and what to wear doesn't really appeal to the I'd rather sit in my boxer shorts and tight shirt all day crowd. So yeah. One of the shifts that we've done though is, like I said, I'm very confident in the people that we're bringing on and their character and qualifications and stuff. And as a department, our philosophy is we would rather work shorten staff, more nimble, more competent people than just lower our standards just to bring in bodies.
Yeah.
That's never paid off well. That was an experiment that was conducted several years ago in our department and did not work. And I'm very adamantly opposed to lowering our standards in any way. So we are doing okay.
But we are
but
keeping our experience?
Huh?
We're keeping our experience?
No. Those are the people left. We didn't dismiss anybody who was entry level. On number 4, expanding our COP. We talked about that in detail yesterday. Again, with my hometown, my school district, neighborhood committees, and so forth, we've really got good momentum. We're integrated very much into a lot of places, and we're able to field a lot of requests for a lot of stuff and have some fun along the way.
Well, one of the things they didn't mention is your officers, Giles was talking about, they go and prepare the meals for the kids. The
It's a blast, yeah.
And that is huge, right, to have that presence with that demographic, with that those beautiful young kids.
No, and it's actually really fun. The food bank, there's a couple of our Title I schools where the food bank comes with a big truck, and then we basically subdivide the stuff that they have available into things for the kids to take home. And I've been able to do it probably a dozen times over the last year or so. And I'm telling you, it's kind of highlighted when it's like, hey, they're paying me what they're paying me to bag groceries.
And we did kind of chat, I don't know, maybe, see what you can do, but there are a couple other schools that aren't getting that. I don't know if we can get to it.
That's completely reliant on the CDBG and the...
Is it just... Okay, so is it targeted neighborhoods? Is that... Okay.
CDBG is tied to financial stability of the neighborhood.
So we would maybe need to reach out to a nonprofit that would want to join in for a different reason.
Yeah, and we had, and at one of the schools at Westmore this Christmas time, to feed off of that. So that is one of the ones that we work with the food bank and CDBG funding. But there was a grassroots, what are these kids going to do over the holidays? And by the time it was over, we were filling banana crates for each kid to take home. I think there was actually a media release on it and stuff like that. But yeah, and those were private donations. Costco came in huge, and a lot of the other grocers and stuff like that donated a lot of nice food.
So we've got Windsor and Sharon communities, and even though Sharon was closed and to Cascade now, which is that community was a more well-off community, those children are there.
Correct.
And they're just not getting the spotlight that they got before because they're there.
Yeah.
So maybe if we could chat, I'd love to figure out a way to. I understand the CBD target communities, but to get this needs.
Well, I think too, Chief, if you need help in that area, I think as city council, we'd like to be. If we could help in any way, we'd love to do that.
Well, and I know the biggest help would be helping to secure whatever kind of donation systems and stuff like that. What we're donating is the manpower put together.
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel like manpower would be great.
And our neighborhood commission is actually going to come.
Oh, okay, good.
So, and that's where our benefit too is being able to interact with kids and so forth. Our piece in that is, hey, we'll donate people to help and stuff like that.
Thanks, Chief.
Number 3, strengthening and mentoring our coaching across the department. Trying to be servant leader centric in a lot of our corrective actions, coaching, reviews, anything like that. What we've done is we've required that each supervisor kind of summarize it in a document form. Hey, this is what we talked about. And that all corrective actions have 2 goals. So here's what somebody needs to do to improve themselves, and here's what their supervisor is going to do to help make sure that happens, so it doesn't feel like it's always one-sided. Our young people buy into that too, because it makes them feel less guilty, I guess, and they respond well. So it's all about how you pat the dog sometimes. And but yeah, it's really been good to have that happen. The 2-hour weekly fitness, this is one we keep running into the wall against as far as the fire department and police department are the only 2 divisions in the city where we actually have physical fitness requirements by IRMA to maintain our IRMA status. The fire department, as they can, are able to work out in their shifts. We allocate up to 2 hours a week of their on-duty time to work out. However, having that time available with staffing shortages, workload, and so forth has been almost impossible. We are in our remodel, we're going to be having a better gym facility. The one we have is very small and inadequate. We're hoping that that helps, but the biggest issue we have is again, the balance of their on-duty time providing service to the community. And in respect to my people, one thing I will commend them for is our culture is so go, go, go that they're not putting themselves first. And so it's trying to help shift that culture. And that's been Orem. I mean, Orem has allowed their officers to work out 2 hours on duty since I started 25 years ago. And I can count probably on hand how many times I have. So it's just that we have a culture where we don't spend that time on ourselves. But with mental health, wellness, injuries, all that kind of stuff, there's tons and tons of empirical data that's come out over the last 10 years showing what a huge impact that actually makes. And then also the reduction on their life expectancy. There's been some rather alarming reports come out about the reduction in police and fire both from the average life expectancy of human beings versus people that are in the first responder community significantly lower post-retirement. And so we're trying to turn the corner on that and make people live and live well in their lives as they serve the community and then afterward. Number one is a seamless passing of the torch. My anticipation of I was leaving the police department in May.
2034?
What?
2034?
2025.
It says Olympics, though, or Olympic torch. That's not the Olympic torch?
I don't know what Olympic torch you're looking at.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
So, nice try.
I tried.
Yeah. For the past 2 years, we've been working very closely with Carrie, in her position especially, to have the groundwork in place. In my 25 years in Orem, most of the time, I'm actually the third person in this position. My two predecessors left under tumult and disorganization and problems. And it causes a lot of problems internally in the department. I was discussing with Carrie just yesterday, reviewing some of those instances and stuff where, I mean, when I came in 2020, I felt like it was nearly a year before everything kind of stabilized. And that was, when Chief Giles left, there was 10 months of kind of an interim situation that was handled very well by Carl Hurst. But when you have a building full of 100 and something type A personalities, it's not easy. And so it has been my big, since I started in November of 2020 was I began with the end in mind. I knew this was coming. I believe very firmly that there should be a sunset in executive leadership. And with that, I believe that Orem Police Department's best days are well ahead. I was never the highlight, it was never mine. And our hope is, and what we've been working for, is to have that so that there will be this March to November changing of the guard, so to speak, that it's literally a Friday and a Monday. And we feel like the pieces of the part are in place for that. We feel like we're ready to go, and that can happen today. My deputy chief is currently running the department almost entirely with my overwatch and doing a fantastic job. And my captains are doing a fantastic job, and there are people that are up and coming in leadership in Orem that are going to do a fantastic job over the next 20, 25 years. And we're really excited for the trajectory we're going on. And so I feel like it's my turn to get out of the way. So that's that.
Jen just texted and said, I'm not hearing real well. Is Josh saying he's leaving the police department in May?
Yes.
And I said, no, you heard wrong. And all of us are hearing wrong.
It's never been a secret.
We wish you well, of course, my friend. Thank you for all you've done.
Thank you so much.
Brad, I think you were going to take this part.
Yeah, Chief, please chime in as needed. So, police station remodel, plans are ready to go. We're working with engineering. They're going to help us bid it out here in about a week. And we're hoping to start in March once we have a contractor on board. The estimated cost for this is between 1 and 1.2 million. I won't go through all the bullet points, but Chief alluded to a larger fitness area. It's just going to make the whole of the building a lot better to use, a lot more open, a lot brighter. maybe.
Brighter,
Safe to say.
open,
Yeah.
adequate use of square footage.
The next slide, I think, shows the demo plan. The areas that are, you can see a lot of leaders and dash lines, those are the areas that will be impacted. And then the next sheet kind of shows the final walls. Up in the top right corner is where the evidence area. I'll just stand up, maybe that'll be easier. Because I know this project way too well and nobody else does, so I don't know why I think everyone knows where the front door is, right here is the front door. And this is the side door where all the officers come in and out. But this is the current jail up in here, so all the cells are going to come out. It's going to be gutted, turned into the fitness room. And then the evidence room that's up in here will be expanded to take up hall space that's underutilized, closet space, more room for the technicians over there. Bigger break room here, new conference room, and then all of these walls are taken out to open this up to a kind of co-working space for all the sergeants. Is that right, Chief?
All the actual patrol division.
Patrol. Any other thing to add to that, Chief?
New, the break room, our break room's a disaster. I won't even go in there. So, yeah. And somebody can have our sewing machine.
Do you anticipate keeping doing the chemical testing here or just primarily down in the county jail?
We will maintain having it here. Yeah, we will have one part, there's one partition piece inside of, so just coming in off of the Sally Port, we'll have one area for chemical. Yeah.
Brian, anything you want to add?
I mean, you can just kind of tell that some of the principles that we've applied for our city center, we want to apply here. And then just to reemphasize, when I know this is a newer building that was only built 24 years ago or whatever.
1998.
27 years ago. But at that time, we had about 60 or so sworn officers, today 103. So with moving our fire over into the new city center, this is very well justified in terms of the expense and improving workflow and efficiencies and just a more enjoyable environment for our police officers.
Brent, honestly, because I was here when this opened, moving in, I mean, it was built up 1998. We outgrew it the day we moved in. So this is really needed.
And it doesn't have a basement, which has been our greatest regret ever.
Or a third story.
Thank you for the basement under City Hall. That was a great addition.
What's the time frame on this, Ryan?
Start construction March. It's probably about a 3-month build, I would guess. I'll know more when we have a contractor. But
so we're going to have all kinds of things coming together June, July.
Yeah, it's a disaster on campus. Put it like
September's
Luckily, all of this is inside the building, so we're not tearing anything up on the outside. This might be a dumpster.
Our first meeting is Tuesday.
When do you expect to drop the existing city building?
Sometime in March.
Oh, really?
If we can get moved in, we're moving this gentleman's group first so we can do some work in the ceiling in the basement that's above all our offices. And then as soon as we're moved out, we turn it over to them. They've given us about 30 days to move out, but I don't know if we'll need all of that time.
That'll be fine.
Then there's a huge
If you
hole.
make an announcement that you're going to drop the building, probably get everybody out pretty quick.
Yeah, want to put in some overtime.
I think we're ready to move right now, even without that narrative. We got staff happy to be out of there.
Staff are ready to move. High infrastructure from the IT side is going to take a little time, like you said.
Yeah. And then Chris's team's helping us fill the hole. They've got a bunch of dirt and soil for us ready to go.
We're prepping it, we've screened everything, it's all ready to go.
Pulled from the gravel pit.
Yeah.
From the old PW gravel pit.
We need it.
It's coming. Then we'll get more parking in place, which we need badly, and Freedom Plaza built, and it's be awesome.
If I can just say before we move into public works, just think that Josh has done a phenomenal job. I think it takes a lot of courage to, plan so far ahead. And he epitomizes servant leadership and being a strong protector. And it's just been an absolute joy and honor to work with him.
Not the same too, Josh. Yes.
I've never heard that one before.
We've had plenty of fun times. Red Line Racing.
Joy is like all the time.
And if I can just also emphasize that he really has proactively done a great job of building a very impressive command staff who I do firmly believe have the ability to keep the momentum going smoothly. So I super appreciate his looking ahead and just again doing it without not leading with his ego, but leading with vision and others and his department in mind ahead of himself. So.
Yeah, Rich, I think, those that were maybe on the interview committee for interviewing for police and fire, definitely top of the room. So we get a home run. So thank you. Good.
Okay, Chris, you want to go on?
Yeah, go for it.
We got lunch coming.
Read real fast.
Okay. I'll make it fast. So Public Works has 8 divisions: water, sewer, stormwater, traffic, streets, as well as fleet, and I'm missing something else. GIS, thank you. GIS and fleet, they're divisions that are support divisions for all the other divisions in our department. But as you know, we're in the process of updating our water, sewer, stormwater, and parks master plan. That's not included, I should have done that. In conjunction with that, we're going to be updating our impact fee studies to ensure that they're consistent, to ensure sufficient funding is in place as needed. So the impact fees, just so you know, back when Tom was serving on our Public Works Advisory Commission as our advisor there, Bill Trapperoni, who's now, what is his position?
In Provo.
Yeah, Provo. Is he economic or is he development?
So
he's your counterpart in Provo.
Yeah.
So he insisted that we included impact fees as a part of a combined plan, so we don't put all the burden on existing citizens, but place it on those that are coming into the community. It's almost contrary to what the legislature is saying to make it more affordable for the newers that are coming in. But in the end, they're paying and they're buying in to an existing system, as I believe it shows. So we are doing that, and those 2 studies will be done here in the next 2 weeks or so. And we hope to have then, of course, some funding plans in place with rate studies and so forth. We've mentioned over the last year that we have a $160 million nut to crack at the water reclamation facility. And we're going to be breaking that into probably 4 different bonds over a series of the next 20 to 25 years. So we'll have some interesting discussions on that, I'm sure, as we look forward to doing that. We're also looking at a transportation utility fund study. Brandon mentioned that earlier. We are teaming up with parametrics and contracting with them to perform that study. This is the same group that performed the original transportation utility fund study in Provo. That was, I think, it was cutting edge, and it was based on not just randomness or dividing the number of costs by the number of properties, but actually doing a scientific study on trips generated on a per land use type of basis. So I think their model is the model that the state legislature, I think, prefers, and that's what we're looking at going for right now. We'll be able to make some pivots and adjustments with that as the legislature meets over the next several weeks. We need to continue, as Josh mentioned, also to continue to develop high-quality, well-trained, certified workforce that will continue to provide excellent work, service levels for the citizens of Orem. We just recently had 2 new employees in our water supply and water distribution group in our water division that passed their certifications for grade 4 water certification. I'd say our average, average number of years in that element of our workforce is about 2, meaning we have an extremely young workforce in that area, and yet they're getting certified quickly. And so, there's a lot of pay tribute to Quinn and to his leaders that are over there and really trying to get them going. We have kind of more of a seasoned leadership force, kind of like what Josh has mentioned as well, and we are striving to continue to develop those up-and-comers that are going to be taking their place. So, we're going to dive into this now.
Did you want to go into this?
I don't know.
I don't see 950 north.
It's embedded in there. I see it.
That's in connection with the
Oh, not.
These are not part of our goals. These are our projects. So
Just drive that road by Candy.
This is the project location.
Oh, we are.
Goals and
Are we doing projects too?
Yeah, we've shown
Oh, this is a lot, man. Okay. Well, I had some highlights.
Hey, we're hungry though. So.
Oh, we keep on short.
We're okay if we keep it short.
Anything over 40 million, I'll mention. Go back. The water tank. Okay, that project. I mean, the tank is up. It's functional. Is the project done? No. We have to. We're backfilling around, and then it's going to get a dirt or whatever. Pardon?
Backfilling the dirt around the tank.
Yeah, not the water. We're doing both. But
So Tom knows and understands.
we're putting the right elements in the right
slowly.
area. And then we have bids out right now for the pump station and the well house. They'll be completed next year. So those are going to be starting up in the spring. That's another 14 million. Stormwater, we're looking at roughly about $5 million of a variety of different types of projects. We can move on to the next one. Water reclamation. This is the big challenge. This is what would keep me up at night if I didn't sleep well, but I do. So, water reuse, and nutrient removal. That's been ongoing. That's going to finish by June. This is the water that we're going to be putting on at Lakeside Sports Park, the golf course, Springwater Park, and the water reclamation facility. $20 million. It was originally earmarked at about $8 million, and then we had ARPA money that came in. So anyway, very expensive. Streets projects, about $2.25 million. We have a really good street management program where we look at.
Don't see it, man.
Were you chuckling?
Don't see it.
It's embedded.
No, it's not.
It says 980 north on the second one.
That ain't
Close.
There's a variety of projects here. 2.26 million streets. Okay, sewer. This is our collection system. So we got to collect all the sewage and bring it to our plant to treat. We have a variety of segments to be replaced, repaired, or lined. $3.4 million. Parks, we're looking at $2 million. Northbridge Park is $720,000. Windsor Park, this is only a portion of that project, is $370,000. So construction of lighted sports court. This is not the pickleball court, so we're not doing the whole thing there because of a cash flow issue. Timpanogos Park, we're looking at, well, that number's gone up. So it was around $150,000. Now we're looking at $565,000 for phase 3. It all depends on if, Dave, if you want to have a place to, I don't know, do some yoga up there. I think you were in favor of some of those improvements we talked about,
yeah,
right?
Yoga, yeah.
So we're going to be coming back to you on that. That's it.
And then there's just
some bigger things. Oh, we got some more. 600. So we're going to lean into the signal at the bottom on there is $400,000 for 8th East and 4th North. That's about $400,000, and then about another $200,000 in projected safety improvements for mainly for pedestrian safety improvements in the form of hawks or crossings and so forth. That includes all the efforts of our fiber team.
Yeah, that's pulling on
The fleet budget this year, it was a total of about $3.5 million, and we're trimming that back down. So we're going to be, part of our plan is to finance some of our equipment, which we haven't historically done, but we do have a cash flow challenge. So we'll have more details of that as we get into the budget. We'll skip that. Good.
Bring us home, Bryce.
I'm the last one before lunch?
Towards the end.
All right. Yeah, we're moving quick. Okay, build on sports tourism success of 2024. We mentioned this yesterday with what we've been able to do. We went from 25,000 to 50,000 visits to our city from homes further than 50 miles away. That took us from 6th place in the county to 1st place in the county. So we have more of those tourism visits than Art Dye, Spanish Fort, Epic, Patriot Park, and even like the regional athletic complex in Salt Lake. And so what's cool is that I feel like we've been able to do that without impacting any of our leagues over there as well. With that has come a number of new funding sources, and so we were able to continue working with Public Works to fund a new sports turf manager position. The money we bring in from field rentals doesn't even begin to scratch the itch of what it takes to maintain parks, but it's nice to offset it. And so, we went from, I think, $65,000 in field rental revenue 3 years ago to this year we'll crest $400,000. But again, all of that we're able to just move to our Public Works team and the staff that are maintaining those fields. Next is Hillcrest programming. With the center opening in May, we are still working on just helping our residents understand what to do there. Programming across the entire department has skyrocketed, and so whether it's at the Senior Center, Fitness Center, Hillcrest, each of these programs again have grown hand over fist the last couple of years. Our residents want programs to do, they want instructors, they want experiences, they want to stay local, and we offer that. And so Hillcrest focuses a lot on some new demographics that weren't available to us prior to having Hillcrest. For the Senior Center Memorial Garden, that should be completed this spring. It'll be a really nice touch, continue to expand the offering of the Senior Center. They do such a nice job taking care of those residents, those 4,000 member holders, hundreds of them per day. And so creating an outdoor space, they obviously have the entire Arboretum and all of City Center Park there, but to create a more special and secluded space for their Senior Center outside. So we'll have that project completed hopefully this spring, maybe pushing into summer. Next for Orem Fest parade improvements. We said parade, we've talked about this, Gary mentioned it, there is a number of events that we have that have traffic control measures, and so some of these are permanent fixes we want to look at along First North, along 4th East, helping people get to and from our lights on, our farmers markets, our city center events and concerts and bluegrass and Come Together Festival and 100 other events that we have over there. Some of them are focused on the parade improvements. A lot of what has gone into Orem Fest has been resident-facing improvements. But I would say the bulk of the work that I'm most excited about is the behind-the-scenes, working with our legal team to have very real contracts, working with Heather and our fundraising team to collect the money prior to the events with contracts, consistent agreements between each of our vendors, so that we can continue to run both great and exciting events, but also very safe and very protected and organized and communicated events internally. And then finally, maintenance uptime. This one sort of pushes into what we're doing at the rec center. The rec center had 70,000 more visits last year than the year prior. We're up 10% on patron visits, 7% up on membership sales. We're pushing 20,000 active members, 4,000 member swipes a day, depending on the day. It is a busy place, and there is a ton of demand on what we do there. And so we have been able to work closely with Byron, who runs the city's facilities team, as well as Mariah Shirley, our division manager over the fitness center, and the fitness center maintenance and custodial teams to deliver a program and to have the funds they need to be able to immediately respond to down equipment, boiler issues, airflow issues, things that our members, they are collectively spending, close to $4 million a year between day passes and programs and memberships to be at the fitness center. And so we want to protect their investment and have a really high uptime. And so some fun behind the scene things there to make sure that their dollars and their trust in us to deliver this for them feels well spent and feels very boring, consistent.
Anytime line for replacing some of the stuff around the pool that's starting to break up?
That is on this project list for this fiscal year.
Do you know when?
No, because they will wait till there is a mandatory pool closure.
Okay.
When they have to shut it, and then they'll just do it then. So it's sort of just teed up, ready to go.
So it's standing by, ready to go.
So, again, as you can see, we want to keep up the momentum. We're not burned out. We're ready to keep going onward and keep building a better Orem. That being said, we'll come back then after lunch and to make sure there's nothing we're missing and what else we need to kind of add to the goals.
Okay. Sounds good.
We're on.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We're moving on to finalize citywide goals associated with areas of focus. City Council Roundtable. Every council member may share thoughts and ideas. And so we're going to go back to those pillars that we showed earlier and essentially just work through each pillar and make sure as a city council we've got what we want under that pillar for the coming year. So that means some of these things we can decide, well, this should come on, this was done, whatever, and then if we've got different ideas. And I'd like this to be more just a group discussion as opposed to everyone doing, individual, whatever. And so let's just make it fluid and feel free to jump in and we'll go through this. And then as far as, I think we're going to wind up being, we may even come in under time because
David, what's your bet?
I'm not good at that.
Well, we'll see where this goal situation goes.
Chief over under.
As far as we've got a half hour for me to just sum things up, and it won't take a half hour, I assure you. So anyway, so we're good to go. So let's go to the goals, Pete.
Do a more trees of the that document.
It was there, it's
Very
there.
good.
We timed out.
I must have found it. Object.
Okay.
So on there we had, can you zoom it up just a little bit more?
You can't see that. Here,
For me?
You have vision insurance.
I do.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
Okay. Unity built on a foundation of truth and honesty.
That's good.
I think there was a lot of conversations about continuing to unify, and so.
So I think that's a good thing to leave on there.
Yeah.
Just because we've been working on it, we can continue to work on it, but I think this makes it a focus. Because I think that's where we all want to be, and so we just need to work towards that.
City meeting decorum, review our parameters for the public comments, statement, research rules of decorum.
I think the mayor's done a great job, particularly when we've had the place full, of saying, hey, how do we manage it? We had 2 hot items on the same night. Staff, let's not do that again. But the mayor does manage it pretty well when it's repetitive statements, and I think you do a great job.
Thank you.
Continue on.
Yeah, I think flexibility is the key on that because it's always a little different.
I feel like our public is feeling like they're being heard because of the way we run our meetings, which, I think that's a great change.
And I was really impressed in that last meeting. I mentioned this to somebody, but when we got to Wilkinson Farm and we started to get some hissing and some booing and some carrying on.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
And all I said was, we're not going to do that. We're just going to be kind to each other, and it stopped.
Yeah.
Which was really impressive to me that
you did
they were willing to do that.
Well handled.
So, because I've been in other meetings before I ever got in where you got everybody going nuts and somebody up there with a gavel, pounding the heck out of it, and it's just like, that's not.
I like that.
I always have to make sure.
Take that gavel away from
gavel.
Dave.
Can I have the gavel?
Gavel away from Dave.
No, but it's true. People act the way they're treated, so you've done well.
So should we just keep it just city meeting decorum?
I think we just take it off because I think we're talking about goals as opposed, and I think we want to focus it on things we're trying to achieve.
I agree.
I'm just trying to focus it in more on where we're trying to go as far as with new things. Expand service opportunities. We've done a phenomenal job with that, right, with my hometown. But I think that's something that we can keep working on. I think that's a big priority for us, isn't it, as far as building community?
Yes.
Well, I think too, on the line of the interests of with the community, I think with the planning commission, we meet the week before, so, maybe, and we get what our agenda is going to be on the planning commission, so that would give us an opportunity as a city council to maybe go visit that neighborhood or that zone change or, whatever they're doing. Instead of, because that was my problem at the very beginning when I got on the council, was like, I didn't have enough time, because the agenda comes out on Friday or Monday, and we meet on Tuesday. It doesn't give me enough time to really do my research or go talk to the citizens. So at least we can be proactive maybe and look at the planning commission meeting minutes or something, or maybe Gary, the briefs if it's a zone change or something, maybe he'd say, hey, I don't know, but something that we can at least do our job and be able to be educated so we can, be able to do what the community wants.
And that one I think too is more along the lines of what Lene's committee group does. It helps all aspects of the city come together through their neighborhood organization. And this last year it's been wonderful with the creation of that entity that's now part of our city training.
So maybe a goal, maybe we could be proactive as a city council maybe. If maybe you guys think you have enough time to research stuff, but like Canyon Park, we knew that was coming, right? So, and then plus we got to push back. So we had time, but most of the time you don't really, if it's a big thing, you don't really have time to really go and help.
So help me understand what you're proposing exactly.
I don't know. My thing is trying to be proactive to align the interests of the council and the community if we're making zone changes or something. I don't know.
This is more of a service opportunity level.
Are you looking for a new bullet point, or you?
No. I'm talking about aligning the interests.
Oh,
so
kind of the big.
I'm trying to be proactive as a city council to align the interests with the community and what they want. If it's a zone change, if it's a land use or whatever. I think
it would be a new bullet point, something to the effect of improved communication regarding rezones or improved collaboration with planning commission.
Planning commission recaps, maybe.
Yeah, there are a couple of things jump to my mind with that. One, we have been in the past. We were sending out notices to council members about upcoming planning commission things. But sometimes a lot of those things you get a lot of emails and there's nothing on it that will be coming to you. Right. Maybe we could do an email that when it goes out to planning commission or regular noticing, there's going to be a legislative item, a rezone or a text amendment that will come to you. We'll make a special effort to email you.
So then we could say, then we have the information, we can go, if it's a neighborhood or whatever, and we can go look at it instead of, what do you think on Tuesday, right?
Yeah, to give you a little more notice. Now, we do have a weird situation next week where you have a council meeting on Tuesday, and Wednesday we've got our planning commission meeting. But normally, they're the week before.
Yeah, first and third Wednesday, or the second or Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay, so public notices, I send those out like 10 days or 2 weeks before. So potentially I could include those for you. Like specifically, like I post them in all the regular places, but if you would like me to send you an email.
So I would like an email, because sometimes that card, I get it the day after.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with the mail.
Or the other option is, if you sign up for the city council on the state website, when I post it there, it will also send you a notification. So it is going out in some form 10 days before, but not specifically to you, and I can include that on my side, is making sure that those are sent to you. And that would at least give you 10 to 2 weeks.
I really like Gary's thing, because there are administrative and there are legislative.
Right.
So the administrative, that's nice to know, but these are the ones we have to really.
And what I'm talking about is that process would continue as normal, those notices.
You just give us heads up.
I'm talking that we would be proactive in community development. About, okay, we know this is a legislative item that the council will have to deal with. Let's give the council as much notice as possible. And so we'll try and work out a system where we can make sure you're getting an email, like from me or from Jared, that says, oh, be aware, this item's coming to Planning Commission, it's a rezone. And give you a thumbnail, because, and those, we're working on the notices with the cards. Yeah, I've looked at it. I have them sent to my home, and so I get them, and I've gotten them the day of the meeting.
Yeah.
And so we're struggling to work through that and make sure it
And
works
can I
better.
just say, Adam, I know it's not you, it's the decentralization of the US Postal Service, right? We used to have the Orem office that would stamp, and, now they send it to Vegas to get everything stamped.
Yeah.
It's not, maybe we need to extend.
And that's what we're looking at, is what do we need to do to make sure the public gets that noticing. The other thing that comes to mind as you talk about this is it might be good, and think about this, to once a year or something have a joint meeting of the council and planning commission, where you could have a joint meeting together and maybe talk about some high-level issues that you would be facing, not necessarily to talk about individual projects that would be coming up, but to just try to get that alignment in, the direction, because it's great. From this meeting, I've got a lot of things I'm going to take back in community development. We want to get on the same page with the council, and we want to get on the same page with Planning Commission, get everybody into alignment. And I think it's so hard to communicate, and I hate to suggest another meeting for everybody's busy lives, but maybe once a year, something like that, you would have a joint meeting.
Part of our work session.
Yeah, at a work session or something, to be invited in and spend, an hour or something like that at a council work session. So just put that in the back of your mind and think about.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and especially if we did it in a work session, because then we're just working in our normal flow.
And can I just do a shout out, because and I guess, of course, Unity, that first one is good to have on there, but I think earlier when I was saying we've done that, I have heard back from residents that they feel more involved, more engaged, more unified with our staff and with our city council. I feel like your department, especially because you touch a lot of people come in, and that honesty of this is the direction that the city is going for development, what we've put in place for our goals, because of developments from a development standpoint, helps those people who are doing applications or, wanting information about applications in their area. It helps them be informed, helps them feel connected and important. So
good. That's great feedback. Thank you.
So, Teresa, I think we'd call it improved communications related to land use legislation.
And you can do planning commission / city council.
And let me tell you what I think as far as on that. Because we've got, like you say, there's a lot of things that, we see stuff come across all the time. And there's a lot of things that it's fine to know, but it's not going to change the world, right? But when you get a Canyon Park type of a rezone, or even a Wilkerson Farm type of rezone, if you as a staff see those kinds of things coming, then we really should be more engaged as a city council prior to city council night. It's fine that we get all the emails and everything from everyone, that gives us one context, but in reality, we should be going out and looking at Canyon Park, looking at the roads around there, and some of us did that. But because if you can do that, then you have more of a context, right?
And you have time.
And you have time, and you can really dissect it down, because the way I see it is all 7 of us are to represent the entire city. And with that in mind, we need to understand exactly what we're voting on. So, like Wilkerson Farm, in a perfect world, we should be going out there, we should be looking at the train tracks, we should be looking at the situation, so we can make a contextual decision as to what's best for that piece of property. So I guess my ask would be, when we have significant things coming up, we can try and do things to get our council better prepared for the meetings that night.
But that's the legislative side, that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Not the administrative. So I think if we stick to the legislative, I think we'd have the information ahead of time, and I think that would help.
Even before planning commission, I think you guys have it on your
Yeah.
radar, you know.
Yeah, we know it's coming up, and I need to take the lead with community development and make sure that, you know, we know the important, like a Canyon Park, you know. We knew that's gonna be a big issue. We knew that's an important issue that would come to the council. And so we need to somehow come up with a good system to make sure you guys are informed to the greatest extent possible so you can do your due diligence.
Right. I wonder if part of the solution, Gary, is, Grant is, a great photographer. Maybe part of what he does is go and takes pictures of the site or takes a little video.
Yeah.
If we can, at least
Google map, email.
maybe there's an opportunity for a site visit, but a picture or a little video may be good.
And I think a picture video would be great, but still, on significant projects, I really believe in a site visit. As far as if you're ever investing in any real estate, anywhere, your number one rule is you go do a site visit, because you can't get the full picture just from all the other stuff.
Yeah.
So.
And maybe in our study session at City Council, you say, hey, this is on the docket of the Planning Commission in 2 weeks. Give me a heads up, this could be a legislative blah, blah. And I think sort of Jason mentioned that a couple times.
Okay. So maybe talk that through and just figure out what would be a great way to make sure.
Just more information, because I'd rather have more information earlier than later, because if I got on Friday or Monday, you got the weekend or Monday and then you're there Tuesday. So you really don't have that much time.
And we wouldn't necessarily have to do it as a group. I mean, we could take it on ourselves that once we're notified and there's a significant deal, we go out with 1 or 2 or 3 council members, or we go out by ourselves. But we just get ourselves up to speed on what's going on.
You could go out with us too.
Yeah, go out with you guys would be great.
Yeah, that would be something we would love to do. If an important issue comes up, we know about it. Just let us know. Let's go walk a site.
And like Canyon Park, I did that with Ryan and Brent and Steve. Yeah, and we went out there, and that after doing that, it changed my whole concept on that, as opposed to if I was just looking at the map. But I'd like to see the entire council have that opportunity.
I think most of us went out on our own too to those various spots. So
Because we had time, because it was.
Yes.
But with the open meetings, maybe that's going to change. We'll learn more on Tuesday. That we could gather and whatever if we wanted to. So.
Right, typically we don't have an issue continued and continued.
Right.
Like Canyon Park was, right? So I think what Dave's trying to say is even before it gets to planning commission.
The more informed we are, the better we can make decisions.
So let me tell you, there's going to be a rezone on planning commission next Wednesday. Application Ken Garf has made an application to rezone a couple of properties that are about 12 south. So, on the parkway where Ken Garf is?
It's just behind it?
Yeah, just the properties to the north, and they abut 12 south. And so that
is where that fatality was.
Yeah, right by where that fatality was. So I've kind of been thinking about that in our discussion here. If there had been a way that we had routinely, I could have let you know about that. We could have gone out there together as a site, maybe with public safety or, Chris, on some of these issues that really see what's going on in the area and what the rezone would really mean, like you were saying, Mayor, as opposed to just looking at a map.
I know they've been trying to buy that for years.
Yeah. So consider that my first email to you.
No, but this is good information, Gary. And that's, if we can just be proactive, I think that would help us all be able to do our job better.
So I can go with that bullet point you've got right there. Just have staff work a little harder just to find what that translates into. As far as the one using neighborhood groups to build unity, I think that's its own bullet point.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that should fall into what we're doing with this neighborhood commission, right?
Yeah, and if you guys have ideas, I mean, I've been making lists of things I think that could be encompassed, you know, in that commission. Yeah.
Well, that's a huge
So
commission.
can I put something else on here, land use legislation and other important community issues? I mean, let's just throw out, you know, if there's a tax increase or whatever else. I feel like let's figure out ways to get us in, you know, understand we want, whatever you know. We want to know, we want a heads up.
Yeah.
I think you do a good job of that, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think overall we do a great job with that.
Yeah.
It's just, I think complicated issues like the Canyon Park or Wilson Farm, the more information, the better.
So relate to land use legislation and other complicated matters, or?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that too broad? I just feel like, you know.
Or instead of just
No,
improved
they're
communication
obvious.
related to improved communications on land use and other important matters. Just make it simple.
That sounds great.
Did you hear that?
So improved communications on, take out related to, improved communications on land use,
That's okay.
You said improved communication
on land use regulations, on land use regulations and other, what, important matters or matters.
Significant issues.
Yeah.
You probably need to put in there improved communications to the city council.
Oh, yeah.
To CC.
Whoa. And we all get to watch you type.
It was around that.
It is
So
so
much.
You just don't know how to spell or type.
Good job. Glad you're typing, not me.
Anything else we need to do related to making sure we're all aligned?
Can we add something about business, using neighborhood groups and business partners to build unity? Is this a place to put that?
Yeah, sure. Neighborhood thing.
Because I think Kathy is really stepping through
It's
this
up
job
above, use neighborhood groups and business partners
to build unity.
to build unity.
Yeah, so that third one down,
So
Teresa,
if you could just stick your insert.
Using
after neighborhood
Do
groups.
you want it added here, or you want it to be a below?
neighborhood groups.
So after
and
insert
business.
that neighborhood groups
It's an insert.
and business partners to build unity.
Using neighborhood groups and business partners. There you go, that's it.
I mean, because we're averaging how many new businesses a year? 800? Have you had 800?
Like 400 or 500.
I was one of those. So
But, and to that business partners, I mean, just an example of something simple. Pete and I were talking about, and Brent, we're talking about if we could get our local businesses, like, you probably should have Denny's where they have Family City USA, or Family City on the wall. But we thought if we can figure out a way to get our businesses excited about Family City USA and use that inside somewhere in their location as part of their branding, that we give, we come up with some incentives to make that happen. They're business partners with the city. There's just a lot of different ways, but I mean, if you can just envision, and we've got 7,000 businesses or whatever, with some percentage of those, you can went to them and there's a Family City USA something somewhere. I think we just do a lot for building community and that brand.
Right, kind of like Toyota with, or Subaru with the Olympics, official sponsor of, Subaru official sponsor of the 2034 Olympics, whatever. Something along those lines as King Garth. Mazda official
Supporter.
Supporter of Orem City, Family City USA.
I like that
Supporter of Family City USA.
Yeah.
So we're trying to work through that. So if any of you guys have any ideas on that? Yeah. Talking to us.
They often do it with, the local schools and universities. Sure. They do it a little bit with cities, so if we put a little more proactive, effort into it, we think it would be caught off rather easily.
But think of the impact it would have over time. If we do it, fast forward 5 years and you've got that all through the city, really memorializes Family City USA. Okay, any other aligned interests of the city council, city employees? Anything from the city employees that you guys think?
Mayor,
Would you and the council be interested in having a biannual litigation update from our department? Letting you know what's pending, what's out there?
It would be,
And obviously it would be in a closed door session, yes.
yeah, it would be close to, I mean,
Just a routinely schedule every 6 months, we come in and give you an update on the closed door session.
I would characterize it as significant litigation, you know, we come up with some dollar amount that determines that.
Okay.
So we wouldn't go in the weeds on everything, but anything that's a significant issue that we need to be aware of, I think would be the way we would do it.
Okay.
I mean, what do you guys think?
I think that's right.
Okay.
And I guess if we want to, we can always meet with Jake and Steve one-on-one and say what we got.
But yeah, I think that'd be good, because we have talked before how, you know, we go into a closed door meeting and we're like, oh, we didn't know that one. So I think it'd be a good thing.
Mayor, one thing, as issues come up, I want you to be able to talk to the employees of community development, get the information you need. I also want you to be aware that sometimes, you know, you can say something, a casual thing like, oh, I wonder, you know, what this means or about this. And little do you know, nor did you intend, somebody now spent 40 hours of work trying to get that answer. Does that make sense? Perfect. You know, because they're trying to really be responsive. So just kind of something to think about, you know, what kind of questions or asks do you have of the employees of community development? You know, just be careful. If it's going to be a big ask, maybe you and we should talk first, you know, just to make sure, because hopefully I've got a good sense of what kind of work and effort and how many FTE hours I can put into some things.
And if your staff get asked, don't be afraid to push back to us and say, Tom, I know you asked this little thing, but this is going to take that much time.
Yeah, and I need to talk with staff about that too.
Yeah.
Did you really want to know, or you're just curious?
Yeah.
You want to spend
And ask me that question, because that's
$5,000.
But does that mean that should be funneled through you to just?
Well, I hate to say yes, funnel everything through me because.
But just to manage that issue.
Of course it should be. I think.
Well, you know, if you think it's a significant ask, yeah, funnel it through me, not because, oh, I'm the gatekeeper, you know, it's just.
But what if you don't know if it's a significant ask?
Yeah.
It seems like that's where it seems like it should probably, your communication should go through you.
And then you follow it back and say, hey, that simple question's going to take X hours, we don't have it.
Yeah.
But or do you really want to know, or do you want just a rough ballpark that takes an hour to figure out versus 2 hours?
Yeah, and this is a really hard one to balance because we want to be as responsive as we possibly can and not be bureaucratic about everything. But
we want to be transparent. We want you to feel welcome always, but we also want to be aware.
Yeah. We don't want to send you off on a lot of issues. Jason spent tons of time. So I mean, don't you think if we just make those requests through good, and then from there it goes wherever it goes. And I don't think that's a control thing. I think that's just a common sense way to manage that.
Manage his office.
Yeah. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, just text them.
Yeah, just text me, email me, call me, you know.
Well, like Jake, he's always so nice, and I would call and say, I hate to bug you, and he's like, I'm here to answer your questions, you know.
He never answers mine.
Dang it.
That's our office.
Okay, anything else on align the interest? Any other things from the city?
Okay.
Any other things from the city on that? Okay. Safe, livable, connected, and engaged neighborhoods. Okay, last year we did a lot on that. Where are we at on that? Minority outreach and community engagement.
I think a lot of my hometown hits that.
Yeah.
We also, with business licensing, moving over to development services, I think that helps with the.
But I think too, I think Chris, you brought that up on that. Minority outreach was, and maybe Jeff too, was the the events they have in the city, at the park and cultural events. We need maybe publicize that more, I don't know if we've.
So that's our arts commission, and we're kind of doing that, right?
So that-
We're including the
Events and
Brazil,
arts, yes,
the
those
Brazil
So you think we haven't covered that?
group. We've included the Mexican band, the mariachi band was super fun at my hometown. So I feel like, we have been doing a great job through other avenues. And I just want to say, so my hometown, yeah, it's its own entity. It came to Orem, thankfully, but the support that we have given them, I have to say, this group, you guys have been phenomenal. I mean, I think a lot of their success is because of our staff and the creative way in which we welcomed them and did their kickoff. We can't all do everything, I don't think, to that level and to the future for every CRC that's opened up, but I feel like we gave them a great start, and definitely, it may be their program, but our support of that is what has contributed to a lot of that success in our community.
Jeff, didn't you want like a culture event or something with all the?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that over the years. We're actually doing it in lots of different ways. It's not one event, it's like multiple events. I kind of gave up on the one event. But I feel like we're making those connecting points probably as well or better than one event.
Okay.
Well, the one event that we were working towards was the Taste of Orem, an event that via food would have been multicultural. We just need to figure out the right timing.
So we put that up, we want that.
Is that still something we want to pursue?
What was the issue with the one Latino group that couldn't get their permits through, couldn't figure it out, got really frustrated? That was part of the impetus from last year's even comments.
For their food truck?
No.
It was for some event.
It was like a major event. They tried to do it at the park. They had some issues. Part of it was the insurance. It's just they didn't understand the process, didn't have a good bilingual communication process. So I think we've improved a lot of that.
We had a full gap in our event processing. We had the $50 family reunion at a pavilion, and then we had a full tilt city co-sponsored event and nothing in between. And so what we have this year is a city property use permit, which is more expensive than a pavilion rental, but it allows them to be allowed to run their event on our property, but we will have a full-time staff on site to help regulate some of that, go through the insurance with them. And so some of these wonderful events that are coming in that we don't run or control, we will have a yes now to allow them to be at City Center. We'll have a limited number so we don't overrun the park. And I think it'll be specifically to some of these smaller cultural festivals that don't quite rise to the Art Council or to the city events, but are still worth doing and having as part of our community. We can get them there now.
And that was kind of the frustration they had, so that's probably the answer to it.
So do we want to we want to try to taste the Orem and see if that?
We're on schedule internally, if y'all would like to, for a September of 2025 Taste of Orem event. Sort of the kickoff to fall, end of summer celebration. Pete and our events team and I got together this last week to start some conversations with some other community events, maybe joining a couple of existing things to get it off the ground in a big way so it's successful in year one.
So we put that as a Taste of Orem and then we make sure that we do it?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
So, minority outreach and community engagement, neighborhood commission subcommittee, we're working on that. It sounds like we've made progress in the translation of the licenses, and we're working on that. Those are kind of repetitive, some of those three. Educating on resources in the Orem community. Okay, so that I wanted to say, our neighborhood commission is actually in there. We're going to have these neighborhood picnics. They have put forth ideas of kind of like our harvest festival where we have the different foods. They kind of want to see if we can have that happen at the neighborhood, to take it to different neighborhoods instead of just the one event, just as a way to kind of achieve that.
So what do you think as far as should come off of this? I mean, I think minority, the what?
Well, there's several, because we've got 2, 3, 4.
So would you keep minority outreach and community engagement, because we can continue to improve that and get rid of some pullable.
Is it Taste of Orem?
So that's going to, I don't know that that's in this heading, is it? State political commitment.
What's it?
Is Taste of Orem under this?
Yeah, because it's a cultural thing.
What would be engagement?
Yeah, connected.
I mean, it might fit under minority outreach, but yeah, that's where we go. So maybe, so do we need to keep that neighborhood commission subcommittee, or is that?
It's in the works, so I think we're done. You can
So
take
it
that.
is in those, pull those,
Pull the subs off.
so take
All the
out,
subs,
yeah,
Yeah.
1 through 5, and then put on.
Because you're in the middle of doing.
and then
Yeah.
we put in
And then just put in taste of
Taste of Orem.
Okay, anything else you guys want under that?
Just a comment, that has really been noticed and appreciated, that we're doing something, and I work with people that speak Spanish. I don't speak very much Spanish. A little bit more than Dave, but not much.
Que pasa nada, man, that's all I got.
Dave, you know you're asking a question and giving an answer.
What's going on?
Let me just translate.
I don't think it means what you think it means.
Que pasa, what's going on?
But anyway, they're very happy and very appreciative, and it's noticed that we're doing something to build that community and help them feel part of the community. So,
Okay, that's awesome.
thank you, everyone.
Yes. So we leave that on there so we can keep that top of mind. Okay. Finishing research and analysis of short-term rental obligate regulations. I know we did a ton of that.
I think we're still.
I don't think we know the answer.
Yeah, so, oh man,
We're
this,
still in the middle of that. It's a heavy lift.
So Jake, do you want to maybe give a status update?
Yes. So we were able to meet with small groups to discuss possible ideas and get kind of a general feedback for what the appetite is for regulation and where are we on the spectrum of a straight out ban to kind of free for all, right? So we were trying to figure out where are we on that. The policy, we do have a draft of an ordinance that we are close to finishing up, and I would like to get it in front of the council at an upcoming work session. The overarching policies were really, by and large, was to preserve the residential quality of neighborhoods, is to preserve that neighborhood character, but then also balancing with property owners and what their perceived rights are is to be able to use that home as a rental, as a way to make an income. But then again, balancing how many do we want in the community to make sure we're not taking up too much of our inventory of our housing, especially, owner-occupied housing, that we're not making it a rental system. Some of the things that are in the draft ordinance would be a permitting or a licensing system as a way to regulate this short-term rental ordinance. Geographic spacing. There'll be kind of an a la carte approach here for the council to discuss what policy they want to adopt, but basically trying to space these short-term rentals out so we don't end up with clusters of short-term rentals. And then also just general maintenance of the property. So there'll be ways that neighbors can, if there are issues with parking, noise complaints, there's a way to regulate that. Again, we also want to make sure there's a sufficient off-street parking for each of these units, so we don't have neighborhoods clogged up with an event. And that's also another thing is banning specific events. That these are going to be tied to stays, not holding a bachelor party or a sorority party or a corporate event retreat at a home.
Battle of the bands.
Yeah, that we're trying to keep the neighborhood character that it is a residential use, not a commercial
That's
use.
the overriding thing,
Yes.
right? Absolutely.
Yep. So that's where we are, and hopefully, in the next couple of sessions, we can get the draft in front of the council for you to start digesting what this ordinance system is and getting real feedback on the a la carte approach. What do we insert? What do we take out?
So should we just say finalized research of short-term rental regulation, finalized legislation on short-term rental regulation?
finalize legislation.
Yeah, we can
Finalize.
So just finalize legislation of short-term rental regulation.
It sounds like we're almost there, and it is really complicated. I mean, I get emails all the time on both sides. My concern is if we don't have something that's predefined, people are going to keep buying these homes with the idea they can do this. And we need to let them know, if you're going to do it, this is how it works, because otherwise they're kind of buying it under false pretenses.
If they have a certain number of violations, can they lose their licensing?
Yes, this is part of the regulation system too, is there will be a way to de-license them if they're in violation.
And this licensing thing should be revenue neutral too, as far as we're going to do this.
Yep.
Teresa, let's put, instead of occupancy, let's put that main goal of preserving neighborhood character.
Okay. And then housing affordability.
That's so out of our control. I don't know how
I know, I get so tired of that.
we really do.
You got over 3 then?
Well, we did 3, yeah.
Yeah, we lower inflation, change interest rates, put a cap on what people can buy houses for.
Well, and I'm telling everyone the fires in California are going to drive up material.
Yeah.
prices, so-
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, huge.
And
We're back
homeowners
there
insurance,
again.
so we're all going to pay for it.
Except for they pulled out before.
No, but it's
Some
just
of
get
them
switched
did,
from
yeah.
insurance companies to the federal government.
You're exactly right.
And then taxes. We'll still pay for it.
So I would like to almost see, from our perspective of what we can do as a land use authority, is it's really a master plan. It's like a balanced zoning plan. You know, I think I talked about it in some of our last meeting. We really have a responsibility to balance land use in our community, to have a balance and to not just say yes or no to everything. If there's a product that we need in our community, a housing product, this is the way that we can, through our land use, is how we can bring it to our community. I mean, up here in Midway, they say you have to have a certain facade on a building. We want the Swiss. I mean, I feel like, I brought that up a few years ago, but I feel like that's, we can't do anything about housing affordability, but maybe through our understanding of our needs in Orem, through a Family City USA, creating environment, that's kind of where we are, what our statement can be, what our plan can be. I don't think we can affect housing affordability.
I wonder if on here we put something related to what Gary was talking about in terms of in-house general plan update, and then we could put sort of like a subheading there of assessing the balance of land use types or something, or zoning types, residential zoning types. Or something.
As a part of that general plan update, what I had in my mind and talked to planners about is we go do a land use analysis of the city and see exactly what do we have out there and where. And then identify some of those areas. And, honestly, that Canyon Park, if it's to be residential, one of the recommendations I could see coming back to you would be, let's just rezone it to R8. That's kind of our standard. Let's do it. Let's just proactively tell people in some of these key areas, this is what the city wants to do with the property. You want to change it to residential, it's this. And we try to, as we streamline this general plan, be a little more proactive, especially on these areas where we think there might be controversy or issues coming up, then rather than dealing with application after application after application over time, we could just proactively try and tell the community, this is what, as a city, this is what we want to have happen.
Down we go.
So maybe instead of housing affordability, we just have housing.
Yes.
Because these meetings that Tom and I are in, we are talking about home ownership through development agreements. And we are getting positive responses from that. And the whole idea is you're not taking away property rights. The developer gets something to offer, to agree to a certain percentage of owner occupied.
Yeah,
So maybe that's it, our emphasis on emphasizing owner occupied housing.
There's also that new house bill that's been proposed that gives us another tool to negotiate that
Okay.
without a development agreement even.
So, I mean, is that a good housing plan? I mean, I'm just trying to.
I sent it to the planners for review, but my initial look at it is I think it's a positive. It's another tool in our tool belt where if you give them, I think it was 8 units to the acre,
yeah, I think
then
so.
you can mandate X amount of units are owner occupied and be restricted for 5 years.
Well, so, and we're extending that. 5 years is nothing, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, St. George is talking 20 years.
Yeah, but that's just the draft that came out last week.
The challenge is some in the state and some builders would say, of course we can do a lot of things for housing costs. You can reduce you can have the mini homes come in, you can build on 4,000 square foot lots. You know, we could do those things. It's not in the nature of what we want to do. We're trying to do as much as we can so we don't see the state enforce those kind of regulations on us, which is within the realms of possibilities. So I think doing some things that help get housing in, you know, you talked about 8 to an acre, which is a whole lot less than an R8, right? It's about it.
Yeah,
That's pretty small. That's an R5.
Exactly, yeah. But that's just what's being proposed.
I understand that's what's being proposed. And we're going to see more and more of those kind of proposals like that.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to compromise on that. I don't think we have to say 8 to an acre. No, we set the standard for what our community needs are. We have so much density in our community already. That coming from the state is not the carve out that we need for our community. So if the developer agrees to it, if we do 4 per acre and they want to build here, I mean, how many times have we seen that, right? Where they bring us these high densities, we turn them down, they bring it again, we turn it down, and they come with an R8, R12, whatever development, right? So I think the known, what Mayor said earlier, I think that to have that known in there for people who want to build in Orem is good. You know?
And that goes back to what Gary's saying about a general plan.
Yeah.
I think if our general plan, we define a lot of that, then we don't have to decide every single city council meeting in this conversation. It's pretty much laid out, it's defined, we agree this is our general plan and this is where we're going.
And each rezone would be judged against the criteria
of the general plan.
How are you preserving the residential character of our neighborhoods by promoting owner occupancy and long-term residency?
And as far as this issue that you're talking about, Tom, with the state, I mean, they come in and lay over and say, okay, if you put 10 units per acre, it's going to be cheaper.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if that were true, if you took $1 million piece of property and you charge $100,000 a lot, that'd be great. But what happens is you take $1 million piece of property, they lay this over you, and now we're going to charge $250,000.
Yeah.
So there's this. It's not true. It's somebody acting like it. They're using that to basically.
It isn't straight algebra or math. It's
Tom, we refer to that as 3 shells and a pea.
Okay. I think that's the official name.
So our thing would be what Gary said. I mean, I guess I'm talking, let's move on and put it on here, right? General plan, and bullet point number 1. What did you call that? General zoning plan. What did you call that?
Crap, I can't remember. 3 shells in the day.
Let's see, here's the same thing.
General plan update.
General plan update.
With our schools and our churches, they're zoned R8. I mean, we have a little bit of that already, right?
Yeah.
You're just going to have to work.
What?
They're R8.
No, there's a 5 acre.
No, now, it used to be it was R8, and the churches, right? So I think we go to that course, I think that general plan update and.
And we articulate it much more clearly, like the mayor was saying, it's in our general plan. And our general plan, when you come in for a rezone, we're going to judge your rezone against this criteria that we've already established.
I actually love this point A being underneath that already because that should be our guiding value.
Yep.
For the general plan.
Yeah. Well, and are you talking about, okay, reinvesting in neighborhoods? I mean, we've had pretty significant discussions about renewing the neighborhoods and talking to the state about that rather than taking a lot of this high density money. I think they're taking that same money but using it to renew our neighborhoods.
But didn't you talk to Steve about that?
Steve has some great
So
ideas.
we've got a lot of things we're trying to do, so I think we're doing our neighborhoods
Yeah,
should be
even better.
that A. Because we are trying to make that happen, but it should be a focus.
Renewing?
Renewing neighborhoods instead of reinvesting.
And maybe it's exploring ways to renew neighborhoods, because we're not there yet. We don't know how we're
Renewal?
going to do it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So,
I think we used the word revitalize last, or,
No, renew was the word.
okay.
but
That was the fun word.
so explore ways to renew as opposed to renewing, because we don't know how we're going to do it yet.
And then maybe a B could be encouraging owner occupancy and long-term residency.
That's it.
But put on A, I'm sorry, put explore in front of renew. Because, like I said, we don't know how we're going to do that. But we are definitely exploring it.
Explore renewal of neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And then Gary, what did you say again?
Maybe a B could be promoting owner occupancy and long-term residency. You know, it's great to have owner occupants. It's also great to have renters in your community that want to stay for a long time. Long-term
Occupancy.
Residency.
I can't remember what I said apparently 2 minutes later, so.
Okay, so do we still need two? I mean, that is important.
I think
Sure.
with B, maybe we.
That's what he's doing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
So
so.
yeah, so give it a two.
Yeah.
And here we're saying it, whether it's new or old, or existing. We want to promote owner occupancy and long-term residency.
So unless anybody has any other ideas, I think one is fine with A and B. Renewal parks for the Sarah Pole and Ice Ribbon and Long Ridge Community Center. I mean, that's still in process, right?
That's a hard one, right?
Do we want to change that to Heart of Orem, or what do we want to do?
Yeah, I think so.
Put Heart of Orem on there.
Yeah, Heart of Orem.
We're working on it.
Just put Heart of Orem project.
As another or underneath?
Replace it.
Oh, replace this? Heart of
And
Orem?
Downtown study. Or study, just add study there.
And then we got net team evaluation. Where are we at?
We are still working on essentially trying to come up with a decision matrix and a process matrix that then we would bring back to you in many meetings and show the different efforts that we would take with different NIT subgroups.
So that's in process.
Still in process.
Okay, so we just leave it.
I think so.
Okay. Anything else under this?
Well, Jeff, if because of your experiences, you know, your associations, if there's anything else you can think of on that first one.
I think if we just continue doing what we've been doing and maybe increase it a little bit, increase the outreach, and just make sure that people know what's happening in those communities, I think it will, as more people know about it, they have ways of spreading the word. So I think if we just keep doing what we're doing and with a little bit of increase, I think we'll go a long way.
And even finding their mechanisms, what form of communication are they using? Can we tie into one of their communication forms? WhatsApp or what? I don't know what it is. But something.
I mean, just had a thought on the farmer's market. You know, you have the pavilion there, and you could have different ethnic groups come and do their, because there's a stage there.
Yeah.
And maybe we could tie something to that, because how many people came to the farmer's market? 5,500 or whatever.
Yeah.
So that could be something maybe you could bring the culture together, and maybe they have a place to
Yeah, to a farmer's market thing.
Yeah, but farmer's market, but then tie that into culture event or the Latinos and the whatever. just, I don't know.
If it didn't have
Mariachi
some
band.
PR, if you have PR you want to press through there, you could.
We kind of did that with the Come Together or Rock Festival, right? Didn't we coordinate with the farmers market on music?
No, that was through like Greg Carlisle and his.
Or what was his called? Yeah.
Yeah, the Come Together Festival.
Come Together?
Yeah, that's kind of a standalone thing.
On its own.
But
Standalone.
through
But
Farmers
I
Market,
mean,
it's
they
Arts
had
Council.
to, they had to coordinate with farmers market because farmers market had their own music going.
Yeah, for the Arts Council summer concert series.
Yeah. So I guess to do what Dave's saying, is there a way to coordinate with the farmers market people to see if we could get them to do more outreach?
Oh, sure.
With
I was thinking, I
music
mean,
groups.
we could utilize it. I mean, people are there, the food trucks are there, and if you had some music and, you know, I don't know. I think
Because
it might
they
be good.
schedule all that, right, Pete?
Yeah, the ones that they do, yeah.
What I was going to say, Pete, is as far as if we have marketing or press or things we want to do to get messaging out to that community, those markets, like the Mexican market, there's half a dozen of those, and those get used to death. And so we could work with those, and I think they'd be real amenable to letting you put up flyers, whatever you want to get messaging out to them.
Since Debbie has come onto the team, she's forging some pretty strong relationships with the Catholic Church.
Awesome.
So we feel like that's going to be a huge thing for us this year.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. I was just shocked how heavy those markets get used.
Yeah.
There's tons of traffic.
Try to find a parking spot.
Yeah. They've got great stuff over there. So.
And I think my hometown of Sharon Elementary will open up some opportunities for associations.
Absolutely.
Because it's not at a church.
Okay, do we add a number 2 there to build more partnerships and associations, like with with formal groups?
Maybe utilizing the farmer's market or something? I think that's
More partnerships, and relationships.
Yeah, I think that's broad, that's good.
Somebody told me they had their own little chamber of commerce thing going on too.
They do, yeah.
The Spanish do?
Yeah.
Latinos.
Yeah, and that might be, in fact, Kathy's already doing that.
The state,
Kathy's on that.
state and a local, Chamber of Commerce for Latinos. And the state rep came into the area and we actually meeting with him, Kathy and
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. Let's go to thriving and balanced business environment.
That's great.
You could put a UVU, what's it called, the UVU?
Oh, yeah. The
Business Resource Center? Yeah. That's going to be a focus this coming year.
And you want that to be a bullet
So
point?
the Spanish translation of business license, we already done that?
Yeah, that's in the works, right?
To take it up?
Yeah.
Is that should be in the works?
we did that.
Let's see, Business Alliance, does she have a minority subcommittee?
So that's,
Not
I
yet.
don't know what that is.
That's just having a focus in the business program of the minorities, just to make sure that they have a voice into the city.
Through her, through her alliance.
So we need to put
Do we have that, Chris?
No, not yet.
the
We still need
Spanish
to work on
or
that.
the Chamber of Commerce with them and
Right,
right, because we have county chambers.
Yeah, the county, there's a difference.
Is that for
It's minority subcommittee?
minority?
Yes, it's
I was like,
minority
it's not
chamber.
Minority chamber is what we're looking at, right?
Yeah, not
no,
county.
Increase a minority chamber of commerce instead of county.
Up here?
Yeah.
It's just a resource to Kathy, along with everything else she's doing. Okay.
That looks good. Suggest you add on there Gary's business license.
Yeah. We're trying to streamline, update, make more efficient our business licensing application and reach out.
Thank you very much.
Except for Dave.
He's on
You want
my
it
list.
under or
twice as
another bullet?
Another bullet.
Twice as expensive.
Another bullet? What are we calling it?
Business licensing.
Business licensing.
Streamline process.
subcommittee, do we need that one on there?
That just is just a tie-in for the businesses. There is no minority subcommittee right now. There is no tie-in. Just having 20% of the city be represented with something, and there is nothing right now. They feel alienated and not included because they don't speak the language.
So you'll get with Kathy and then.
Yeah, we need to have something happen there.
Okay.
So maybe that's where we tie into their local chamber.
Could be.
Is right.
So we'll just have to see between 1 and 2 how it.
Or maybe it should be 1 and then 1A.
Yeah.
How about Minority Chamber of Commerce Resource or Minority Subcommittee?
Well, you can just do an A or something, do a sub A.
Push it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
All right.
Are we next? Dependable?
Infrastructure. Oh, here's more. There's your heart of downtown.
Okay.
Hey, look at 950 North.
I think we're all ignoring you.
Chris.
It's been embedded this whole time.
So we can take that off?
No. No touch the ball fields. Okay?
Okay, so heart of downtown, we've got above, right? So we take that off the list.
The active transportation master plan is still in the works. They're applied for some grants and looking for funding for that.
Okay.
So that's on the top of transportation's list right now.
Okay, so I really want to hit number 1. I just talked to Gary and Jake about it yesterday. I would really like to see under State Street renewal, as far as something, this is active transportation. I would almost like to, and I'm not sure where to put this because it's not really, it's beautification of State Street. I think there are some simple things that we can do now.
So not active transportation.
Not under
So
active.
should we take that off? Oh, I see.
But it's
See
renewal.
what I'm saying? So it's not, maybe a new bullet point or something, but a beautification of State Street.
Is that under dependable infrastructure?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
it's
it's under
State Street renewal
infrastructure.
beautification, so
Do we have State Street?
just do a 1A.
beautification?
Do a 1A.
Well, but it's not under the
Well,
transportation.
I mean, with where Lene's going, I would like to see that be a priority. I mean, it's going to take forever to do a lot of the things we do on State Street, and we will do it. But as far as State Street renewal beautification, just being a priority, that might focus us to push on some specific things we can do to, make a
I mean,
overall dent.
social media posts for businesses that plant trees or that upgrade their signs.
Yeah.
Let's push the monument signs. Let's do that. I mean, we can incentivize with not necessarily money. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Try to think outside the box on ways to incentivize some beautification. Spotlighting the ones who have the beautiful landscaping.
And there have been a lot of people, like we were saying, that are just organically.
That's one thing I wrote down yesterday. It's a great idea to just give some love to those that are reinvesting in State Street.
Yeah, because it's the broken window policy, right? I mean,
Yeah.
when one person fixes their window, or upgrades their home.
Get some talk going on it.
And put a spotlight on them,
Uh-huh.
and look at how beautiful that is.
Yeah.
I mean, also, if
So put that for a number 1 bullet point. Can we do that, beautification of State Street?
What control do we have over that?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that by incentivizing the things that they do, we do that by giving them social media shout outs.
Well,
I mean, just total love,
So not
So
cash,
we can't,
not
no,
money.
we don't have money, we're not putting money, but
Okay.
we're in, business, this is back to the
Spotlight.
business
Well,
part.
the Beautification Commission, they did give beautification awards, but maybe it wasn't so much. So maybe that's something you can encompass in your neighborhood
Yeah, I actually want it bigger than that.
as a sub, then we can do that, because I think it means a lot to business when they have their sign up front. They're very proud of what they've done, but we need to recognize.
Best of Orem, like best of state, right? I don't know, something.
Does that belong in with economic development? We come up with a plan of outreach to target community or businesses along State Street and, offer advice, help, whatever it is about whatever they need to do and encourage, and then recognize and celebrate, maybe at a recognition at the council, on a council meeting, come in and hey, this business put in this effort, they get some free advertising, they get acknowledgement.
Yeah, and what I'm talking about is pretty much the same thing, but just to make, okay, so we've got Harder Downtown. That's a specific heavy lift project that will be amazing when it's done. And that's to get the heart of State Street going a certain direction and looking a certain way. But what we're talking about now is to say, no, let's take the entire State Street, and what are some core principles we can overlay on that in terms of signage, colors. What's a dozen different things we can do that if you just wipe that across State Street right now, it would look 30% better. You know what I mean? So it's basically an upgrade and an overall guiding principle. But it would take some thought. But I think it's something that we can do.
And I'm just going to throw these out there, right? I mean, okay, you've been to LA, right? You can go down some of their streets and their stores, the advertising in the stores and everything is just graffiti-ish, because it's just crazy. So coming back to the Park City, mining town, Midway, Swiss town, why can't we dictate, these are the colors. You don't get to paint your building bright yellow. I'm sorry, but we want to have a sophistication to our State Street. We want a look of sophistication and beautification.
So mammoth theme.
I don't know how to make it happen, Jay. You gotta help me here.
It's
See what I mean?
It's just the cleaning it up and making it. And Provo's actually done a great job on some of their streets with that.
On Center Street, they've had a really, it's a combination of things. Some regulation, some incentives, some recognition and encouragement, and kind of a multifaceted approach.
That's what I'm talking about. Is like I say, Harder Downtown is awesome. We're going to push forward, and that'll be amazing. But just on the whole of State Street, what are some standards, some guidelines, some things we could do that just to make it look more uniform and more.
And maybe we have our own bolded underlined section, a new one that is beautification of Orem.
Love State Street. Let's stick with
State Street. Okay.
I mean, Orem's my deal with State Street, and I've said this before, not to bore everyone, we're going too long, but I think Orem's got so many amazing things. I mean, it really does. All the parks, all the people. It's just an amazing place to live. And then State Street is not up to par with the rest of Orem. It's improving. It's getting better. But imagine an Orem where State Street matched how great the community is all the way around. And that's what I'm talking about.
It may be community development we could take on and come back at a future council work session and think about this idea and come back with, from an economic development standpoint, what can we do from possibly code changes that might be needed. With the new development, setting a new standard of how it would develop. And other programs or investigate grants or something like that might help businesses.
Yeah. So we know we can't do a complete fix on it fast, but we can definitely upgrade it and make it look quite a bit better. And then like I said, it's happening organically, which is kind of exciting too, because that just kind of plays into what we're trying to do. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say that whatever social media Pete can help us with, I really think it will create this natural competition to be the pretty business, to be the...
Well, and that's what we've seen over the past 2 years with the business highlights that we do. We've got 40 plus people who are trying to get on our list,
Nice.
So hopefully it helps. I mean, I don't think that's the sole reason someone will redo their whole building, but it doesn't hurt, right?
But you could get bumped to the top if you redo your whole building.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's do what we can, right?
Okay, so I think you guys are on board with that, right? Yes. Council, all good? Okay, so going down this list, so that's in play, right? No active transportation master plan.
Yeah.
And so then we can take State Street. Beautification off of that.
And then, if I may, I think we make additional trail opportunities, or
its own bullet point.
Yeah, its own bullet point.
Yeah.
It's something like define trail system. Gary, help me out here with the wording here.
More trails. Honestly, I think that summarizes it.
You know, it's kind of like complete streets. Not every street has to have every type of thing on it, but you need to have a system for bikes to get through. You have to have a system for pedestrians and trails, but not every type of thing on every single street.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it'll result in more trails, but not trails to trails to other trails or to parks.
It could be put in there, maybe look at the berm at Canyon Park from that trail that goes up to Myrtle Canal.
I don't.
4.5 acres, by the way.
Yeah.
I don't think we want to put that on right now. I'd like to see the residents do some things on that.
No, but I think maybe it could be a partnership or something with them. I don't know.
And
yeah.
I think keeping it broad is good here.
I think we can keep having that conversation for sure, but.
Let's say define a trail system, so it's going to define it, but that's okay, I'm moving on.
Yeah.
I'm not dying on this.
What about the mountain bike park, or mountain bike track up out of Tempano's Park?
We have that on one of the projects that I think that we put into departmental goals.
Okay.
Phase 2 is going to be under construction this year.
Okay, so let's look into that. Okay, so did we finish transportation utility philosophy analysis?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I can go away.
Take that off. Yeah, I think Dave needs to talk to Chris about the other one.
No, you need to keep that on because it says, and create a construction schedule. You haven't created it yet, so keep it on.
We looked at it and decided to bury that real deep.
We're burying it. The construction schedule is 2026.
So what are we doing?
Keep it on.
2036.
Okay, then pursue capital improvement for wastewater treatment plant.
So this is just.
I feel like we.
There's all that stuff in there.
I think we lost the comments.
Storm drain, fire, training facility, public
So
safety.
there's probably
Yeah.
a comment here.
I think you should delete it.
I think we're going to leave it, Teresa, we're done with that.
Okay, good.
We did all that.
Makes sense.
Woohoo, to capital improvement.
Okay, community focused and effective government.
Chris, anything to pitch on that, please?
Okay. Okay. Community focused and effective government, legislator outreach, build strong relationships with legislators and group, involving in city events. I mean, we could just narrow that down to legislator outreach, and I mean, because it still can be improved.
Right. Subgroups.
We get rid of those bullet points 1 and 2, I think.
Oh, changed.
Improve UVU dialogue. We've been working on that. Should we just say continue UVU dialogue?
Yeah, continue. Continue improving.
Or just continue?
To improve?
Yeah. Just continue.
Continue UVU dialogue.
Oh, just continue to UV. Get rid of improve?
Yeah. Yes, because we've improved it. Now we're going
Sounds
to
like the
continue.
improved sounds weird.
So we'll stay good. Joint meetings with school districts and surrounding cities. Yeah, we did that.
We're kind of out of it now.
Promote Orem Community Foundation. We got that in movement, so
We need to promote it.
I would leave it on there.
Leave it on?
Yeah,
We
because
haven't promoted.
we basically resurrected it, now we got to promote it.
Okay.
Is it Orem has hard or Orem has more now?
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of slogans flying around.
Yeah, where do we go with that?
Orem gives you more.
I think it was part of the discussion last year of the heart of the Orem. We were trying to tie those things together.
And just that, our parks, our recreation, our arts, our library, they don't compete, but they are synergistic because they all
Now it can be,
part of
Orem
one
gives you more
part of
heart.
one body.
You have to
Orem
capitalize
gives you
the
more
A.
heart.
So I mean, because we got a lot of slogans going on. Do we want, I mean, that seems like that would be a slogan for that specific downtown, right?
Yeah.
So do you want to, what do you want to do with that?
Put that in your back pocket until we do the kickoff for it.
As long as we don't forget, you're not going to forget.
No.
Put it with the 900
I like that. Add mental health programming. Did we do that?
Yeah, no.
I don't.
Did we do that with, I mean, that's what we've done with public safety.
Public safety, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And fire.
But did we review sources of strength program in Nova?
Well, was this more community facing or?
I don't know.
Yeah, Sources of Strength is at Timpanogos High School. It's a everyday strong type, but not the same. So I don't think, unless we get someone to do it on our level, unless we have, a staff who wants to learn about what it is and figure out how to, and bring it to our community events, that would be how we would have to do it.
Pull it off of Raven next year.
Yeah, we probably could add it to the healthy initiative if it's.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's what we'll
Do that, because it is an amazing program. And I don't think it's covered anywhere right now.
So yeah, do it on healthy or healthy initiative.
Yeah.
Okay. We're almost in. I think this is the last one, right? Skilled and talented workforce. Complete efficiency study. We did that.
We jumped a little, there we go.
Oh my gosh.
So we did the efficiency study.
We did the efficiency study. We talked about the medical clinic.
That's still in the works.
So we can still leave it on there, evaluate. Continue to expand the hybrid steps program. Did we do that?
We've expanded it as far as I believe that we will for next bits and
Okay, so we took that off. Implementation of employee engagement survey.
We did that,
Yeah,
right?
you're doing that.
Yeah.
Continued lunches with employee groups. We leave that on, right? That's a continuing thing.
Dave brought up, do we want to do another employee survey?
I don't think we need to spend money on it.
I think that we could do another survey, but through a different avenue so that we don't have to pay a group to do it for us this time, because we have a good baseline.
Carrie, do you think we could do that best places to work survey?
Yeah, they do that every year, and we just didn't know about it soon enough, so we were just shy of getting it not needed. But yeah, I think we could do that one very easily.
We also kind of get, we've completely opened the door on feedback with our battle box.
And that's new and ongoing, it's perfect.
And
It's an avenue.
And we address, we review it in our staff meetings.
Is there anything executive staff wants to add on skilled and talented workforce that you think we want to do? Carrie or anybody?
Well, we will look at the onboarding process. That's going to be our biggest effort this year.
So evaluate onboarding process.
Anything we can do as a city council to support you in that area?
Pay for it.
Give us money.
Now, if you have experience with what works well and where your specialty is,
one thing that we talked about that kind of comes up with Josh and that some of us were talking about at lunch was just trying to make sure we're creating internal promotion and growth opportunities for employees. They like to feel like, same with the hybrid step program, they like to feel like there's runway, that they can improve and progress in their careers. So, we call that succession planning or
that's a great idea.
facilitate growth opportunities.
Internal promotion.
Maybe an internal leadership course for those looking to move up the chain.
So I shared with you.
Cross-training opportunities for people to see other other things in the city that they might want to do.
So Teresa, would you go back down to Skeleton?
Cross jumping is always wise,
Yeah.
especially with
Yeah.
the
So-
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
inside and outside of the department.
What did you want to say?
More cross-training and growth opportunities. Maybe career growth opportunities.
Then you had said onboarding process, you want on there or no?
I think
I think that's good. Okay, anything else that we missed? We cleaned it up quite a bit from last year to this year.
Speak now.
What's that?
I said, speak now or forever.
You're so right. Mayor, I just would like to say how impressed by Teresa I am. I would never type in front of you all like this. I am a horrible typist and a horrible speller. I could not handle it.
Nice.
And I would say Teresa and Lori have done a fabulous job.
Okay, well, is there anyone else would like to add before we go?
Are you looking for a motion?
No, is
I'm not looking for a motion.
Are we still-
We're not gonna have to do a
Are we still
motion.
doing that?
Mayor still
What's
has,
that?
here, Jim.
That kind of was the round table.
Well, I thought we still had some stuff, I want to talk about some stuff.
We put on 950 more.
No, that's, I'm talking about our roundtable, isn't that supposed to be a roundtable? Right here. Every council member has to share thoughts.
Yeah, but I kind of redefined that. I said we were going to work and collaborate on this all together. So,
Okay,
but,
so I have a few things I want to bring up.
okay.
So on the city lights, I mean, I'm getting the heat of life. Gosh, that's So on the city lights, we added 150,000 this year.
Yes.
Right? So what is the opportunity to add more for next year? Meaning maybe up and down Center Street where the sidewalk is, there's no lights there.
We would just need to inch up our street light fee. That's how we pay for it.
We'd also need to install power infrastructure.
Or business license fees, we could recreate.
But it's only once a year.
And by next Christmas, when we have some trees and other things in the new plaza area.
Yeah, and every single tree has power run that has been.
That's true.
For lighting.
So I just think, the positive feedback on lights was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we got positive. I mean, that's off the charts as far as positive feedback. But, yeah, I think what we did just got like amazing feedback, so I think we're in a pretty good place. And if we go anywhere, it'd be the new city building.
Right.
As far as some new trees.
Do you need a fan, Dave?
Yeah.
Really? So I just have a few more points. So we do the salary. You send it out and get us
The survey.
survey. I've talked to a few people in the city, and are those surveys transparent? Transparent, meaning that the employees get to see those. And then on those that aren't on the ladder and step program, are the other employees, can we see who got what increases?
Are you talking about the division managers up?
I'm talking about maybe employees that are on the step,
Yeah, so that would just be division managers and your executive
but
team.
I mean like hourly employees.
Are you saying peer-to-peer?
Yes.
That's not.
That's not a good idea.
I guess I don't really understand. Are you talking position to position from each?
I'm just talking about like, if you take the city manager's office, what was their increase? Was it 10%? Was it 5%? Was it 2%?
Yeah, we do look at.
On public works, is it from the bottom to the top? What was the increase? Somebody got 1%, somebody got no percent? That's what I'm talking about. Is it fair? So I know in the days past, it was not fair in the city management office when they got 15 or 20% and everybody else got 3%. So I'm just saying, we need to be transparent, make sure it's fair. That's all I'm saying. I'd like to see those numbers.
So there is some built-in transparency as well by state statute. Every time we adopt a new budget for basically the deputy and executive positions on up, we actually hold a public hearing now for those increases. We did that this last budget cycle.
I'm just saying, if you have an hourly employee and the average is that they get 1%, somebody else is getting 3% of their salary, the salaried employees get a lot more money than the hourly.
But Dave, we don't do a lot of performance increases anymore. It's division managers and below. It's all hybrid step programs. So everyone knows what the increase will be as long as they get their training.
Everybody's on hybrid step.
Everybody except for the division managers, so our leadership team in each department and the executive teams. Everybody else is in the step program.
Meaning they can go get training, you get back more money.
So the only other way for anyone to get an increase is through looking at market. So if we find that IT has a bunch of competition out there, and we do that market analysis, and they're leaving us because they're on average they're getting paid more elsewhere, then we would give an increase to that.
So your hourly employee has a step program?
Yes.
Yep.
Full-time.
Things published.
Full-time knows what it is.
But not everybody got a market study increase this year.
But we did look at every single position, and then we went to Brandon and Bren with our suggestions and talked through it all. So there is a committee that looks at it all, and then we go to the departments and show them all that information. So we pull up, like for example, we met with both police and fire, and we pulled up all of our sister cities, and it shows their minimum and max, and compared to ours and what our suggestion was for the increases.
Yeah.
So they can see all of the other entities and what their ranges are.
Yes, I know that there was a hiccup on the engineers.
Well, because the engineers were in market, and that's like 3 years in a row without any increase after decreasing them, we took into consideration their paramedic certification, and we fixed that.
Correct.
So we went back
Yeah.
and reviewed that.
We got an email on that you did that, right?
Yeah. Because that was a concern.
But that's a perfect example. There was an issue.
Yeah.
It got addressed and got dealt with.
And it got dealt with really quickly.
Yeah, that was very fast.
But it wasn't because we were out of market, though. I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah.
We were in market.
It was the definition of a step program for that.
Or were the engineers over market?
Under market. No, they were
No,
in
they
market,
weren't. They
and
were
they're at the
above
top of that market. But what was happening is, they're also paramedics. And so,
That's second.
if they want to continue to do the career advancement education to get into a higher paramedic pay, then they have to do the work, and we'll slide it into that pay scale.
So I don't think it was a lack of transparency.
No.
I think it was a lack of a
Understand.
structural change,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You were doing a structural change. So I don't think it was.
Because I just think that maybe as executive staff, drilling down to your employees, maybe they don't understand the STEP program and how it's working. So I just got a
So
feedback.
better
that-
education.
Yes, better education on if they only got a percentage today because of this, they need to know why maybe they're not understanding it.
How they can get more if they do more.
Correct.
Are you getting feedback that suggests that's the case?
Yeah, 'cause I-
Because
Well, I mean, there's no question
It's
that
pretty-
are engineers. I mean,
If it's tied to that, though, that's.
It's not. There's other situations that people are talking about. So I just want to make sure that we are educating our employees that they understand, because I don't fully understand how the different STEP programs, but I'm not in it, right? I'm on the outside business, so we do it differently, right? So just try to educate our employees.
everybody in the STEP program gets 3% raise every year. It's when they don't get a market adjustment and move the market because they're in the market that they feel like they're missing a merit. But they still get a 3% raise every single year as long as they do their work.
In lieu of a merit.
They move a merit.
So I just think,
I appreciate we'll try to do better education.
I just think, yeah, I mean, because a person that's an hourly employee might not understand, because if they get I don't know, 2%, they get 25 cents an hour, right? So they're like, well, that's sort of a slap in the face. So I think we need to educate them how, that's just the feedback I've received. And I don't know, so I'm like, I'll ask.
No, I appreciate that. And just so you're aware too, the STEP program condenses the amount of time it takes for you to get from the bottom of the range to the top of the range. And so it moves them through much quicker. So it isn't just a couple of cents at a time. We went from a 30-year to go through the range to.
Yeah, Public Works, it was rare for somebody to be able to get to the top of their pay scale over the course of a 30-year period. Now everybody's getting there in 15 years or less.
I just think we need to educate the employees a little bit better.
Yeah, we can do that.
I appreciate that, because I think that maybe it's the newer employees that
Could
could be, and maybe we just need to do it once a year. Chris, maybe I can come down and meet with your staff.
Yeah, that might be good. Just as an education.
That's a good idea.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. Does anybody else have anything that they want to drop it?
I think Josh does.
You'll have to ask Josh.
Josh, you got anything else, man?
He already won the bet.
This is his last one.
For the record, I would have made the bet.
Fun for him.
He extended it himself.
Yes. He lost his own bet. Didn't even bet. But we all saw you did.
It was implied.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I think we're good. We've had a great 2 days.
Some of you will skip Tuesday.
I just want to say, as far as the executive staff and Bren, I think you guys are doing a phenomenal job. I think you do an amazing job. And I think Orem's in a class of its own as far as the staff and the group that we've got here. As far as the city council, I think we've got an exceptional city council. And I think as a city council we work really well together and make good things happen. So from my perspective, I'm really pleased and excited to be a part of this. So I appreciate you all coming and carry on and go forth and conquer.
Thank you.